Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Good to have you all here. We're going to call this meeting to order. This is the regular Gainesville City Commission meeting, July 17th, 2021. And before we get to adoption of the agenda, I would like if you'd all join me in a moment of silence. We lost a member of our Gainesville family a few days ago. William Ziegenfelder worked for GRU for 20 years. He retired from us in 2018 and took a job as a linesperson for Clay Electric and was in the line of duty during a storm trying to repair some damage when he got hit by lightning and died. So if you could keep him in your thoughts and his family, especially his wife Christy and his 11 children who he leaves behind. So if you'd all please join me in remembering Ziggy with this moment of silence. Thank you. And there is a GoFundMe page. If you go to GRU's website, you can find information about how you can contribute and help support their family. So we encourage you to do so. And Christy, we're just so sorry for your loss. Okay, with that, Madam Clerk, if you could please bring up our next order of business.
Our next thing is adoption of the consent agenda.
Okay, and there are no modifications to our consent agenda. Are there any questions or is there a motion? Commissioner Santos?
Thank you. Move we adopt the consent agenda.
Okay, motion and a second to adopt our consent agenda. We will ask for any public comment on any items on our consent agenda. And so, Larry, let's start with you.
Thanks, Mayor. We should have Nathan Scott to comment on the consent agenda. Nathan?
Yes, thank you, Larry. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. With respect to the adoption consent agenda, there's once again two items that have fiscal impact on the consent agenda. It's disappointing that despite those contract awards, which total in excess of $500,000, there's no desire of the Commission to have any substantive discussion, ask any questions about budgetary items that have fiscal impact. Notwithstanding they're usually awarded with connections to Fort Lauderdale, but in this case, there are two particular items, and it's disappointing from a taxpayer perspective. This City Commission can spend hours talking about a strong mayor that was rejected by the CRC, circumventing the will of the people, talk hours upon expanding junkets and what that money can be used upon, but you can't spend time, nor do you entertain comment from citizens in any meaningful manner with respect to fiscal impact items for the city budget. Case in point, the budget special meeting last week, city budget was inserted into that, although there was no motion, and citizens were limited to 3 minutes to talk about two major budget items affecting hardworking Gainesville families, not only from property taxes, but the GRU rate increases, which are the largest in the city's history. So I would ask this commission, implore this commission, to stop wasting time virtue signaling and talking about self-serving yourself, self-promotion, and things that benefit you, and start talking about things that have fiscal impact. That is what you were elected to do, to be good stewards of taxpayer money, and to scrutinize things, not to rubber stamp them. And if we wanted to do a comparison, Mayor Poe, and sum the total of time that we talked about the GRU budget and the city budget, rubber session versus the time you spent talking about strong mayor, and that'd be a tough comparison because overwhelmingly you're not spending time on what you need to do so. Thank you.
Mayor, we have Brian O'Brien on the consent agenda as well. Mr. O'Brien?
Thank you, Larry. Thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity to be heard. It's a pleasure to be with you today. The consent agenda has several problems. I appreciate Mr. Scott pointing out that budget item. The first one would be the approval of minutes from June 3rd, June 7th, and then there's also squeezed in there the Board of Trustees minutes for the General Employees Pension Plan. I would like to put on the record that even the folks on the Pension Review Committee themselves are complaining about the minutes failing to properly record what was discussed in the meeting. The minutes are incomplete, they're inaccurate, and they do not capture the essence of the conversations regarding hundreds of millions of dollars of investments. Second one would be the rebalancing of boards and filling vacancies. The people on the boards that are serving our city trying to help are being ignored, and they're being used just to justify the decisions that are predetermined by the mayor and his group of cronies there. And the idea of just truncating everybody on the board and reestablishing whatever your propaganda term is here, rebalancing the boards, is nonsense. This is a direct violation of the rights of the people in the community that do choose to serve. I'd also like to object to these petitions for annexation being zapped through on consent. They don't have any fiscal analysis accompanying the application, and like a lot of things that Mr. Feldman's dealt with in his life, he just says, yeah, we're going to get to that later. We'll do that. We'll talk about the fiscal impacts of the annexations will be addressed in the Urban Services Report, all of which he jiggers to his liking. So I object to those items being pushed through on consent. Thank you.
Mayor, those are our only speakers on the adoption of the consent agenda.
Okay, thank you. Anybody in chambers wish to speak any items on the consent agenda? Mr. Shepherd, welcome.
Yes, my name's Donald Shepherd. I'm People's Representative. As People's Representative, in their words, I would say that a lot of this needs to be taken care of before it's approved, so that we have good leadership. Nathan stopped mentioning about a strong mayor. There's a weak mayor in the eyes of the people, and I've asked them, if you got a comment like that, you need to come into the city hall and verse that comment yourself. Please don't make me do it, but being a people's representative, I'm having to do it. And I apologize for the inaction of this, but this here really should not be happening right now. I shouldn't be waiting until September to get this action done, because that's when our budget will be coming in roll, and the general fund of GRU and audit financing and the staff here are the ones who are involved for all this taking place. This here is not being thought over enough in the behalf of the people. It's being thought over in behalf of whomever they say it addresses. And I think that it need to be revected or need to be canceled and not be talked about until September. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak to any items on the consent agenda? Okay, moving back to the commission for a vote. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes 6-1 with Ariel and dissent. Okay, Madam Clerk, next.
Our next item is the adoption of the regular agenda with modifications. File 210087, appointment of city commissioner for annual meetings of elected officials regarding coordination of land use and school facilities planning, added item. File 210089, resolution authorizing the cash defeasance of certain outstanding utility system debt, revised backup. File 210090, proposed development incentive for grocery store project, new backup added. And file 201115, third budget amendment to the fiscal year 21 general government financial and operating plan budget, added item.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. I've got two other modifications I'd like to suggest. The first is that we move the afternoon commission comment to the beginning. The reason for that, there's an incredibly time-sensitive item that I need to bring up, and I don't think we're going to get to commission comment at the end of the afternoon agenda, so I want to make sure that we're able to bring that up in time. And then the other one, if we could possibly move BD7, which is the MOU with the state attorney on our pre-arrest deflection program, to second on our afternoon agenda right after advisory board and committee annual reports. The state attorney he has an obligation that he has to get to and would like to do that as early in the agenda as possible. So the order, as I suggested, somebody's not on mute, Larry, I'm not sure who. Or Madam Clerk, I don't mean to.
Apologies, Mayor. I believe that was a member of the staff team.
Okay, thank you. As I've suggested, first would be commission comment, and then BD1, the advisory board and committee annual reports, and then BD7, the state attorney MOU, and then BD2 on with the modifications we see on the board. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. Move that we adopt the regular agenda with the modifications listed on the screen, and also two other modifications, that we move commission comment to the first item, and that we make BD7 after the advisory boards and committees report.
Okay, motion is second. Motion was by Commissioner Santos, second was by Commissioner Sacco. Larry, anybody to comment on adoption of the regular agenda?
Mayor Nathan Scott on the regular agenda. Nathan.
Yes, thank you, Larry. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. So with respect to the adoption of the regular agenda, I have several concerns. With respect to the two GRU debt items, again, we're back to ball debt as opposed to being fiscally responsible, deferring things that could be easily deferred to avoid multi-year rate increases, which are the largest in GRU's history. There's a host of insufficient backup in those two items. Clearly different than what was rating agencies in the slide deck. And so we'll hear me to that later tonight. I have a series of questions that I think should be answered. I hope the bond counsel, Mr. Weiner, will be there tonight, and I hope that we can get some intelligent answers instead of you, Mayor Poe, intervening and projecting your opinion when, as you did last week when I asked the question of the lobbyist, you didn't let him answer the question. And it was a fair question to somebody who is retained at taxpayer expense. I am a taxpayer, and I think we, the taxpayers, are entitled to answers related to fiscal impact issues. But you always obfuscate and interfere and run interference because you don't want people to know the truth. You just interject your view and move on. So with respect to the two GRU debt items, I respectfully request that a little latitude be given, despite the stunt that you pulled last week of putting the city budget item into the special meeting, which wasn't supposed to be there. The commission adopted a motion to have GR for the special meeting, which further limited our time to ask intelligent, well-founded questions based upon facts. And you don't have the ability to do it because you guys are more concerned about self-promotion, virtue signaling, talking about circumventing the will of the Charter Review Commission, adding your travel budget, and doing all the things, talking about resolutions for this, that, the other thing that have nothing to do with core governance or fiscal management. But you don't listen to the citizens. So those two items, there's some questions that seriously need to be answered. And I hope someone, commission, will have the intestinal fortitude to listen to the citizens, to understand that the citizens, despite claims of the commission that it wants to hear from citizens and promote citizen engagement, that's absolute and utter nonsense, evidenced by the conduct of the commission and the mayor. So those items warrant a detailed review. They warrant questions being asked and answered. And with all due respect, if you guys haven't had the ability to read 343 pages of the bond resolution, which I'm sure none of you have, and you know, I can bring a pop quiz and ask questions, and I'm sure Mayor Poe, despite your
Mayor,
allegations,
that's 3 minutes.
oh, you're aware of
All right,
everything.
thank you very much.
I guarantee
Do we have
most of
anybody
y'all-
in chambers
all y'all
that
would fail
wishes
that
to
test.
comment on the adoption of the regular agenda? Not any items on the agenda, just adoption of it. Okay, Larry, back to you. We do not have anybody in chamber.
Thanks, Mayor. Just Brian O'Brien remaining on the adoption of the regular agenda. Mr. O'Brien?
Yeah, I would like to provide some context to the issues that have come up with this budget being snuck on the agenda. The essence of what's going on is not difficult to follow at a high level. The commission is scrambling all the communications, including neighborhood input, boards and committees, and these meetings with various techniques of delay and deception. And what a person really needs to do to understand what's going on is just take a look at the city manager who came to us from Fort Lauderdale. If a person would like to go to the floridabulldog.org, that's floridabulldog.org, and read about we're coming up on the 1-year anniversary of this article dated July the 5th, 2020. Fort Lauderdale's sewer calamity blamed on budget strategy that diverted funds meant for fixes. This is a story about catastrophic failure of the sewer.
Yeah, Mr. O'Brien, that is not an item on our agenda. If you could please speak to the adoption of the regular agenda. You're speaking to something that's not on our agenda. You'll have general public comment opportunity in just a moment.
Okay, very good. But as far as the budget goes, I really object to this railroading it through without Audit and Finance Committee participation on these amendments that you're passing irregularly tonight. I'd be happy to continue my comments on the next section.
Mayor, those are all our callers for adoption.
Okay, thank you. Turning back to the commission, we've got a motion to adopt our regular agenda with a few modifications. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes 6-1 with areola and dissent. Okay, Madam Clerk, up next.
Next, we have early public comment.
Okay, so just a reminder, early public comment is for anybody that wants to speak to items on that do appear on our agenda. They can do so now. They forfeit their opportunity to speak to those items later when they come up on our agenda. Really, this is trying to offer folks an ability that cannot stay for a whole meeting to come down, make their comments, make sure the commission hears them so that they can then go on about their business. Following any early public comment, we will then turn to general public comment. That is for any items that are not on our agenda. Larry, let's start off with you. Are there any folks on the line that wish to participate in early public comment, any items that will appear on our agenda later in the meeting?
Yes, sir. Nathan Scott on the line for early public comment. Mr. Scott?
No, I do not have early public comment, Larry. General public comment.
Okay.
Thank you.
And let me just check with Mr. O'Brien. Did you have early public comment, sir?
No, No, sir, I'll be on general public comment
Okay.
at this time.
Very well. Then no early public comment callers, Mayor.
Okay, anybody in the chamber that wishes to participate in early public comment, commenting on things that will be on our agenda this afternoon? Okay, we will close early public comment then and move on to general public comment. And so, Larry, let's start with you. We'll alternate between people calling in and people in chamber.
And Mr. Mayor, we do actually have one recorded
Oh,
caller as well.
yes, thank you, Madam Clerk, for jumping in.
So we'll go ahead and play our pre-recorded call.
Very good, thank you.
Mayor Poe, City Commissioners, my name is Richard Selwack. And I called today to let my comments be known that we have a problem with homelessness in our community. I wanted to start off by thanking the Gainesville Police Department because on Monday morning, they apprehended a homeless person who was sleeping on my front porch, trespassing. And then he actually kicked the door in and went inside my building 1 block away from University of Florida. And why am I a victim? Why am I a victim of failed policies dealing with homelessness? I talked to several people, and I talked to a Jerry Jardina from Grace Marketplace. He's an outreach specialist, and he was familiar with the person who broke into my place. And I also talked with the Reverend Canon Fletcher Montgomery from the Holy Trinity Episcopal Church, and they seem to agree with me. And see, the problem is that our politics are local, and just like that, how we have a border crisis along Mexico, we have a border crisis within the city of Gainesville. And why is that? Because we need to take care of our local homeless people, not the entire world. And what's happening is we're getting people released from prisoners released from other communities, for example, Putnam County, and they're released to Grace Marketplace to receive our benefits and here, and they're coming from everywhere. That's why we have such an explosion. With such a great program like Grace Marketplace, you would think that the 10-year plan to end homelessness would have happened. But no, we have a problem, and you need to focus on the people who get our benefits, our homeless benefits. They should be members of Alachua County, residents of Alachua County or City of Gainesville only, and these other people, other places, other counties are making their problems our problems. So Putnam County's problems need to stay in Putnam County, and our problems in Alachua County need to stay here, and we can address ours. But we'll never get this thing under control. But we need to work on this. We need to change the policy that benefits will only go to residents of the city of Gainesville, Alachua County. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. And then Larry, will go to you.
Thanks, Mayor. Currently have 4 callers standing by for, we think, general public comment, starting with Nathan Scott. Nathan.
Thank you, Larry. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So just want to make you guys aware, woke up this morning, checked Gainesville word of mouth, which is pretty good. There's an interesting post on there that actually was spot on. Basically, it had all of your pictures from the city website, and I don't even know who this person is, but it's just more indicia of the fact that your own supporters are turning against you. Stating in the caption quote, "These are the faces and names that are wanting to increase your GRU rate by more than 20% over the next couple of years. Write them emails, call them, vote them out, do as you please with the information." I think that's a positive because clearly you don't listen to the public. Clearly you don't listen to prudent alternative proposals, despite your claims you want to hear from the public. There's no discussion or any discussion was elected for avoided a GRU rate increase in FY 2022. And, you know, you guys continue to do as you want. Your response to a two-notch debt downgrade, which will cost GRU customers $32 million, is to implement the largest rate increase in GRU's history, multi-year rate increase, and borrow more money. That's not intelligent, commissioners. Property taxes, and not cut a penny of your city spending. You've got increased property tax revenue coming in. You adopt a flat rate, and you can then continue to spend on the city side. But I think that's very informative, and there's going to be consequences of that thumbing your nose at the citizen taxpayers, because clearly people are upset that you don't listen. You're tone deaf. Suburban Heights will tell you that. Better neighborhoods will tell you that. Poorest community will tell you that. So you really need to start listening, and clearly what you've been doing is evidenced by 5 debt downgrades on your tenure mayor post in 2012, which is less than a decade, is indicia, more indicia that what you're doing isn't working, and you should consider appropriate alternatives. You guys think you're the Illuminati up there, and it's like Enron, the smartest guys in the room, except you're not so smart, and you're taking the utility down with you. Other comments with respect to UF, I know there's been discussion about UF. They don't have tent cities, and they don't have homeless or drifters trashing up their campuses. Why is that, Mayor Poe? That's a good question. I really like to understand why UF campus can be clean and not seem to have some of the problems that the city fails to address that businesses and neighbors alike are very concerned with. Is it because UF doesn't embrace the conduct and you know, that the city does? But I think that's a fair question. Like a tale of two cities, even though UF doesn't carry its weight and serve as a good community partner.
Mayor, that's 3 minutes.
Want the city and county to pay for everything.
All right, thank you. So we'll turn to anybody in the chamber that wishes to make any comments to items not on our agenda. Mr. Shepherd?
Yes, my name's Donald Shepard. I am bringing to the floor that these here problems have been an ongoing thing throughout this city for years. The Copper Fund, the Fred Bear Museum, Fred Bear Park, the neighborhood in that area. People have came to the city commission meeting, asked for help, and they received none. The young lady that sat here in the chamber with a wheelchair and had problems because of the Copper Fund, was neglected, hadn't received any medical help to take and help her to have a better life. This has been going on for years. I've been in Gainesville since '79, and I'm seeing this neglect of our city infrastructure to take and deal with these kind of problems and multiple other problems. That's where we're getting a theory of weak mayor and strong mayor. That's where we're getting the theory of a good commission and a lousy commission. This is where we're getting a theory of the representation of our city. I wear a city, it says, welcome to the city of Gainesville, and this here t-shirt needs to be revamped and redone. I got people to redo that in the future here, that is gonna read, you know, don't come to Gainesville because poverty ends here or starts here. And this here is what this city with GRU, with the city staff, but certain people in the city staff have been reaching out to some people and helping them. The Catholic Charities and other boards that have been taking the infrastructure slack and dealing with it from the church member people. Why is it the church people have to pay for the mistakes of our city? Why are these food banks scrambling for to have food to keep the handout to the people? This here is something that I'm eager to hear. And we have a gentleman in the chamber here that's going to speak about that, so I will get into that, but I want to know what we're going to do about these people in Fred Bear Museum area that is going to be dying off within the next 7 years like flies, and we can't have that. So I would like to answer that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherd. Larry, back to you.
Mayor, we've got Brian O'Brien for general public comment. Mr. O'Brien.
Hi, commissioners and folks at home, Auditor General, anybody else listening to this that wants to try to avoid the upcoming collapse of the city's finances. Brian O'Brien, for the record, talking about the FloridaBulldog.org or the Sun Sentinel, where your city manager Lee Feldman last resided, and it's July 5th, Article 2020 about the sewer calamity is a direct result of a strategy where they diverted funds that were intended for one purpose, and they used them playing around with some silly program. They were, according to the Fort Lauderdale Association for Good Government, I blame Feldman for the diversion of the money and for ignoring the public safety issues. They had a study which they ignored, and they had a giant catastrophe. The same thing's being done in Gainesville, slightly different focus. The next article, city pays millions for streetcar lines that won't reach the poor neighborhoods that are paying for it. This eventually was a canceled project after they wasted $33.7 million. FloridaBulldog.org. We have a homeowner association that is clearly affected by this failure of the Wade streetcar, and Miss Marie, who runs the homeowner association, says after the debt for the Wade was incurred, our right to due process was not respected. We don't believe those most vulnerable were sufficiently engaged during the CRA approval process. Public comments were immaterial to the board's decision to amend the redevelopment plan as a $7.5 million CRA Wade Loop debt was obligated long before the CRA plan was presented to their community. The same thing is happening in Gainesville, right in front of your eyes. The mayor and his cohort, Mr. Feldman, keep talking about engagement, but they do not want your opinion, folks. They're going to railroad this through, just like they're going to railroad through the bonds today. The audit and finance meetings have been canceled. They are no longer bringing the budget amendments in front of the committee, which includes the city auditor, who is the person that Feldman tried to blame in Fort Lauderdale. The auditor is a very capable lady. She would be able to catch these kiting of funds that have been going on in Gainesville for years. Tens of millions of dollars are being diverted.
Mayor, that's 3 minutes.
Into a scheme that was perfected by Lee
Thank you, Larry.
Feldman
Thank you, Mr.
in Fort
O'Brien. I
Lauderdale.
appreciate you calling in.
Please.
If we could go to our next speaker in chambers, general public comment. Welcome back.
Hello, my name is Ron Rose, pastor of Greater Bethel AME Church. Coming again just to encourage you all to make sure that you don't, that you're humble enough to admit a mistake and address the mistake. When I came here from St. Augustine to St. Johns County to pastor in November, I was pretty much relieved because I felt that I would be in the midst of politicians that kind of had a heart for equity, a heart for doing what was right, a heart for more excellence. And but I'm really starting to feel. I had an opportunity to sit in on a meeting concerning Seminary Lane earlier this week, and hearing some of the condescending tones that comes from city staff, I'm really kind of getting the picture that in Gainesville, the only difference that I see from St. Johns County is that the people aren't wearing hoods, but it's the same mentality. And don't it's easy for well-meaning people to fall into the same practice of white supremacy as people that are direct with it. And I want you all to be careful. Now, you all have an issue that needs to be addressed. We have a city manager that has been empowered. How will you ever attract someone that will come and do transforming work as the director of equity inclusion? Not someone that'll be your puppet, but someone to do transformative work if they know that the culture that the city manager has been empowered and elected officials have empowered and backing someone that does not promote that culture and fight and causes a toxic environment for the one that's been hired to create a more diverse and equitable environment or culture. I wrote an article for the Folio magazine in Jacksonville in 2015. I'm going to read the last few words of it, 45 seconds. Okay, it says, every day we see and hear from people who claim to love and embrace the work of Dr. King, but I've observed they embrace it solely from a historical perspective. Their present-day track record and decisions say very little about the concern for the present-day struggle. I attend the commemoration events that will not even mention present-day struggles and racial tensions in our nation for fear of the possible offending an invited guest or elected official. I issue a moral challenge to any group of persons who claim to embrace the work and legacy of Dr. King to hold the mirror up to their current involvement and determine if they're merely masters of commemoration or do they also possess the moral conscience to show present-day receipts of evidence of works of continuation. Don't just do the
Thank you,
commemoration.
Pastor.
Do the
Appreciate you being here
continuation.
again today. Thanks for sharing your thoughts. Larry, do you have any more callers online?
Yes, sir. Two more for general public comment. Mary Hildreth on the line. Mary?
Thank you, Larry. It's Mary Lou. Good afternoon, Commission and Mayor. I was just calling in as an ally of our LGBTQ community. I'm asking that the Helix Bridge be rainbow lit in honor of Pride Month. I've seen a lot of discussion about this and support on social media. It's my understanding that DOT has verbally said no, but not provided written documentation. The bridge has been lit before, and its lighting system can be programmed for a rainbow effect. Again, that's what I've been told. And I feel like if Jacksonville can do it, we can do it, and it's Pride Month. And just as a PS, I also think that as Alaska County is, that City Hall should be closed in honor of Juneteenth, especially since our president is signing that into law this afternoon. So thank you and have a great break. Bye.
Thank you. Anybody else in chambers to speak to items not on our agenda? Sir, if you're here for general public comment, it'd be you. I think these two folks are here for an item on the agenda. Oh, you are? Okay, very good. So Larry, we have everybody in chambers that wishes to speak to general public comment. So it's over back to you for the rest.
Thanks, Mayor. We actually, we thought we had speakers in the chamber, so we're screening someone really quickly, but we'll be ready here in just a moment to take, I believe, one or two additional callers. So we've got Debbie Martinez, who is standing by and should be ready to go. Ms. Martinez?
Yes, thank you, Larry, for taking my call. I'm Debbie Martinez. I'm a retired registered nurse and substance abuse counselor, former downtown business owner, and in 2000 I served on the homeless task force, the city's homeless task force. And I'd like to follow up on what your first recorded caller had to say regarding the homeless center. When I served on the task force, members of our task force recommended appropriate rules and all of the safeguards to go into a homeless shelter, a one-stop homeless shelter, and the city commission did not adopt any of those. So we're reaping, the benefits of failing to have the appropriate rules and experienced people to run it. So, one of the most important things that was mentioned was the fact that the St. Francis House, which is, doing a great job, needed to be relocated away from the downtown bar district. So you're seeing all those problems, downtown, and it just gets worse because our shelter, St. Francis House, is in the wrong location. And like the first caller had said when he called in, Grace Marketplace was put in the, its structure was structured in a way to make it a magnet for the entire state. So people, word travels fast. Homeless people come to our city to reap the benefits of the good service, free services that they can get on the back of our struggling, hardworking families and lower income people. So we're creating even more poverty on top of the multi-billion-dollar biomass tree burner, with sky-high GRU bills. This is another, well-intentioned pet project that went bad because you didn't even take the task force recommendations. You didn't do what needed to be put in place to make sure that it was run appropriately. And we have the public safety, our Gainesville Police Department. It's bad enough that they have to be social workers for all the other ills of our country. This is just an additional problem that they have. And, our downtown, year after year, becomes trashier and trashier and trashier because you all take on all these additional projects. You don't even fix the ones that you failed at, and you keep taking on more and more rather than just, putting things on hold.
Mayor, that's 3 minutes.
You fix the problem.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Martinez.
And I
Appreciate you calling in.
the time. Thank you.
Anybody else, Larry?
Yes, sir. Sarah Pohl on the line. Sarah?
Yes, good afternoon, commissioners and the public. I just want to raise some red flags, kind of like with Debbie. Many years ago, I've been very involved with government. I was on various committees, including the one that was started by Cynthia Chestnut with the city and the county that created the Choices Medical Program, which was really a grab of money by U.S. and Shands. And what I saw yesterday, taking the government money from COVID and turning it over to University of Florida and their ancillary things, is so anti-me, anti-people. It doesn't work. They are grabbing our money. They have their own pots of money. The state gives the University of Florida has so much endowments. They don't need our money. I want you to take any COVID money and turn it around and help us that live here. Help the old, help the disabled, help the caregivers. Okay, fill in where the Republicans are going to stop the Biden agenda. Fill in what we need, we the people, not another government agency. You are not nurses, you are not doctors, you are not medical people. You are being played. Our money is being taken once again by the University of Florida and their tentacles away from where that money is intended to go, which is in the pocket of the poor people of Gainesville. We know over a third of the people here are on food stamps and are on government assistance just to barely eke it out. Take that money and put it to the good. Increase the subsidies for GRU. I've been telling you for years on the West Coast, if you're on DCF benefits, you don't pay taxes on your utility bills. They're forgiven. I pay over $50 a month in taxes alone on a little tiny existence. So again, I'm raising the red flag. Please do not, I repeat, everybody listen. Commissioners, Hutch, all you people that were around, Cynthia, Chestnut, I'm calling you all. Stop it. Take this money and put it in our pockets. Keep it for our city, our town, our county, not the University of Florida, not medical facilities that absolutely are fed to me, all of you people in power. We've been here before. Look it up. Look at the history. Look what happened at Choices. Look at it all. It's all been a big scam only for the university to take money out of our pockets and get nothing back. Please listen. Listen to us. It's about time. You have to start listening.
Mayor, that's
to
3
us.
minutes.
We've been
Very
on
good.
these roads
Thank you. Do
before.
we
Thank
have
you very
anybody
much.
else waiting to speak to general public comment? Larry, you got
No
anybody?
calls, Mayor.
Okay.
No callers.
Okay, very good. So we will close this section of general public comment. Homelessness came up several times. I just want to celebrate and thank Grace Marketplace. Since their doors opened in 2015, homelessness is down by almost 50% here in Gainesville and Alachua County, 47%. In 2020, homelessness fell 17% in Alachua County and 20% in the city of Gainesville. I want to say that again. In 2020, the year of the pandemic, homelessness fell in Gainesville by 20%. I challenge you to find another city in the United States of America where homelessness went down during the pandemic. So while I acknowledge that we still have work to do, and I'm sorry for anybody whose property was victimized by somebody struggling and in a bad place. Let's acknowledge the incredible work that has been done in our community, by our community, to end homelessness. Because there's not very many other communities that can tell the same story as Gainesville and Alachua County when it comes to that. All right, so we will move on to commissioner comment. The one thing I wanted to bring up, and one of our callers made reference to it, as I hope you have heard, Congress passed a federal recognition creating Juneteenth as a federal holiday. The president is expected to sign that at 3 o'clock today. And so the city manager wanted to get direction from the commission. He is prepared, and I think the other charters can be prepared as well, to recognize Juneteenth federal holiday with our non-essential personnel with the city of Gainesville. But they need to know whether we want to give that. He needs to know. He needs that direction. They need that direction. For us to do that. So I certainly support it, and if you all do too, we just need a motion to that effect. Commissioner Johnson?
So moved. Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Johnson, second by Commissioner Ward, to authorize our charter officers to allow non-essential personnel to observe the newly created federal holiday of Juneteenth. And just to remind folks, there's still Juneteenth, Journey to Juneteenth celebrations going on in Gainesville through Saturday. There'll be a Freedom Walk early Saturday morning. The walk starts at 8 o'clock from Depot Park, and there'll be some acknowledgments shortly before that. But you can check all that on our website if you haven't been able to catch any of our Juneteenth, Journey to Juneteenth celebrations that started on May 20th for Florida Emancipation Day. Okay, any members of the public wish to speak to the motion? We'll start in chambers. About allowing our charter officers to inform staff that we'll be observing Juneteenth, the newly created federal holiday, tomorrow.
Ron Ross, Greater Bethlehem Church. The commemoration is great, but I don't just do the commemoration without continuation of what those dates and those events mean, or it's empty.
Okay, thank you. Larry, do you have anybody that wishes to speak to the motion?
Mayor, nobody on the line.
Okay, Ms. Shalley?
Thank you, Mayor. Just for clarity, is this a paid holiday, or is it just that employees are encouraged to take their own paid time off? I was unclear on that.
I believe federal holidays are paid holidays.
Well, the city adopts a list of paid holidays each year, so that's why I was inquiring, is this being added to that list?
That was my understanding. If we want to make that explicit in the motion, we can, Commissioner? Yes, that is the explicit direction. Okay, all in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Congress. Thank you, President Biden, and thank you, charter officers, for operationalizing that on such short notice. Any other commissioner comment for the afternoon portion? Okay, excellent. So, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Our next item is BD7 on page.
No, we're actually, Madam Clerk, we're going to do
the reports first?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, BD1, Advisory Board and Committee Annual Reports, with the recommendation that the Commission receive and review the annual board and committee reports and hear a presentation. Believe we should have a presentation from the PRC and the Gainesville Police Advisory City Council.
Okay. I don't know, Kristen or Marie, I don't know who's assisting here. We're taking PRC first, so.
We can go ahead and move on to the Gainesville Police Advisory Council, I believe.
Okay, yep, I do see Ms. Master DeCasa.
Yep.
Are you giving the presentation, Ms. Master DeCasa?
I sure am.
All right.
All right, you ready?
We are ready.
The best part is I'm not PowerPointing you, so you're welcome. You had asked as a commission for feedback and information from each of your advisory boards, and we did submit a letter. Because the board's mission has been clarified recently by ordinance, and you all had appointed new membership, we have essentially been in an organizational phase for the past few months. The good news is we have been meeting mostly in person, with some folks still on Zoom. Our most recent meeting was in the basement room in City Hall, and we found that allowed us to have better dialogue as a committee. So I believe we're going to continue to try to use that room instead. It was a little hard for us on the dais because we were brand new, we didn't know each other, and it just didn't quite flow. So our most recent meeting was a better template for that. And we've been learning as much as we can about Gainesville Police Department and its operations. We have a list of a lot of items we're requesting more information on regarding policies, regarding actions, priorities, and so on. We are continuing to plod through those. I would say our most recent meeting, we had an excellent dialogue about a lot of the different items. But really what I would like to let you know is our board is moving ahead. We have our chair, Fareed Johnson. He's doing a phenomenal job. And we're asking for each of you as individual city commission members to communicate with the board on issues that are of concern to you, of priority to you. We actually have so many topics we're interested in that we're just taking it all in. And many of our new members are learning lots about how it all works. So that's really where we are. Additionally, if you have a particular neighborhood of concern you would like us to visit with, we are happy to do that. We just haven't done that yet because between the organizational meetings and COVID, we weren't ready. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions from the board, whatever you would like to know.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Master DeCasa. Appreciate the update. Commissioner Johnson? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Member Master DeCasa. I wanted to find out, how often do you all meet?
We are currently meeting monthly.
Okay. And how many meetings have you had so far? Is it 3 or 2?
Well, we first met in February as our organizational meeting, and we've met consistently each month.
Okay, and where are you now in terms of your plans? Like what how are you going to be organizing yourselves for the future?
Well, where we started was we asked each member to submit to staff a list of issues they would like to learn more about. And they range from just different ways. We also look at internal affairs cases monthly, closed internal affairs cases, and we've had a few of those. So, for example, in one of our earliest meetings, we had GPD present to us about how internal affairs works, how the cases are managed, what it means. So now we've been reviewing them. We still have a list of topics of interest from various committee members that we just simply run out of time to learn about because A, they're complex, and B, a lot of our members have a lot of questions for staff. And that's where we are. I believe our intention is to plow through the next remaining sort of general topics of interest from the board members, and then we will probably prioritize from there what else to do. I think, for example, one of the ones that we're interested in learning more about is how the license plate reader program works, and what we do with that information and how is that helpful, what are the privacy issues, etc. We also heard a little bit more most recently about body cameras and how they operate and how they function and what are the policies with that, and so on. So that's really where we are.
Okay, great. Do you envision at some point bringing back recommendations to the City Commission, and what, you may not know this, but I'll just ask anyway, what do you think your timeline is for something like that, realistically, considering you have one meeting?
Realistically, I think we will get through some of the general topics probably by the end of the summer, early fall. I can tell you that we are interested, just like the previous version of the board, in seeing the city continue to support alternate activities for youth, whether it be throughout the year or in summer. We know that these are issues of concern, and they're annual. There's never enough programming and activities for all the kids' needs. That has been something we've talked briefly about, but I would anticipate we would come back to the City Commission with some specifics, whether it's a recommended policy or ask from there. The other thing we're really interested in is doing our best to support GPD in their efforts in recruiting more officers and other folks, because they do present their recruitment numbers. So we're trying to listen and give positive feedback.
Thanks. What's your preferred way of receiving feedback from the commission as individual members and as a body for the work that you all will be doing?
I think the simplest method is to put it in writing and email it to Ms. Deborah Holt in the GPD staff, and she will collect and disseminate it to the members. We might end up discussing, I suspect if we receive some of that, we will add it as an agenda item to discuss feedback or concerns from there.
And would you prefer that come from us as a body, or can we submit things to you individually as individual commissioners?
I would personally recommend sending it to you individually, because I think it's really hard to come to a general consensus, and what I've seen is there's just so many topics and so many issues that hearing individually from you about your personal priorities or issues is helpful to each of us, because it's not a simple yes or no. Obviously, we want our police department to be optimal, supportive of its citizens, and doing the best it can at all times. But if there are specific topics, I think individually is your best approach.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you so much for the update.
Thank you, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, former Commissioner Master DeCasa. A thing that I have seen value from with the former incarnation of the advisory council was you all had a meeting in probably 2017, maybe 18, on the slab in the Duval neighborhood. And there were dozens of people. When the meeting started, there weren't many people. But by the time the meeting was halfway through, all the chairs were filled, and with people wandering by and people calling up their friends and saying, hey, come over, you can talk to some people from the city about your issues. I thought that was really valuable, and one of the things that came from that night, a question that came from that night, resulted in the lighted crosswalk within a few hundred, 100 feet or so of the slab there. So I saw actual change, positive safety change happen as a result of that meeting. Thinking forward, a neighborhood that has challenges, a variety of challenges, including with their interface with with GPD, is Pine Ridge. And I wonder if we could put together the same kind of meeting at Pine Ridge. And I'm not asking you to put that together, next week, but if we could put that in motion, more good thinkers hearing from people who live at Pine Ridge might, help us solve some problems. I've walked the neighborhood with the chief and with command staff and with codes, but it's the same people walking it over and over. And it would be great to get some new thinkers and new ideas in to make recommendations back, to filter through the Police Advisory Council to the commission. So I'm certainly open to ideas for that neighborhood. That would, if you all would be amenable to that, I'd love to see that. So, thank you.
I think we would be amenable. I know we do intend to visit in some neighborhoods. We have not made that plan yet. I will say that we have been, in our previous version of the council, we have been to Pine Ridge, we've been to the Slab, we've been to Porter's, we've been to Turkey Creek Forest. We've been to a range of neighborhoods all across the city, and I think we are interested in continuing to do so. And as the COVID situation evolves, I think it'll be very easy to do that. So I concur, and we'll be happy to take that on.
Thank you. Commissioner Ariola.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to second that idea. I think that the function of your board is really to be the public-facing representatives of citizens and working together with the city and the police department. So as we sort of emerge from the sort of general quarantine we've been in for about a year, I think there's going to be a lot more participation and really, frankly, a need for it, for people to have their opinions very close to home. So appreciate the work you all do. We've got some great people like yourself on the board, and so looking forward to some really good products coming out of that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hi. So I want to say that I do appreciate all the work and the steep learning curve y'all have. I was there for your first organizational meeting, and I know it took a while for everyone to kind of get comfortable with mics, much less subject matter. So I know it's a learning curve, and you've been at this now 4 meetings, I want to say, if I can math correctly. Do you guys have something that I've noticed other subcommittees or committees do is that they kind of set a general calendar agenda where they say, these are, we have this host of topics, we're going to address them this one, this month, this one, this month, and just kind of go down. Do you guys have anything like that prepared?
We have a list currently, and what we did is we asked each of the board members to reply back to Ms. Deborah and let us know what their priorities were, and then they're essentially, because it is a sunshine board just like yours, but there is a plan and an intention. The challenge is we keep finding more topics to add. So we instead of having a concrete list and then it's over, we keep finding more topics. And so we do have a tentative outline and plan. So we'll keep going, and hopefully we'll be able to delve more specifically to something soon.
Would you and or the board feel comfortable sharing that tentative outline? Because
sure,
I don't know about my fellow commissioners, but I'd be interested in, maybe there's one topic that really speaks to me and I want to be involved and at least not be part of the conversation, but see where it's going, so I'm at least aware of the issues and the direction. And it might be the same
I think
for others.
what we can do at our next regularly scheduled meeting, which is at the end of June, is we can review sort of what's on the list, where we are, where we're going, and we can communicate that back to you. It's not a problem. We've just had to keep getting through all the stuff.
Okay. Yeah, I'd appreciate that. So we can, I think it's easier for not transparency, but I guess communication of the direction the board is in and what topics the community is interested in, and that way we at least
have an awareness of that direction. So I'd appreciate that. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
We can do that.
All right, thank you. I've got a couple points of particular interest that I'd love for the board to talk about. I won't bring them up today. I'll go ahead and follow directions and email this forward. And then I think, after a couple weeks, or maybe after your next meeting, if you could, kind of create a list of outstanding topics, and maybe not specifically when they'll be addressed, but just so we can get a sort of understanding of the scope and depth of what you're all trying to address, and then I can work with the chair on specifics of because I know the main one I'm interested in is it's not a quick easy thing. It's going to take some time and a good bit of research. And so anyway, I think that would be helpful once you kind of get that input following today's meeting. If you can scope everything out for us and let us know just sort of everything that you're trying to take on. And y'all are still reviewing like internal affairs investigations, right? I mean, all this is in addition to your kind of regular duties as well. So I know you're all busy.
Yes. And I'll just let you know that the most recent meeting where we had probably the best discussion was about the incidents at the Swamp Car Wash and all the related topics therein. And it was a really great conversation because there were a lot of opinions. We had some good public comment, but what was really helpful is for me, I will speak for myself, to listen to perspectives around the table related to it. And so it was just a good conversation. So I look forward to the next meeting.
Great, thank you. Let's let's go ahead and see if there's any public comment. Anything related to the Police Advisory Board. We'll start in chamber. Mr. Shepard.
Board, or I joined it because of my experience, and I'd like to be called or contacted about that, so I can join it because my background would do the board a great deal of help. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and I don't think there's any openings right now, but it is a public meeting just like this one, so you're welcome to attend and participate. And that appears in our just notice of meetings, so you know how to look those up. I know because you are at all of them. They'll look forward to your participation. Larry, you got anybody on the phone lines for this?
No, sir.
Okay, very good. Dr. Master DaCosta, thank you so much. If you would please pass along our gratitude to the entire board for their work, especially as we sort of expanded the scope and expectation during a pandemic. That does not go unnoticed. So thank you so much, and I'm going to miss that background that you have. That looks lovely.
I could have had one in a cow pasture, but I went with the Orange Grove for you. You're welcome.
Either is refreshing compared to the windowless City Hall. Okay, Madam Clerk, I think then up next we have PRC.
PRC is actually not here to present. They were just submitting their report.
Okay, very good. So we can take a look at that and follow up with them if we have any questions. And we thank them for submitting that in writing. So we'll go on to our next item, Madam Clerk, which I believe is BD7.
That's correct. On page 13, Gainesville Police Department and State Attorney Office Memorandum of Understanding for Pre-Arrest Deflection Program with a recommendation that the Commission approve the City Manager to sign the MOU and legal to approve as to form of legality.
All right, very good. Mr. Feldman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the Commission. I will be brief. You've had several prior discussions regarding a adult diversion program. We have worked with the state attorney and his staff. I see Chief Assistant State Attorney Ms. Jones is with us today. But we've worked out what I think is a really good program that would be administered by the state attorney's office with tremendous support from GPD, and we are presenting it today for the commission's consideration before I execute on the MOU.
Okay, thank you very much. Anybody from the state attorney's office want to say anything before we turn it over to the commission?
No, thank you for inviting up State Attorney Brian Kramer. He had previously this afternoon, so he couldn't be here, but I'm here, and I appreciate everyone's time.
Okay, thanks. Your audio is not coming in well. I think we got the gist of what you're saying, and we thank you for being with us nonetheless. So we'll turn back to the commission. Commissioner A. Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this is a good step forward. I don't think it's as far as I would like to go, but I think this is a great step forward that will be beneficial for criminal justice reform in our community and helping to keep people from being arrested. I want to thank our state attorney, their staff for working hard on this, GPD and the chief and city manager as well. I'm excited that we're moving forward to this, and I think this will be helpful. So I'd like to move that we adopt the MOU.
Okay, motion and a second that we adopt the MOU. And yeah, I want to thank everyone, especially our folks on staff that have been working on this. I agree with Commissioner A. Santos. There are additional steps that that we can take, but at the bottom, at the end of the day, any deflection program must be approved by the state attorney, and there was a lot of work that went on between the city manager's office, the chief of police, and the state attorney to get to this point. And so I really want to thank everybody over at State Attorney Kramer's office that worked on this. We laid out a challenge about 5 years ago to find a way to arrest fewer people. We made the challenge very simple, but of course that's not a simple task. So this is one piece of how we get there, offering folks opportunities other than going to jail, and helping folks sort of build back better when they find themselves in a spot of trouble. But this is not going to solve all of our equity problems on its own. So we just need to continue to work towards changing our systems so they work better for everybody, and so they recalibrate towards equity. I'm excited to get this piece of it memorialized so we can move on to our next challenges. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I have one question for either the city manager or our police department. So this is available now for officers to use. What guidelines or what kind of incentives are we providing to our officers to have them to use this program versus making an arrest in terms of policies or guidelines or support or things in that nature?
Chief, you want to take that?
Yes, I would. And I got Mrs. Charlotte Head and Mr. Will have both online. They also worked very diligently on this. What we did was provided documentation for them to follow. We are waiting for the conclusion of this meeting. We'll actually have a policy out, but we didn't want to put a policy out prematurely. We have been using this, working very closely with the state's attorney's office. I got our staff here. They can actually give you some updates as far as demographics of how it's been used since January, if you would like to hear that.
Yeah, I think that'd be great if you want to pass those along.
Okay, is Ms. Charlotte Head? Could you chime in on that?
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having us. Thank you for your support with the MOU. Currently, since we started the program January 18th, 2021, I have received 60 of the Gainesville pre-arrest forms that the officers have forwarded to the office, and I work very closely with the state's attorney's office. Thus far, it has been a very smooth transition, smooth interactions with the officer, working with the records department here at GPD, and also with the state's attorney's office. So thus far, we have 60, and the majority of those are retail, and I'm very interested to see now that things have opened, now people are going back to work, will that in itself turn around? I know in times of hardship, as the mayor made a comment earlier, hard times, people do sometimes hard things, but to serve our neighbors better, I'm happy we do have this program, and we're looking for great success with it.
All right, thank you. And thank you for all of your leadership and guidance on this too. It's been great to have you full-time on board with this. Okay, so we do have a motion on the floor to authorize the MOU between the city and the state's attorney. We will turn it over to any members of the public who wish to comment. We'll start in chamber.
My name is Don Shepard, and as the people's representative, I think this is an excellent idea. I think that our chief of police has been doing an exquisite, excellent job, and he has been in leadership within the Gainesville area and others, and educating the public towards programs and towards the accountability of their actions, and giving them an opportunity to demonstrate the right from the wrong. This here has been an exquisite program, and so I vote that we make this that we move on behalf of this MOU. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Larry, over to you.
Mayor, no callers on this item.
Okay, anybody else in chamber? Back to the commission. Everyone in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. I'm so freaking happy. It's been a lot of work, y'all. A lot of work, y'all. Unceremoniously approved in the middle of the afternoon on June 17th. Thank you, Chief. Chief knows. He's giddy inside. I know he is. See, I can see it on your face. Thank you, Chief. Okay, Madam Clerk, up next.
Next item is BD2, appointment to the Joint Water and Climate Policy Board with the recommendation that the commission discuss and appoint a city commissioner to the opening on the Joint Water Policy and Climate Board.
Very good. Anybody want it? Anybody want it? I will, let's see, what can I offer that's not like, that doesn't violate any laws? Commissioner Santos.
I was just saying, I had to resign it from it. I was no longer able to kind of meet the meeting.
When are the meetings?
9 in the morning on Monday, second Monday of the month, so that doesn't clash up against MTPO, it's third Monday, and I think that's what.
9 a.m. Monday. Every other month? I can probably do it. I don't think I have a standing Monday. Hold on, this is brilliant TV. How long do they usually go? Like 2 or 3 hours?
That's really funny. We went 3.5 hours last time, but I think we're gonna try and skim that down. It's
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do it. Anybody want to make a motion?
Second.
Okay, motion is second to appoint the mayor to serve on the Joint Water and Climate Policy Board. I'm gonna say for the remainder of this term. All right, so I'm gonna want to check back in like a little less than a year to see if anybody wants to cycle on there. I'm doing it to plug a hole, but as you all know, I have lots of other things that
Yeah,
I'm expected to do, so.
We tried to find another day, I mean, we gave them, and they came back with let's just move it a Monday earlier.
Okay.
So rather than going through that rigmarole for weeks on end, we just settled.
Okay, well, I'm happy to do it for the remainder of the year, and then we'll see where we are. Okay, any members of the public wish to speak to the motion in the chamber? Larry, anybody?
Hello, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. Bethany Taylor here. I had to step in for Larry. I don't believe we have anyone on this particular agenda item.
Okay, all in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Our next item is BD3, Department of Sustainable Development Fee Study, with the recommendation that the Commission receive a report and presentation from Barry, Dunn, McNeil, and Parker LLC and provide direction on a cost recovery percentage policy.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Feldman?
Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, I'll be very brief and then turn it over to Mr. Persons. So one of the things that we do traditionally is to make sure that those activities that we conduct that are supposed to achieve 100% cost recovery actually do that we're not charging too much or too little for fees for those types of services. Building fees and subsequently what we charge for planning submissions and so forth is one of those areas. So several months ago, we commissioned the services of Barry Dunn to perform that analysis for us, and that's been an effort led through the Department of Sustainable Development. Now I'll turn it over to Mr. Persons, who will take you through the rest of the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Andrew Persons, Director, Department of Sustainable Development. Lee's introduction was stole some of my thunder, but I did want to say that as you know, we've retained the services of Barry Dunn to conduct a fee study for my department. The real kind of focus was to get a better understanding of the cost of service delivery at a sort of division level, but also with respect to individual processes. And all to the goal of making sure that we can maintain our high level of service, and in some areas even enhance that level of service that we're providing today. The team members that worked with Barry Dunn include John Freeland, who's the building official, Leila Stewart, who's the strategic customer experience manager, Adam Carr, who was our GIS analyst and is unfortunately no longer with us, Kara Paulson, who's the strategic customer experience supervisor, and Nathaniel Chan, who's a planner in my department. And with that, I'm going to introduce Jesse Mayott. He's a senior consultant with Barry Dunn and has been great to work with. They've been we've been all just blown away by the level of detail and professionalism that his firm and Jesse in particular brought to this project. Jesse spent the better part of the last decade working in local government in the California around the San Francisco area, as well as in the Boston area where he is now, prior to joining Barry Dunn, and he'll actually be leading you through the presentation. We're available for questions if there are any, but with that, I'll turn it over to Jesse. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Audio check. Can everybody hear me okay?
5 by 5.
All right. And can we see that first slide on the presentation?
Yes.
Great. Well, thank you for the kind introductions, and Honorable Mayor, members of the Commission. I also want to thank you, as well as city staff, and of course the neighbors that are participating in today's meeting, for the opportunity to present the report findings that are the result of about 6 months worth of work beginning in January. We'll start with a 4-phased approach. We'll go over just briefly the project background. I'll take you through the summary of findings. We'll talk about some current fee levels and maybe some policy considerations based on those identified levels. And then we'll open it up for questions and discussion. However, I want to encourage you, should there be a question or a clarification needed at any point during the presentation, please feel free to stop me, interrupt me, and I'll address that at that particular point and do my best to get you the information that you need. As the city manager and the director alluded to, back in January of this year, we contracted with the city to assist with a review of sustainable development fees and charges and service delivery structure. We worked in depth and intense with city staff February through April to really do a deep dive into all the ins and outs of the department with regards to building and planning service delivery and those services that are specifically associated with fees. Towards the end of April, we were able to put together a draft fee study report, which we provided for review and feedback. And then we also worked through April to right up until now to adjust that and address any comments, concerns, any inconsistencies or inaccuracies in that report to really get it to its final state now. Happy to say that it is a great study and we did some great work. And while this will be a very high level presentation today, that final report does contain great details and all of our methodologies, findings, and proposed recommendations that will be for consideration. Out of the gate, the high-level analysis turned up about $3.2 million of revenue and about $5.8 million of estimated costs related to the boundaries of our studies. That includes the building fund and the planning services that were identified. Of that 5.8 million, about 3.7 of that was related to personnel costs, representing about 64% of the total cost identified. Not uncommon, not an uncommon level for studies of this type in agencies of this type. The non-expenses that we identified amounted to about $951,000, and that represents about 16% of the total costs identified. We did, in addition to doing a full cost analysis, we did provide that indirect cost analysis level, and we developed an indirect cost rate proposal to calculate the indirect costs using some assumptions based on staffing assignments and also some hard data from city assigned numbers. We calculated those indirect cost rates at 13.04% for the building division and 17.14% for the planning division. And this total study encompassed about 82 fee-related services across the planning and building divisions. However, that 82 is not reflective of some additional services that we did identify, which perhaps fees could be charged for. Given its overall look, the total study found that the department's, based on the two divisions, current cost recovery rate is about 55.3%. As we alluded to, we did break this down between the building division and planning division, just due to the special fund, revenue fund nature of the building division and the planning division existing in the general fund. Taken individually, we identified about $2.9 million in fee-related revenue and about $161,000 in non-fee related revenue for the building division. And just so everybody's aware, that non-fee revenue consists of items such as interest on investments or transfers in for some other reason. We do like to include any non-fee revenue just to get that overall cost recovery percentage calculated. The division expenses for the building division were identified at $4.2 million. And taking those two fees, revenue sources into consideration, we have a fee cost recovery, just looking at fee revenue based on the division expenses of about 69.2%. Taking that other non-fee revenue into consideration, we have about a 72% cost recovery for the division. We'll talk a little bit more later on about what those levels mean as far as the baselines and where you can go from there. But I'll mention the planning division. Probably no surprise, but significantly much less revenue than its building counterpart. About $161,000 in revenue and no non-fee related revenue. Calculated expenses were about $1.6 million, and that puts the planning division cost recovery, overall cost recovery, at about 10%, which is planning usually does lag behind building across the country in studies we do of this type. However, I will mention that the 10% is significantly lower than we typically do see. We put together, based on the analysis of the fees, a couple of scenarios just to give a high-level overview of where the city sits in relation to some peer communities. I do want to just add the caveat that peer communities, need to be explained in that there really is no exact peer community. So when we do comparisons of this type, I really like to emphasize that while it's good to get a sense of what your neighbors and your regional neighbors are doing, it really is good to focus on just what Gainesville's numbers are, because every other agency, it may be a neighbor geographically, but it's going to have a different cost structure, perhaps a different fee structure, revenue structure, different people doing different things. So it's very difficult to get a one-for-one, but this does provide a general useful starting point to go ahead and assess where specific types of fees may lie in comparison to peers. Given all of the information that we did compile, we did come to compile some proposed recommendations. Based on what we're seeing on the cost recovery levels, we should consider a policy which would identify, specific fees, what levels those should be set at to work towards recovering that full cost recovery. On the building side of things, we always want to try to encourage folks to work toward that 100%, in that we have the full cost. It's intended to be self-supporting, and really those services are specific and regulatory in nature, and therefore should recover close to, if not all, the cost of providing that individual service. To give you an idea of what that means in relation to additional revenue generated, we can look at the baseline cost recovery rates. Building division, for instance, is about 73% at the moment. If we set that goal to be 85 to 95% in 3 to 5 fiscal years, it would take about a $250,000 revenue gain to get about 5% of cost recovery gain. Now, that's a point-in-time calculation. Of course, expenses change, revenues change, so that could fluctuate a bit, but it does give a sense of what it would take in additional revenue to uptick that cost recovery by about 5 percentage points. For example, on the planning division side, at that 10% baseline, given a 40 to 50% goal in 3 to 5 years, giving all things being equal, about $90,000 in additional revenue would be needed to gain about another 5% in cost recovery, overall cost recovery. As I mentioned early on in the presentation, we did identify some services for which are being provided that are really specific in nature, that fees should be considered to be assessed for. Currently, they're not. We're not asking for a specific fee consideration at this point, but really looking to come back and looking at those services at a closer look, using the information we've compiled and developing a baseline fee to be assessed for those services at some point in the future. An overarching fee that we are seeing that's more common in agencies across the country, and one that we've thought applicable to recommend for this particular department, given this study, is a technology fee. And COVID has ushered in all things electronic, so perhaps it's even more pertinent now than it may have been 18 to 24 months ago. This is a fee that would be specific to the department itself and the building and planning divisions. And for instance, if we were to adopt a 2% technology fee, it would be assessed on the total cost of the permit. So for instance, a $100 permit would be $102 with that fee. We tend to recommend a percent fee assessment for a technology type fee, in that it's equally assessed on the cost of the permit. If you go with a flat dollar rate, your lower permit costs are saddled with a greater percent of the technology fee than a higher permit cost. And that fee, would be set aside and housed in a special account, and it could be used for future funding of annual licenses and maintenance fees associated with the permitting software systems that the department uses. It could be used to provide for additional systems to enhance service delivery. fund upgrades, things of that nature, replacements of current hardware or software for those folks that are on the front lines issuing those permits, or really any other technologically related infrastructure that would enhance the department's ability to provide additional services or elevated services or services more efficiently. And finally, we just want to recommend that the department, the city should really consider reinstating something that is specific to the city at the moment in Appendix A, scheduled increases for fees on an annual basis, or really come to a conclusion and adopt a similar methodology for assessing fee levels on an annual basis, in either using a CPI increase or an inflation increase, perhaps for a global adjustment, or really looking at specific fee adjustments based on demand or other department and city initiatives that could be adjusted specifically to really ensure that you're meeting your cost recovery goals and recovering all of the highest level percent of the cost of providing that service. That was a quick and a lot of talking by me and a lot of numbers. I'll pause right there and open it up to any questions or comments that I'm happy to address.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate Mr. Myatt. Mr. Feldman or persons, anything you want to add?
So, Mayor, I would just add that what we're looking for from the commission today is really just some guidance as to, what level of cost recovery we should have. And based upon that, we'll be making recommendations as part of the budget to amend those fees to generate the revenue based upon that cost recovery strategy.
Okay, thank you. And whoever's sharing their screen is welcome to take it down if they would like. Thank you. So I'm not ready to move forward today because I think there's another question that needs to be asked and sort of parallel with this. And I mean, the work is great. The sort of the black and white of it, the sort of ink on the paper is pretty clear. We're performing work without recovering those costs. But these fees drive up the cost of new development. And so it becomes another barrier or another obstacle when folks are trying to develop new housing. And to a lesser degree commercial, but that to me is not as much of concern as especially these fees for small scale developers, the folks going in and trying to build a 2-person house in an existing neighborhood on an empty lot. The margins there are so small that every little bit sort of can make the difference between whether they move ahead with a project like that or not. And we desperately need them to be moving ahead with projects like that. And I don't think those are the kind of questions that, I mean, I don't feel like as a commission we can work our way to a conclusion about the trade-offs and costs of those two aspects of these fees. I mean, it's very simple to me. We're performing certain work, and there would be a way to get compensated for that work to make us, if not whole, closer to it. But I don't want to neglect that other part of it. Like, how is this going to affect or have a chilling effect on new housing in a time where I feel like we should be removing as many barriers as possible to make it more likely that housing will get built. So I don't know if none of my colleagues have their lights on, but I think my preference would be to bring this back to the commission for a discussion at some point. But I know the clock's running down on budget, and Mr. Manager, it may just be we have to sort of keep the status quo for this budget cycle while we have a deeper discussion about those trade-offs and costs later in the year. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I mean, we do have the budget constraints, and I think some of these definitely do need to be covered on the building side, especially. I think one thing to look at is where, if someone's building a duplex or a triplex, I would rather give them more breaks than someone who's building a single family home, and kind of where are we going in terms of the affordability of what's getting built and where we're kind of, in essence, subsidizing the construction of it. So I'm okay with looking further into this, but we do, I mean, it is, some of these are definitely off quite a bit. I would, if staff, I didn't actually get Appendix A. It says it's in an Excel sheet. I guess that has, does that have all of the different prices and what's, okay, yeah, if you could email that out, so I can take a better look and see what, I guess where we currently are and what the recommendations are to move to. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, and Andrew, I see your hand up there. I'll get to you in just a sec. We've got a few other lights here. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So thank you all for the work you've done on this. Following on Commissioner Santos' comments, this is an opportunity for us to be very intentional about what we incentivize and then the kind of development that we want to see here and the folks that we want to support and see more of. We want to see more. I personally, and I think it's generally agreed, we would like to see more missing middle housing, and I'd love to see as much of that as possible built by small developers, local folks who keep the money in the community. So how do we incentivize that and not incentivize sprawl and the things that we don't want to see move forward in our community? So we should have a larger discussion about that, recognizing at the same time that I would guess that our sustainable development folks are offering many more services than we probably used to offer. Technology is, the price of technology is not small. We need a way to fund these additional services. If I were a developer, I would love our Department of Sustainable Development because we have lots of added value for not a lot of money. So I do want us to consider what we're giving away and how we can make sure that we're made something close to whole, but also be very intentional about how we use this process to help incentivize the sort of development that we say we want. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is an interesting presentation. I have one question, which is when is the last time that we reviewed these fees, particularly the three that are shown on slide 8, the R2A2 and $200,000 valuation?
Mr. Persons, do you know that?
Is that the comparison cities?
Yeah, that with the square foot residential, multifamily, commercial, all that.
Well, I would say, I guess I don't think to anyone's recollection in the department we've ever done a comprehensive fee study like this before. So this may be the first one, at least in modern history.
Oh, that goes back a long way, my friend. That's actually what I wanted to hear. Not that it makes me happy, but for me, it convinces me that this is a policy conversation worth having and worth expanding upon. Personally, I would want to go further. I believe that the pace of development in Gainesville right now is unprecedented. And the county just created a housing trust fund, which currently has no sources of funding. And I believe that it would be interesting to see if we can't have some of these fees go towards housing funds, because I think that would just be an interesting conversation to have. I'm not entirely familiar with the new laws that were passed in Tallahassee, but it would be interesting to see. That would be my thought.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Saka.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So I agree with the sentiment that today is not the day to make this decision, because it is a very big decision that could have ramifications. While I also understand we need our department to receive revenue for the work it does, I also understand the point that it could be another hurdle towards housing development, and that we don't want to further burden that process. That said, is there a way to create, what was it? I know we already have different costs associated depending on the type of development. Is there a way to further create another tier system within that itself? That, like, I don't know what rather than just raising, saying, you know, for residential, we'll raise it by so much percent, by such a percent, is there a way to break it down in tiers within the amount of the development, despite it being a smaller size, being single family versus multifamily? I don't know if that was clear.
Yeah, I think so. And that's actually, Mr. Mayor, why I had actually raised my hand. I just wanted to clarify, because I think this is a great discussion the commission's having, and actually in some of our prep meetings with Jesse, we actually anticipated that this would be a primary source of discussion at the commission. What's really kind of what we're looking for today is not the sort of detailed, you know, can we adjust, you know, things to, you know, to provide more incentives for small scale developers, or to you know, keep fees down at for like small stuff, and you know, look at sort of more nuance. The answer is yes, and that's actually would be the next step after this discussion. Really kind of what we're talking about now is, you know, we've done the analysis. We have sort of where we are in terms of cost recovery today. We anticipated that we would probably come in, you know, around here. Some of our cost recovery on the planning side, we figured it was going to be low. We were a little bit surprised it was so low. But really kind of what we're looking for from the commission is just some consensus on, should we as a city, with all of those considerations that the commission talked about, try to set a cost recovery policy at the levels that Jesse had in his slide. There's a bunch of ways to get to that cost recovery percentage as a policy, and there's a lot of nuance that I think we can work into. What we didn't necessarily anticipate even getting this into this year's budget, as opposed to maybe next year's budget. Because what we would need to do, you know, if the commission said, okay, we're good with that, you know, sort of as a policy, that cost recovery, we would need to bring back how we're going to get there, a more detailed plan. And I think that's where all of that conversation about how that gets structured, and where we're providing fee increases for different scales and different tiers of development would come into. So I think there's definitely space for that. Don't feel like that, you know, if you make a decision today, it's, you know, it's over and done with, because that's actually the next step. But what we're looking today is just from the commission, should we be trying to recover costs at that percentage from where we are now?
I love it when you read that.
And I think if I can just jump in, what Mr. Persons meant to say with regard to the impact on next year's budget is that these types of fees are not dependent on a specific budget year. And once we got some direction from the commission, we would work on with our consultant, a fee schedule that we would introduce and make effective at the earliest opportunity to have the fees in place to recover the costs, consistent with the policy that the commission was happy with.
Yeah, what he said.
Okay, so I do have a follow-up question. I know that we can do it by different, I guess, tiers of development. Would it be possible to also include, I guess not an incentive, but to have a different pricing mechanism if someone is a local business, a local developer?
So I think we have to be very careful, Commissioner, that we're regulated by state statute, specifically 166.222, in how we recover building permit fees. you certainly can create incentive programs and pay from another source on behalf of a developer to help subsidize the cost or the project. But the fees in general need to be non-discriminatory in that type of fashion. We're supposed to recover the costs associated with administering the Florida Building Code, and that's regardless of who you are.
So if I get that right, we would have to charge the same fee, but then we could refund from a completely different pot of money to the local developers, if that is the will of the commission.
Correct. I mean, you could pay fees on behalf of somebody from any number of sources.
Then just to add, there is a little bit more flexibility on the planning side because those are our fees. They're not tied to the enforcement of the Florida Building Code.
I'm hesitant to put anything on the planning side, seeing that you get less than 10%. But no, thank you, Andrew and Lee. I agree with the plan you have in mind. I do think we need further discussion to get to the small details of how we would break all that down. So I don't know exactly what the motion should be, rather than to request staff initiate that drafting of ideas and that we meet for another meeting to discuss it.
I'll second that.
We've still got some folks that haven't spoken yet,
Okay,
so let's
so
just make sure that, and then we'll come back
Okay.
to get a motion on the floor. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for this presentation. I simply wanted to draw your attention to the slide where we're looking at the peer city comparisons, because as we prepare for a future conversation, which I'm grateful that we'll have, because I certainly don't see that we're prepared to move forward on making any decisions on this today. But I think something like peer city comparisons are very beneficial and very helpful in arriving at something like this. And I heard our consultant say that, or give the justification as to the selection of the peer cities, but what I would ask is, as we move forward, that we get at least a couple more peer city comparisons that are a little more similar to Gainesville in terms of size and demographics. And if we could actually define who our peers are, so how is peer being defined, and then come a little bit closer to size and other demographic things that are specific to Gainesville, so that for my mind, we can get what I would consider a truer comparison to who we are in Gainesville. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank Commissioner Duncan Walker. The age-old question of this commission of never actually agreeing on what actually a peer city is. It seems like since I've been on the commission, it's we've never actually figured out what we think is a peer city. I think it's something that I definitely think we should go further down that, but because I think it would make things easier when we compare ourselves. So I would support a motion for us to move forward with the direction of doing cost recovery, but also having looking at the incentive of having a missing middle and helping that. As far as having local businesses, I think that makes it more difficult. I mean, it's very easy to create an LLC in Florida, costs about $120, and just create one. I mean, most properties have their own LLC anyway, so they could consider it a local government, local business, and I don't know if it might just be more bureaucracy for what it would help in. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, is there a second to the motion? Second. A motion and a second to authorize staff to move forward with the cost recovery phase-in plan, including further discussion about how to balance the implementation of those fees. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple things. First of all, yes, it's easy to make a company, a developer, appear as if they're local, but if they're doing relatively small-time development, if we're able to target what we mean by missing middle, because honestly, what I'm thinking of is like, a duplex here, a triplex there, a quadruplex, in another area, one or two or three at a time, sorts of things. The big time folks are not doing that. Those are more likely to be smaller and more local anyway, as opposed to somebody developing, 1,000 unit single family development or 8 or 10 story apartment complex, that sort of thing. That's out of town money, almost always. Not always, but almost always. But again, the missing middle, and I don't want to overuse that phrase, but if we find a way to incentivize that, we're probably also incentivizing local folks. Commissioner Duncan Walker, thank you also for mentioning the peer cities conversation, because it comes up over and over and over again. Who are our peer cities? Tallahassee is absolutely a peer city. We share a lot of situations with them. But there are several cities in Florida that have about the same number of residents that are nothing like us. They're just not, we're not their peers. They don't offer the same services we do, the long list of services we do. Their economy is based on different things. They're really not peer cities to us. So we look outside Florida at peer cities, and then the weirdness of Florida law gets in our way, and things that make sense in other cities that would otherwise be peers aren't peers because Florida law. So I appreciate you bringing that up, and welcome to the quest for some peer cities. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Members of the public that wish to speak to the motion, authorize staff to move forward to work on a cost recovery strategy. We'll start with in-chamber.
My name is Donald Shepard. I say that we shouldn't move forward on this because our budget questions, and as our city manager had advised that if I'm not putting words in his mouth, that we should wait on this, and I agree. I think this is something that is too big of a leap right now. We don't need no more construction done in this city. What land do we have left in this city? And construction would take away from the trees. I don't know if we got a tree advisory board, but if we had a tree advisory board, they'd be right in here knocking on this podium and saying, no, we don't need to pass this. We need to wait on it a couple of years before we make a great decision of this magnitude of the finances, in which I heard would be crippling our city. So thank you.
Thank you. Bethany, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We do have one caller on the line for this item. Mr. Nathan Scott, you may go ahead.
Commissioner Nathan Scott. So with respect to this particular agenda item, I think it's interesting that we hired a consultant at taxpayer expense, prepared a study stating that the fee structure was not adequate to recover the cost of providing the services, at least I think for planning, from my memory serves me correctly. I'm not sure, whether the commissioners have read the agenda, but with respect to item, and what I hear and the ask from staff, as Mr. Parsons communicated, is echoed by the city manager, it's pretty straightforward. Like, we have insufficient fee recovery to cover the cost. And instead of just addressing the simple, plain question, it turns into a hours-long research detailed project of micromanaging every aspect. Key word I heard was subsidy. That's just aggressive failed policies. Subsidy for you customers that can't afford their already unaffordable electric bills. You raise those rates even higher. You've got to subsidize that. Subsidy for property owners, rental property owners that, as a result of your failed renters' rights policy, make rent go up and housing even less affordable. So you want to subsidize improvements and implement rent control, policy. So free market economics, it's subsidy after subsidy. You want to subsidize one class of developers over another class of developers. So the subsidy, commissioner, it's not good governance. You know, everyone should pay for fair share, and it should be equal. You talk about equality. There's no equality. You guys pick winners and losers all the time. Think about that when you run it through the equity toolkit. Because taxpayers should be treated equally. Developers should be treated equally. Citizens should be listened to and treated with respect. So finally, I think it's absolutely comical. I watched the joint meeting yesterday, and Commissioner Ariola didn't have his mask on across the street of the city where it's mask optional. Boy, when you get in your little star chamber over there and sit how big halls of the city commission, we got all these little masks on. Isn't that the textbook case of hypocrisy, commissioners? You treat citizens differently, and the rules don't apply to you. So I'll leave it at that, but I'm not in favor of subsidies. I wish you guys would get that word out of your policy, out of your vocabulary, the word subsidy out of your vocabulary, and focus on good governance and listen to the citizens. You might have your outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the chamber wish to speak to the motion? Bethany, do you have anybody else on the line?
No additional callers. Thank you.
Okay, back to the commission. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously with Ariola absent. I'd like to do a little agenda management. I just want to make sure we've got two folks here for items on our afternoon agenda. The rest of the stuff is sort of internal commission stuff. And so, Madam Clerk, if there's no objection, let's take up BD 6 next.
Okay.
Any objection?
BD 6 on page.
Okay, yeah, please, Madam Clerk, go ahead.
BD 6 on page 13, update on St. John's River Water Management District, Lake Brooklyn, and Geneva minimum flows and levels, with the recommendation that the commission hear a presentation from St. John River Water Management District staff and an update from GRU staff.
Okay, very good. Welcome.
They were going to do a hybrid version where they presented a presentation from remote while I was doing this. Tom Frick is supposed to be on the line.
Okay, so whoever has control of the presentation, you're welcome to pull it up now.
There we go. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Mike Register, Director of Water Supply Planning and Assessment for the St. Johns River Water Management District, and I appreciate you placing this item on the agenda today so that I could have some more time to provide background information on the issues related to the proposed minimum levels, or MFLs, for Lakes Brooklyn and Geneva. After our governing board approved these revised MFLs and the associated recovery strategy at our April board meeting, the North Florida Utility Coordinating Group as a group and GRU individually filed petitions challenging not the proposed MFLs, but the existing MFLs that had been approved back in 1996 and the recently approved recovery strategy for the proposed MFLs. I know that's a little confusing. Since that time, there has been a public hearing at our May board on the proposed MFLs, and the utility group and GRU after that individually filed additional petitions on the MFLs, again on the recovery strategy, and on the associated North Florida Regional Water Supply Plan. I know that the utilities, including GRU, are working on the settlement agreements to try to solve these issues, and appreciate that, and I think they even met earlier today. The district appreciates and hopes that we can continue to work toward a resolution. Next slide. Lakes Brooklyn and Geneva, just to give you a little background, are located in Clay and Bradford counties, adjacent to the city of Keystone Heights, as shown on the map here, and they're within the boundaries of the North Florida Regional Water Supply Planning Area, shown there in blue. Next slide. Here in a slightly zoomed in map of the lakes, it shows them. The lakes are a chain of lakes and wet prairies in the upper Etnaya Creek Basin. Lakes Brooklyn and Geneva are sandhill lakes that are well connected to the Floridan aquifer. And with all the work that's been done on these MFLs, they are now among the most studied lakes in our district. As I mentioned, the original minimum levels for these lakes were adopted in January of 1996, but they were done so without the benefit of either a ground or a surface water model. And after models were developed to allow for an assessment of these levels, concerns were raised with the levels, and the district committed to a reevaluation of the MFLs. And after working on this for many, many years, like a decade, the district completed the reevaluation of the minimum levels for Lakes Brooklyn and Geneva in 2020. Next slide. Just to remind you of a little background for minimum flows and levels, the water management districts are directed by statute to establish minimum flows and levels that set the limit at which further withdrawals would be significantly harmful to the water resources or ecology of the area. Next slide. And in establishing these limits pursuant to the Water Resource Implementation Rule in Florida statute, districts must consider non-consumptive uses and other environmental values. These 10 water resource values that must be considered are shown here on the slide, and they include recreation in and on the water, and also aesthetic and scenic attributes of the water body. Next slide. Now, the models and methods used to develop the proposed minimum levels for the lakes went through independent scientific peer review, where they were reviewed by independent outside consulting firms. Input was also sought from the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, all of whom were supportive of our approach. Interested stakeholders like the North Florida Utility Coordinating Group and the Save Our Lakes organization were also consulted throughout the process. These are just a listing of some of the more formal meetings and workshops that occurred over the last year with these stakeholders prior to the adoption by our board, but there have been many, many throughout the years. The final criteria and analysis used for the development of the recommended MFLs and recovery strategy incorporated stakeholder and peer review comments and recommendations. Now, there has been some comments made on the fact that the contents of the recovery strategy changed since its original posting in December of last year prior to its adoption in April. Now, these changes were made as a direct result of comments received from Utility Coordinating Group. For example, originally the strategy included revised consumptive use permitting rules that set uniform timelines for all users to address their share of the required recovery. After listening to comments about that was too restrictive and that they might not, the one size fits all might not work for all the utilities, and to provide more flexibility for each user to address their impacts, these were removed and the existing rules will instead be utilized so that the characteristics of each permittee can be considered to develop an individualized plan for addressing their responsibilities. In response to comments and concerns, language was also added or revised to make it clear that each permittee is only responsible for their share of the required recovery of the lakes, and that nothing in the strategy shall be construed to automatically modify any consumptive use permits to reduce previously authorized allocations. So yes, there were changes made to the strategy, but these were made as a part of the collaborative process utilized to develop the final version. Next slide. After an exhaustive investigation of the criteria and working through this back and forth with these stakeholders, these are the final recommended criteria for the MFLs, which protect the relevant water resource values that were listed on that slide earlier in the presentation. Next slide. Out of these criteria, the open water area metric was the most restrictive of the criteria that were evaluated. While it has been suggested that this is only an aesthetic and recreational metric, this metric actually provides protection of habitats not afforded by the nearshore metrics, including deep habitats that large fish use as thermal refuge to escape predators and for resting. Some game fish spend the majority of their time in this deep habitat, and the use of nearshore metrics alone would not provide sufficient protection for these species. However, this metric does also ensure adequate protection of the recreational values provided by the open water area. Next slide. This slide shows the results of the current status assessment. Whenever we develop an MFL and look at all these criteria, then we assess the levels in the lake versus the current pumping to determine whether or not the MFL is currently being met. Positive numbers mean that more pumping could occur before the criteria is no longer met, and negative numbers highlighted in yellow mean that the criteria is already not being met. As I mentioned, the most constraining metric for both lakes is the open water area metric. But as you can see, several other metrics are either already not being met or are close to not being met. Therefore, Lakes Brooklyn and Geneva are considered to be in recovery, and that's why the recovery strategy was developed and adopted at the same time that the proposed MFLs were approved. Now, as a part of the rule development process, stakeholders have the opportunity to propose lower cost regulatory alternatives to the rule. The North Florida Utility Group collectively and GRU individually proposed an alternative that is equivalent to the minimum frequent high, the top one there, that allows greater than 10 feet. It's the least restrictive criteria while ignoring the others. Next slide. This alternative proposed on their behalf would allow the median water level in the lake to be lowered by more than 14 feet, effectively turning it into a wet prairie. The district does not believe that this accomplishes the objective of the MFL statute. At the public hearing in May, the district rejected this along with the other proposed regulatory alternatives. As a part of the petitions that were filed after that hearing, it was argued by the utilities that the district had no credible reason for rejecting this alternative. They argued that it is not credible to reject an alternative that would allow a lake system to basically be turned into a wet prairie and not consider that significant harm to the lake. As I've gone around speaking to the various groups that petitioned on this, I have heard that there are not real issues with the proposed minimum levels, that there are not objections to implementing the updated criteria to protect the lake from significant harm, but that the petitions had to be filed to preserve rights while the utilities worked out the cost of participating in the Black Creek project that is listed in the recovery strategy as an option for addressing impacts to MFLs. Just to cover a few things with this. The original MFLs were passed in 1996, so I don't really see that there was a need to preserve any rights to petition those MFLs now. The recovery strategy does not require any specific project to be implemented by utilities or for them to participate in any specific project. In fact, it specifically states that the projects and measures identified in the strategy do not become permit conditions by virtue of their inclusion in this strategy. The strategy also outlines how the district will work with each permittee to address their impacts in the manner that best suits that permittee. So there is no need to have a participation agreement for a particular project option worked out prior to the environmental protections that we're trying to get in place being adopted. The process the district is following is the same that was done for the MFLs for Silver Springs in Marion County and the Volusia County MFLs that include Blue Springs. The MFLs were adopted and the protections were put in place, and then the district worked out with the utilities and other permittees to address their responsibilities. As I said before, I do appreciate the collaboration that has been done with GRU and hope that we can continue to work these remaining issues so that these critical environmental protections can be put in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Register. Please appreciate you going through that with us. Mr. Hutton, would you like to add some context? If you just wait one sec, Mr. Hutton, Ms. Molden will sort of clean the area for us.
Sorry.
She didn't know she's the best. She can also dance. I mean, I'm saying dance.
Sing.
Dancing. I can sing now.
We gotta hear that.
Adrian disagrees.
Thank you.
My mom and dad, both being music teachers, will remind you that everybody can sing. Some people can sing well and some people cannot sing well, but I can sing. Mr. Hutton, go ahead.
Rick Hutton with Gainesville Regional Utilities, and I appreciate Mike Register and the St. Johns River Water Management District coming today. Just to clarify a few things, we definitely support the MFL process. We are committed to working with both St. Johns River Water Management District and Suwannee District on meeting these MFLs in our area. It's a term we tend to throw it around a lot in our business, but minimum flows and levels, it is one of the primary metrics that the water management districts use to try to assess impacts from pumping on water bodies and to make sure that, collectively regional pumping is not causing unacceptable impacts. As you know, we work really hard to minimize our impacts in our area, both through water conservation, our water reuse projects, our aquifer recharge projects, such as our recharge wetland project that we are working on right now, and we had just purchased a property for back in January. We recognize that with this MFL, really the only option that we have to actually meet this regulatory criteria is to participate in the Black Creek project. And we do support the project. I think one of the main controversy between us and the Water Management District is what is the appropriate amount of money we should pay. So, and particularly, so we're committed to participating in a way that's reasonable, rational to our customers, so that our customers are being treated fairly. There was an initial proposal on cost share that we felt wasn't quite there. We have been working really hard with the district, and district staff have really been working hard on this. We've had several meetings, probably 5 or 6 meetings with them, one just this morning, and we are very, very, very close to coming to agreement on this. In fact, what we intend to do is come to City Commission at your next meeting, which will be July 15th, I believe, with a proposed agreement that would include cost share for us to participate in this Black Creek project that would achieve this MFL.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hutton.
Thank you.
So stick around, both of you. There might be some questions. We'll start with Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So thank you all for being a part of this, as always, as has been the case for a couple months now. I want the Water Management District folks to be aware that we want to support, I want to support good water management across North Florida. I've personally interacted with Lake Brooklyn, with friends who lived on Lake Brooklyn my whole life. I'm not insensitive to the problems at Lake Brooklyn. I watched it go from a great lake where, or a couple of lakes, where docks went out into the lake, to a place where docks were quite a few feet from the water many years ago. And I'm also sensitive to former Senator Bradley's work on this. And I watched it go from, a thing that was funded by the legislature to a thing that had to find some more funding all of a sudden. Just speaking plainly. My concern about it is that it happened that way. That it wasn't a longer conversation, that now we're getting to a point where there's hopefully some resolution. But frankly, the first numbers that came out about this were startling to me. So that's where I am as a commissioner on this. I'm looking forward to having a meeting of the minds on it. I'm sure we can get to a good resolution. And I would remind everybody that we're not the only public utility in North Florida who is scratching their head a little bit about this. So there's a deeper context to it all. We want to be helpful. I would love for Lake Brooklyn to be an asset. It's not far from where we sit right now, certainly. Lots of Gainesville people benefit from having a healthy Lake Brooklyn. But it's also not the only place that our water, when we draw from the aquifer, it's a pretty big aquifer. It affects a broad area, not just Lake Brooklyn. So there's a very long conversation to have, but I did want to remind everybody there's a deeper and broader context to all this. So thank you, and thank you especially for your work on the trip.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Register, the entire group from St. John's that's been working on this, thank you. We very much appreciate your very deliberate approach towards preserving this ecosystem and trying to allow it to restore toward, back to what, is best for the entire surrounding ecosystem. I think that most of us agree the Black Creek project is an excellent project, really thoughtfully developed with a lot of input and top minds coming together on a solution. I'll share with you, my concern, and this is absolutely not the first time this has come up. Very often, public water utilities bear what I consider to be an disproportionate burden when we come to projects like this. Because it is super simple to monitor what we do. We keep track of every single gallon we withdraw. We've got our consumptive use permit. You know, we're easy to sort of identify and then relatively easy to sort of pass a regulatory solution. Much more difficult, and this is editorializing on my part, I think that there needs to be a legislative solution to this, is private withdrawals and agricultural withdrawals. We know there's a tremendous amount of agricultural withdrawal that is not being measured, that is not carefully monitored. It's not unusual for a big tract to dig a well and put in a couple new pivots and have a significant impact on you know, the surrounding ecosystem without being carefully measured. And I'm just speaking as somebody who's a defender of public utilities. We do absolutely everything we can to minimize consumption. And that you all are well aware, and for folks that might be a little bit newer, when we went out for our last 20-year consumptive use permit, we asked not for a single more drop than we were currently getting for 20 years, despite population growth and all those added pressures. We take it very seriously. And we absolutely want to do our part. We absolutely want to be a part of the solution for Lake Brooklyn and Lake Geneva. All we're asking for is an equitable agreement. It sounds like we're incredibly close to that, you know, but we need to come up with a solution that treats all of the folks that are withdrawing and assessing those impacts equitably, not sort of shifting them to the ones that are easiest to measure because we report everything and, you know, sort of have a dial on every well that we have coming out. So that's all I ask. It sounds like we're going to get there. And, you know, we'll be enthusiastic about participating in the Black Creek project once we are able to get that back to the commission in, what is it, 29 days, or 28 days, it sounds like. You know, so, you know, I want to leave you all to kind of get down to the nitty gritty and, you know, as they say, cross the I's and dot the T's, and hopefully vote to approve something unanimously at our next meeting. So, is there something else you wanted to add, Mr.
Yeah,
Richard?
I wanted to add one thing just to, I wanted to add one thing about, you mentioned about the agricultural users and the utilities being picked on. Just to make sure everybody's aware, all permittees within the St. Johns River Water Management District have to monitor their water use and report that to the district. And permits are required for things over 100,000 gallons. So it's not that big a use, or if they're using a 6-inch well or greater. So it's not that big a use that requires that reporting. We also estimate all of the other uses in the district. So every year, and actually at next month's board, we're putting out our annual water use statement that shows how all the water was used within our district, what the use types were, broken down by use class, utility, agricultural, self-supply. Domestic self-supplies are exempt, you know, by statute, so they can put in their own wells, but we do an estimation of those so that we know how much it's done. All that goes into the modeling so that we, you know where the impacts are coming from, and we make sure that in all of our recovery strategies and all of our even in the enforcement of our consumptive use permits, that nobody is held responsible for anything than the impact that is being caused by their particular consumptive use. So I just wanted to make sure that that everyone was aware. We do measure, and it's, I think 85 or more % of the water use in our district is actually physically measured and reported to the district, and it's only that small 15% that ends up getting estimated. So it is measured, it is accounted for, and we want to make sure that nobody is having to bear the burden of somebody else. So that was all I wanted to point out.
Yep, that's all we asked. Okay, so we'll open it up to anybody from the public that wishes to comment on this item. There's no motion right now. This was just an update. Well, it sounds like this will come back to us in about a month for hopefully an approval. So actually, yeah, let's go to Bethany first, and while the lectern's being cleaned.
Thank you, Mayor Poe. We do have Nathan Scott on the line to comment. Mr. Scott, you may go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mayor Poe, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. So I want to thank the Water Management District for finally being able to be given more than 3 minutes to present a comprehensive presentation with respect to their position, their initiatives, and what they're doing to ensure adequate water supply and consumption within the state. The water is a precious resource. Aquifers is a precious resource, and recharge of the aquifers is important for the health of the state and many different industries thereof. Also want to commend the Water Management District for rebutting the false narrative that was made by the polarization of what he thinks is measured and not measured. I think it was very informative and important to correct the record that those agricultural uses and other uses are monitored and or reported based upon a certain withdrawal level. Also think it was comical that the mayor stated that he's a defender of public utilities when he himself alone, along with the city commission, is more like a destroyer of public utilities, particularly GRU. 5 debt downgrades since 2012 under his tenure. Cost GRU customers $1.25 billion for bailout of the biomass contract. Cost GRU customers $60 million of additional borrowing costs, including $32 million for the recent 2-notch debt downgrade, as a result of the debt downgrades under his tenure, and continues through the negligence, malfeasance, and ongoing financial mismanagement of GRU in the hands of the mayor and Gainesville City Commission. Continues to destroy what little value is left of what was once the city's most valuable asset. GRU used to be the flagship municipal utility of the state of Florida. Now, under the mismanagement of the mayor and the city commission, it's become a laughing stock. The management, because that's not the problem. The problem is the city commission and its failed policies has taken the flagship utility and turned it into a joke. On the brink of financial insolvency with the highest rates in the state that are going even higher multi-year rate increases. And now you're loading up GRU with $200 million of more debt. It's a recipe for disaster. It's mismanagement. And the root cause of that is the city commission using its judgment when it has no utility experience for the business model of GRU that serves GRU customers and its service territory for over 100 years before the city commission started interjecting itself into the operations and policy of the utility. So thank you for your time.
Okay, anybody in the chamber that wishes to comment on the item? Go ahead, Ms. Shepard.
My name is Donald Shepard, and my comments are, I had questions for the gentleman, if I'm allowed to they can ask. I know where this lake is as of now, and I'm questioning about why was it allowed for the solar panels to be put up in the back of this lake, and the runoff of the water in that area when the water raised. How did it affect that lake? I think this is a very crucial thing as far as the city is involved. And it said sinkholes up on the bulletin board where we see the PDFs being showed. The question about sinkholes, and the question about manatees in Silver Springs and the local rivers and creeks in our area. How is that taken and addressed by the people in that area? And how are we going to take and bring back the lost manatees that have been killed in those springs? These are questions of people that are not in the city but in the county that it is very inquisitive about why this was allowed. Mr. Hunton, known for years, and I think maybe he had the questions to that. Sinkholes. Another question I have to you, Mr. Poe, is that in my trailer park, they're putting trailers up 6 foot up in the air because the permit states that if they don't do that, that they can be fined. And why isn't the rest of us allowed or have the privilege to have our units raised up too because of possible flood levels? This is what's in the talk of our park, the Lamplighter Trailer Park. Why isn't this offered to other residents in our park? And why the eviction notices are going so high? The question I have for the gentleman that came is, how long had he been on this committee or been working with these lakes? Look, Brooklyn and Geneva, and the quality of recovery, which is the plan for that.
All right, thank you, Mr. Shepard. We'll get, Mr. Register, how long have you been with St. John's Water Management? 31? Wow, there you go. You're what's called a short timer at this point. Congratulations. Bethany, anybody else on the line?
We did just get another caller. I'm waiting to get confirmation that it is for this particular item. Yes, we do have a caller for this item. Will the caller with the number ending in 0519 go ahead and introduce yourself and share your comments on this item?
Sure. Hi, Mayor and Commissioners. Again, it's Mary Lou Hildreth again. I just want to speak to this item. As a former Keystone resident, the lakes were the biggest, topic. I moved there in 2002, and as mayor from 2006 to 2014, I could be an honorary hydrologist. But it was so crucial to our economy, to tourism, to our lifestyle. My house is right on Lake Geneva. It was built in the 20s, and I have a picture from the 20s when the water came way, way up, and people would come down in the 50s and 60s from Jacksonville and have lake homes. And in the time I was there, the lakes went down, especially Brooklyn, to nothing but a place for forerunners to run. So we fought for years, even before 1996, to get these lakes, up and where they needed to be. So I understand, Mayor Coe, your comment. And I just think if they can come to something reasonable and equitable, that GRU and JEA and CCUA all need to really, everybody that pulls from the aquifer is responsible. And it's just very important to me personally, having lived there and seeing the devastation, that we support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in chamber? Bethany, you got anybody else?
No, sir. No additional callers for this item.
Okay. So thanks to you all for coming down today. Appreciate it. Hopefully see you back in about a month. All right. Madam Clerk, our next item, please.
Would you like for me to go back to BD4?
No, BD8, please.
BD8, okay. BD8, proposed development incentive for grocery store project with a recommendation, that the commission hear an update, discuss, and take action as deemed appropriate.
All right, Mr. Feldman, welcome.
Thank you. Great being back down here.
You're welcome anytime. You have an open invitation.
Thank you. So I think we have an opportunity that aligns with a lot of effort, a lot of direction that the commission has had over the last couple of years. So before I got here, there's always been discussion regarding food access on the east side. Last February, there was a motion that was made by the commission to identify $3 to $5 million to help site a community grocery store on the east side. Roughly at the same time, we had a individual who had started making some interest inquiries into purchasing the shopping center on Hawthorne Road where the old Save-A-Lot is. That's located at 2286 Southeast Hawthorne Road. we started engaging in conversations with Mr. Fred Washington, who is right behind me, about the possibilities of the city participating to help fill the gap to make the financing work on a grocery store, a supermarket chain which he's identified called Bravo, which he'll talk about in a minute in terms of a presentation. Since that time, we have been working with Mr. Washington. The American Rescue Plan money became available. This, I believe, meets the guidelines of the American Rescue Plan money. And we started looking at a way to make all this work, especially with the efforts of the university health system across the street, to try to locate a mobility hub, a grocery store, space for other community needs, the health facility that'll be on the south side of Hawthorne, more efforts that we're going to take to regenerate the GTech facility, the work that's going on a couple blocks away with the Hartwood subdivision. So we have an opportunity here. We have negotiated, or I've negotiated, staff has with Mr. Washington, a term sheet of what that deal could look like in terms of what city participation would be, and the types of things that we would look for Mr. Washington and his tenants to do for performance. Things along the lines of creating jobs, local hiring, living wage ascertainment, local contracting, providing us land for the mobility hub, energy efficiency, an advisory group from the neighborhood, making sure that the supermarket is open during emergency times through a generator type system, and so forth, that are all listed within the document that you have attached to the agenda. So with those preliminary remarks, I'd like to introduce Mr. Washington, let him walk through a PowerPoint presentation that he has about his vision for this. I believe everybody has had an opportunity to chat with Mr. Washington at one time or another, maybe multiple times. And let's continue the dialogue. What I'd like to accomplish today is, if the commission desires to move forward, to adopt the term sheet or to approve the term sheet. If you have additions that you want to make to it, let's make those now. We would then take the adopted term sheet, translate those to the actual documents, and then bring those back to you in time for Mr. Washington's closing, which is August 1st, if on there. So that would be our goal, to make this all happen within a very short period of time. With that, Mr. Mayor, I'll turn it over to Mr. Washington.
All right, thank you, Mr. Feldman. Mr. Washington, thanks for being with us today. You got to witness half a city commission meeting. I mean, free of charge. We don't charge admission. You're welcome anytime. You don't have to be on the agenda. Tell your friends.
Thank you so much, Mr.
Thanks for being here, yeah.
Good afternoon to you all, commissioners. Thank you so much, Mr. City Manager. As been mentioned, my name is Frederick Washington. I reside in Jacksonville, Florida, home in Ocala. And I was invited to come and take a look at the food desert in East Gainesville by our most excellent state representative, Henson, who was aware of what we're doing, our team is doing in Ocala, food desert in Ocala, very similar to East Gainesville, where we're bringing a Bravo grocery store, which has a really unique business model, which I think will serve very well in a food desert. But in addition to the grocery store, we're bringing a medical clinic. We're bringing also a credit union there, and I've been in communication with them. Should everything go through well, to have that credit union also a presence in East Gainesville in the Bravo. So those are some of the considerations. So if you don't mind, I'd like to share with you a brief presentation of who we are and what we could potentially bring to the city. Okay. All right. If we could, this is a very short video, if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
Thank you. You can start the video, please.
How many times will you go to the grocery store this weekend? Once, twice? Imagine if one trip to the store took up to 3 hours by bus. That is a reality for some of the 30 million Americans, including more than 100,000 North Texans who don't have access to fresh food. It's called living in a food desert. So why can't we fix it? Here's David Schechter with tonight's Verify.
So we haven't had food in this community, like real food in this community, for half a century. Double the rate of cancer, double the rate of stroke, double the rate of heart disease, double the rate of diabetes, and double the rate of childhood obesity than the county we're in.
About 1 in 10 Americans do not have access to a grocery store that sells fresh food. That's called...
How many times will you go to the grocery? David Schechter with tonight's Verify.
So we haven't had food in this community, like real food in this community, for half a century. Double the rate of cancer, double the rate of stroke, double the rate of heart disease, double the rate of diabetes, and double the rate of childhood obesity than the county we're in.
About 1 in 10 Americans do not have access to a grocery store that sells fresh food. That's called living in a food desert. There are 40 of them that blanket the city of Dallas. But it's not like we don't have enough food in this country. So why can't we fix this?
So we're on our way to go see Jaretha, a mother of 3 kids. She's 26 years old. She works overnight. Nice to meet you. I'm David.
Jaretha lives in a food desert, and I'm gonna go shopping with her. By bus, the easiest grocery store to get to is Walmart, and it's 8 miles away.
This is time you could be spending with your kids. They're home right now. You gotta go to the grocery store.
Waste of time sometimes, but you know, I have to do what I have to do.
Looking at the map, it says it's going to be 48 minutes to get to the grocery store.
It's hard. We have to travel far just to get to where we're going because of us lacking, you know, a car.
And because it's so hard, many people won't make this trip. They'll go to the corner store where you can't get fresh food. But that's not what Jaretha wants for her kids.
I love to see fresh food, you know, and the smell of the tomatoes is pleasant, you know. Anything fresh is pleasant, of course.
But getting fresh food is ultimately a 3-hour round trip. I'm giving her a hand today, but usually she only has 2 hands to carry everything back.
This issue of food and getting the food, how hard is that for you on your life?
It's very hard. So I go to Family Dollar or something like that, you know, where I know they have a little ground meat or whatever. I'll just have to settle, you know, but it can be frustrating.
Food desert is a term that comes from the United States Department of Agriculture. It factors in a neighborhood's income level and access to transportation, and most importantly, if you live more than a mile away from a grocery store.
Okay, thank you. And now I'm able to go to my first slide, and this will be a painless PowerPoint, believe me. We'll get through this rather quickly. But even though that was obviously Texas, the food desert issue is the same around the country. A food desert being defined as being more than a mile away from a chain grocery store. And the whole concept that I really want you to try to embrace with this presentation are fresh. That is really the key, is to have access to fresh produce. And we're going to talk about the differentiators between fresh in Bravo and fresh in Winn-Dixie, Save-A-Lot, Publix, and Walmart. Big differentiator. Okay, so one of the other things I'd like to talk about in terms of the Bravo business model is rather unique. Bravo, with its whole fresh motif, has, of course, the fresh produce, the freshly cut meat from butchers, and also a major differentiator, Bravo plans to have fresh seafood. Now, I don't mean kind of fresh seafood, I don't mean day-old seafood, I mean fresh seafood. And the thing that I really like about that concept is that, let's say that there's a species of fish that you really like, but you go in there, you can't find that species of fish. Bravo is famous for bringing whatever that species is that the customer wants, whether it's a different type of ketchup, pasta, whatever. They are famous for doing that. So if you're from a part of the world that you can't find your foods, the foods that you really enjoy, around in Publix or Walmart or Winn-Dixie or one of the other, or Lucky's or one of the other places, they will specifically stock the shelves with what you want, what the consumer wants. I think that's extremely important. And I think that that's possibly why Save-A-Lot didn't make it, Food Line didn't make it, because they didn't listen to the consumer. Well, Bravo is not only going to listen to the consumer, but Bravo is also going to partner with the University of Florida. The University of Florida, we've already met with their equity and inclusion director. We've offered up Bravo as a space for classes and for to teach minority and disadvantaged contractors how to do business with the University of Florida. Also kind of a mini contractors incubator. Also the inclusion section, they have a student government portion that would do community outreach and community networking, and to get them involved and to let them know that it's their grocery store and they get to make the decisions about what goes on the shelves. So next slide, please. Now, I'm going to quickly go through this. I know that's a lot of words. I just put that up there because there was so much information, and maybe you can look at it later. But here's the key. Here's another key reason why Bravo's going to be successful, whereas Food Line and Save-A-Lot weren't. The guy over Bravo, who was a person that decided where a store went, where a store didn't go, and also the person who, when a store was struggling, Bravo would send in to turn that store around. Kind of the fixer for Bravo is Richie Sanchez. He did that. He's got over 40 years of experience in the grocery field and turning around and making stores that are less profitable, more profitable, therefore more sustainable. The huge blessing is that Richard Sanchez will manage the day-to-day operations. He's stepping away from his role, and he's going to manage the day-to-day operations in both the Bravo in East Gainesville and in Ocala. He's got his full management team, and they're going to do that. I think that's really important to this. Next slide, please. Okay, and just really quickly, that's our other partner in this. Next slide. It's me, a little bit of my background. Next slide. And this will be available for you to go through. Here's something important in terms of the farms. And Bravo's business model means that if you're a local farmer and you don't have a requisite amount of produce, mostly Publix and Winn-Dixie and Walmart, they won't consider you as a supplier unless you have a requisite amount in order to supply their chain. Bravo buys from local farmers, and even if they just bring it in trucks, if you bring a bunch of tomatoes in on trucks, Bravo buys from local growers. That is crucial. That's crucial to sustaining farms, farmland. Also, it's very essential in terms of keeping prices low. So that's important. Next slide, please. And here's something we really want a community feel, right? We want the grocery store to kind of be the epicenter of the community. So we're going to create. Bravo is known for its cafeterias, incredible food, low sodium, and they wanted me to emphasize low sodium, low sugar, but delicious. I put the but delicious part on there. But at the same time, they have healthy and fresh, but they also stock, if the community wants, pig's feet, oxtails, all of the other, any items that the caviar or whatever the community wants, they bring in there. But this, I'm really excited about this salad bar, and I'm really excited about the coffee, having a little bit of a cafe for the coffee. They promised me that they would stock a full line of Ethiopian coffee. If you've never had Ethiopian coffee, you're really cheating yourself. If you're a coffee drinker, they're going to have a full line of Ethiopian coffee. It's amazing. Next slide. Oh, and the living wage. We're going to bring 30 jobs. We're going to pay a living wage. We're going to have management opportunities. We're going to encourage growth. For those who passed or finished probation successfully, there'll also be an opportunity for medical benefits. So all of this available, and of course the first hiring preference are those who live around the Bravo. I've gone out there and I want to thank many of you who have taken the time to walk through that very stuffy vacant grocery store with me. During some of those tours, or after some of those tours, several of the residents came up, especially the apartment complex across the street, and asked for applications. I introduced them to Bravo, and they're going to get the first opportunity to work in the Bravo. We've also had the Hispanic Business Council to come by, and we've offered opportunities there. We also have a disabled veterans group that has come by, and we've offered opportunities there, because we want to make this the community's grocery store. Next slide, please. Oh, and another part of the Bravo business model, and if you take a look at their store in Brandon, that store in Brandon is something like the model we want to do in East Gainesville. The store in Brandon is a community market. They call it a community market. So let's say that you live in the area and you've always had a dream of starting a line of whatever lotions, and you always had a desire to do that, but you never had the money to really go into it and rent out a space. But you're a local entrepreneur with a dream. Bravo will rent you at a very low cost booth space inside the Bravo. So I just think that's amazing, because then you get an opportunity. The entrepreneur gets an opportunity to scale their business, starting very, very small. And I just think that's an outstanding model, but they get to have access to those regular shoppers. Next slide, please. And this is the last slide, I promise. As I mentioned, UF is going to have, we're part of their syllabus. The Bravos are literally on the syllabus in the sustainabilities, environmental class, Dharma. I don't know if you all know her, but anyway, we're going to offer up space for classes in there. It's going to be green. We're going to try to get up to at least the gold level of LEED certification for Bravo. We've been in touch with PACE. PACE is heavily involved with this project. We're going to make it as green as possible, because we want to make it a model. We want to show that by going green, you can attract businesses into food deserts if you go green, because what you're doing, you're lowering the utility costs. Now, if you lower the utility costs for small businesses, that's a huge help. So we're focused on that. We're looking at doing that, and we're looking at making this whole project a national model with your help. So thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you, Mr. Washington. Please stick around. I think there'll be some questions directed your way. Commissioner Arreola.
You may have a seat for my period. I won't have any questions for you. Thank you, though. And really, I do appreciate the thought, and I enjoyed my visit. I felt that our conversation was really, really positive. For the purposes of the commission, I have two very powerful principles that I adhere to, which are competing with each other right now. The first being the desire to get good work done in good time, and the other being a diligent steward of the public dollar. And the reason why I say that is because from the moment that we had the discussion, I was not there at the joint county meeting where this was initially sort of motioned, but I've always been in support, and I will continue to be in support of using city funds to support an East Side grocery. Having said that, I believe it is incumbent on us as the city commission to make sure that this goes through a public process. I have absolutely no commentary right now to evaluate a project which hasn't gone through a public invitation to negotiate or a request for proposal. Now, for me, I would prefer the invitation to negotiate. I would rather us open up a process where if anybody else has ideas where $3.3 million of the city's either ARP or CRA funds could go towards a similar project, I'd like to have them get a chance, because that's ultimately the responsibility that we have as public officials, which is to make sure that these processes are transparent and to make sure that everyone has a fair shot at public funding. And so for me, that is non-negotiable. I see the term sheet does allow for due diligence. I would really like for that due diligence to be conducted as much as possible during those ITN periods, because this is happening very, very quickly. Like I said, that's important to me. But I don't think it's asking too much. I don't think this is an unreasonable ask. So that would be my preference, and that would be the motion that I would look to make and support. Mr. Mayor, I will respect your tradition of waiting until other lights have had a chance before I make a motion, but that is my preference. And again, it has absolutely, like I said, no commentary on the project in front of us, because my point is all about the process of how we get here and how we decide to loan out $3.3 million of the city's funds. As a city commissioner, I would feel remiss if I didn't make that point very strongly to you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Suckett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Washington. So I will start with two things. If y'all decide to carry canned cheer wine, I will visit at least once a week. Just out there. I will abandon my grocery store. Second, I'm pretty sure Bravo is what kept my baby sister alive during college when she missed all of the food from Miami. The one in Orlando carried a lot of those staples. So I am well versed and have visited your stores many times. That said, I think to Commissioner Ariola's point, we do have to be good stewards of money, but we also have to be good listeners to our community. And our community has asked for literal years to have something that delivers fresh food in that area. And for me, that's plenty of community input. It is a dire need. And if we have this opportunity with what I consider very, very generous terms on the term sheet, I don't know why make it a point to delay. I think all of us here agree that food security is important. We all have it as a goal of ours to address it. So I would be more than comfortable agreeing to this today, because we have fleshed out a lot of areas. There will be space for the community. There will be space for a mobility hub. There will be a living wage attached to it. It will create 30 jobs, and 30 jobs is a lot. That's potentially 30 households that now have a living wage job. I am entirely comfortable. I'm actually very overjoyed with this proposal and the idea. And, I think it's 10 years, correct me if I'm wrong, is it 10 years is it 10 years or 5 years to clear out the loan? Trying to find it, I can't remember.
Commissioner, there's a provision for part of the loan to go away in a 5-year period for the job creation, and the rest of the loan to go away in a 10-year period based upon operation.
Thank you, Mr. Feldman. So that's, you know, let's say if these terms are not met, we have a way to recoup that money. If they are met, I think that is a very good investment of $3 million over 10 years. Like that is that, if that's all we give and they're, you know, they don't comply with it, fine, we get that money back. But I think it is a very worthwhile investment, especially considering that we have ARP money that we could put towards this. I don't have hesitation on it. I am very happy to move forward on it. So thank you for coming forward on the proposal and agreeing to some of our maybe overboard and eccentric demands for our city's future. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. And I agree very much with what Commissioner Sacco before, and I want to thank you, Mr. Washington, for coming here, and also Representative Henson as well. I didn't realize she was the one who helped bring you here, and also Manager Feldman for helping to negotiate this. Since I've been on the commission and before that, they're always talking about how we need a grocery store in East Gainesville that has fresh food. This brings us there, and it's a community grocery store and how they operate. And also us being able to have land for micromobility, or not micromobility, for a mobility hub as well, I think is very important. This not only helps with the food insecurities, but also helps with transportation issues if we could help with if we were able to build out the mobility hub there. This hits all the things that we've talked about: living wage, local hiring, local contractors. There's an advisory board of local members to help with that as well. And this gets us a grocery store quickly. If we went out for an ITN 6 months to a year before we get that back, our process is slow. And I don't believe that we should delay that. This is in the public, it's open. We have been out there for years asking for people to build a grocery store in East Gainesville. And I think anybody could have come and asked for it, and this person did ask for it, and it came forward with a proposal. I believe we should move forward, and that we should make sure that we can provide a good quality food for the residents of East Gainesville. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Reading through the term sheet, one of the things that I found, and I'll reiterate that the term sheet is a list of what we might ask, what we think are good things to ask, that we can add to as a commission or take away from as a commission. It's not a contract. It kicks off a discussion in a more formal way. One of the things that caught my eye was the community advisory group. Briefly, it says, during the term of any outstanding principal of the note, in other words, for the full time that we're considering giving money back, or that we're considering forgiving parts of the loan, the supermarket operator must establish a community advisory group consisting of no less than 9 residents of the city from a half-mile radius of the supermarket to provide recommendations to the supermarket operator regarding product selection and services. The community advisory group shall meet at least quarterly with the supermarket manager. So I love that. That's great. I would like a little more teeth in it. Perhaps a quarterly report back to the city commission from that group, so that it's public record that, you know, this is actually happening. There's a lot that I like. Commissioner Ariel, I absolutely hear what you're saying. I also think that sometimes being a good steward of the public funds is to use them within a time frame that they're useful. And I've watched over and over our ITN process and our RFP process go on for a very long time and not deliver the kind of results that we thought it would. As Commissioner Santos said, this is not a new need. We have the community request for proposals has been repeated for years. I can't remember when the Save-A-Lot closed, but it wasn't yesterday. It's been a minute. There is no shortage of understanding that this is a need. I appreciate Representative Henson making the connection very much. We have the opportunity over the next at least month and perhaps longer than that to do personal due diligence, commission due diligence, staff due diligence. And this is not let's be clear that this is not a thing that cities don't do. I'm not going to derail, if it's the will of the commission, I certainly won't derail an ITN process, but I don't know that we're going to come up with a better result. Is this an A+ home run? No, it's not. It's good. I don't want to see us miss good holding out for super excellent great. And in the meantime, folks who live near the store, near the empty store, who need the services of a well-stocked store, continue to want while we talk about the ITN. And I'm not casting any dispersion on that process, but it is not the only process available to us, is my point. So I'm interested to hear everybody else's comments. I like a lot of what I see on the term sheet. There's obviously a lot more work to do, even if we agree to move forward in either direction. So thanks to everyone for the work so far. There's much more work to be done. I look forward to the rest of the discussion.
Thank you, Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to sort of clarify what I said. I thought I said it very clearly. It is not the idea of a grocery store project that I'm in opposition to. It is the process for how we got here and the ask that is being put in front of me, a public official. So what was asked earlier was, well, it was insinuated rather, that the ITN and the RFP processes are slow, inefficient, pick your word. It is intentionally so, because this is the public dollar. And we have to make sure that we are giving everyone a fair opportunity to benefit from everybody's money, the public dollar. What concerns me about those statements is where it leaves us. Because where it leaves us, I will tell you where it leaves me logically. So what processes are better? And what processes do exist, if not those? So I'll tell you exactly the process that I saw here. A term sheet has been delivered to the City Commission, negotiated by our manager with a private entity with no public input. This may be a public meeting, which thankfully we still have. But I'm very, very concerned about where this type of mentality leaves us, commissioners. I believe it takes us to a place where there is no more process. There is no more public process. It's the will of the manager and a majority of commissioners. All I ask for is for us to to open this up publicly. That's all I asked for. I didn't think that that was unreasonable. I didn't think that that was out of bounds. If the commission doesn't want to have public processes anymore, it should say so. This isn't the first time. So, I would like to ask and move that we put this into an ITN, and of course I want to see this application. Of course I want to see this application. So I make that a motion.
Okay, it's a motion on the floor to, I'm adding a little bit just for clarity, instruct the city manager or designee to issue an ITN for a community grocery store in East Gainesville. Is there a second?
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I had a comment in before the motion.
The lights lit up. If there's no second, then it'll die for lack of a second, and we'll get to
I mean, I was just saying I had my light lit up before.
I understand. Yeah, there's some folks ahead of you as well. I prefer that. So I did not hear a second, so that motion will die for lack of a second. Okay, so we'll go next to Commissioner A. Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Ariel, I hear you. This is a public process. It's in the open. It can be out there. One of the things we could do before it comes back, we can say, we can direct the manager to move forward with negotiating final contract, and also put it out for those 30 days and see if anybody comes with any grocery stores in East Gainesville. I'm open to that portion. If someone comes with something significantly better, then we can move forward on that. That's also one of the things that we can do, is open it up to see if anybody in that time period while we're negotiating comes back with anything better. But that would be the motion that I would support. Thank you, Mayor.
Hey, Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have lived in East Gainesville for the large majority of my life. And if anyone understands the need for a grocery store in that area, certainly on this dais it would be me. As the commissioner who represents that district, the idea of a grocery store in that area is not only exciting, it is essential. I had the opportunity to walk through the space with Mr. Washington. He shared his viewpoints, he shared his dreams, and I shared mine. Another one of the things that I shared with you, Mr. Washington, and you, City Manager Feldman, was that I too wanted this to go through the proper process. One of the things that I have heard us say as commissioners in our last several meetings, and we stressed this from our conversation about the position of the Equity and Inclusion Officer to a myriad of other things, the importance of going through a process. And I don't believe we can apply process to some things and not everything. I think we must be consistent. Is this a dire need? Oh, yes. I know that the Save-A-Lot came and it left. The Food Lion came and it left. Mr. Washington, you and I spoke in great detail about what would distinguish and differentiate Bravo. How would that stand the test of time? How would you be able to be resilient? How would you serve the existing community? Some of the things that are outlined in the term sheet, I specifically asked to be there, but I also specifically asked for process. I'm not so sure that this went before the GCRA board, and so I'm questioning the process from beginning to end. And I would say to my colleagues here at the commission that I think that we need to be mindful of being consistent in that way. I don't think we can apply it to one thing and not apply it to others. How do we then justify that? What do we apply it to and what do we not? I don't want us to be headed down a slippery slope and have to be accounted to a public who is going to rightfully ask us how we made decisions. If everything goes through the process, that to me is fair. That makes us accountable, and that we can answer to. I need a grocery store in East Gainesville. I shared with you that day, Mr. Washington, that I hoped that when you went through the process, or I wished you will, that should you go through the process, your ideas were great, and it would be wonderful if you got it. But I'm a firm believer that this process has to be open. We have to be consistent across the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So a thing that is clear to me is that we don't have a process for this. We don't have a process for this, or we don't seem to. There are examples of economic development processes in many cities that exist so that when somebody brings you an offer and you do due diligence on it as a city, if it makes sense and it checks the boxes, you can award it. If we were, when we take someone's template and say, that's great, let's build an RFP or an ITN around that, that's not necessarily a fair process either. Now, if we had said, here's the ITN we want to present, and then people bring different ideas to it, that's an open and fair process. But somebody coming to us and say, here's what I want to do, and we take that and turn that into an ITN, that either disadvantages the person who brought that to us, or it disadvantages everybody else because that person's written the ITN basically. There is something to, there are fair criticisms of the process any way we put it together. I'm not saying that we must do this today. But a side outcome of what we're discussing today is that I believe we should direct staff to develop a process to bring back to us for economic development for exactly this sort of thing. So there's a way to plug it in, because apparently we don't have such a thing. We can't move nimbly. And I know, Commissioner Ariola, that we should move relatively slowly on most things. But there are also things that if we don't move nimbly, the opportunity goes away. And I'm not saying this is necessarily one of them. But we don't have some things in our city that we ought to have because we don't move nimbly. You can move nimbly and be responsible to the public trust. You can move methodically and not be responsive to the public trust. Nobody wants to remove process. Nobody wants to just award contracts. That was not cool. But I also don't want to calcify us into missing more things. So regardless of what we do today, I hope that we, as a result of this, put an economic development process together that works and not just say, well, the CRA will take care of it. We are the CRA, by the way. We are the board. We are the ultimate board of the CRA. There's an advisory board, and I want to hear from them on many things. Although if we don't fund it through the GCRA, then it's improper to take it before them. Not improper. Their input is valuable always, but if it's not a GCRA project, then it's not a GCRA project. Regardless, I want us to, when we're done talking about this, I would like us to direct that an economic development process be generated that allows us to be nimble for this sort of thing. So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. To respond actually to some of what Commissioner Ward said, I'm going to go back to the motion that I made 4 months ago because it spoke exactly to process each and every piece of it with this community grocery. I'll read it for you. The city manager to identify a funding source and placeholder in the amount of $3 to $5 million for a community grocery. Have our Office of Communication Engagement coordinate with Grace Groves to assist in planning and executing a community engagement process that will be driven by people that will be primarily served by the grocery. Part 3, the engagement process should include but not be limited to the following. Define and develop a shared understanding of a community grocery, a community visioning process, including what are the important considerations for developing a community grocery to service Gainesville in the eastern part of the county. Example, a cafe, supervised children's area, prepared foods, live in-store performances, farm fresh food, etc. Community identified locations. Answer the question, where do you think a grocery store is most needed? Specific locations and areas of the city should be identified. Ownership model. Give options for types of ownership models and operations models. 4, research and come back to the commission with the mechanism for accomplishing this goal. Example, RFP, assist an organization in building capacity to lead this project, a public-private partnership, government run, etc. The city identified potential locations for a community grocery with a focus on publicly owned land, city, county, school board, owned land. Have a conversation with the county about ways to collaborate since the location of this grocery will benefit the eastern part of the county, such as Hawthorne, Micanopy, and Waldo. Part 7, identify funds to conduct a leakage study. Major grocery store system, I'll just leave it at that. Identify funds to conduct a leakage study. So, this was difficult for me because I feel like I'm in this seat, especially in my second term, because of this community grocery. I literally ran on this community grocery. And many things are true and can be true at the same time. One is that we desperately need a community grocery on the east side of Gainesville, that the community has been asking for this for a decade. It finally has the traction. It finally has the full support of the commission. Many things can be true, like Frederick Washington could be an excellent proprietor and developer of this property. And many things can be true, that we did not go through a public process for this. And if you all know anything about me at this point, if there's one thing that you all know about me, it's that I am a stickler for process. And I've had that conversation with Mr. Washington also, in depth. And I've had the conversation with Lee in depth. So this is no surprise. When I do this job, no matter what, I don't care how good the deal is, I don't care how it came to be, I need to be able to personally have integrity with every single decision that I make. And I need to be able to sleep at night knowing that just because a legislator that I adore came to us with this, project, and it seems to be the right time, the right place. What happens when it's a legislator I don't love? What happens when there's a city manager that might not be working in the best interests of the city? What happens in that case? How we avoid that is through process. And I'm really wanting to understand if we can get to a place where we still have a public process. I'd like to find out from either Manager Feldman or Nicole Shalley, are our only options in ITN and RFP, are there other options to make this available to the public? I know in my I had one conversation. It was an hour-long conversation because I did not want to jeopardize any future process and the ability for that group to respond to something. But there's a group that had a conversation with me with 11 supermarkets around Florida. And I said, you know what, this sounds fantastic. I'm so happy that you came to us. Now let's wait to see what the process looks like and then be a part of that process. Things change when there is $3.3 million on the table. We have not given that opportunity to everybody, even though I believe that Frederick Washington's group is a fantastic and would be a positive addition to a partnership that we would have with the city in creating this community grocery, even if. So I am with David, and I am with Commissioner Duncan Walker, because I very clearly understand and see what the slippery slope is here. And I'm not willing to go down it, not for any project. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to put a motion on the floor, a three-part motion. The first part of the motion is that we would open this up for 30 days for other proposals for a grocery store in East Gainesville with a $3.3 million incentive. Second, that we direct the city manager to bring back a final contract and term sheet to the commission, and also any other proposals that may come in. Third, that we direct staff to create an economic development policy for proposals brought to the commission from non-solicited proposals to the commission.
Okay, motion was made by Commissioner, yeah, we still got some commissioners going here, so if y'all just be patient with us. There might be more questions even to answer after this. There's a four-part motion on the floor made by Commissioner, three-part motion made by Commissioner Santos, seconded by Commissioner Sacco, to keep the process open for another 30 days, to solicit additional proposals, to bring back, after that time has expired, a final contract, including new additional proposals, and for staff to bring back an economic development policy for non-solicited proposals to the city in the area of economic development. Commissioner Sacco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm going to start by apologizing to Mr. Washington, because I know this is probably not what you want to hear. It's not fair to you having come of your own volition to the city to make a really good proposal. I only agreed to it because the hope that it would sway some of my colleagues to do what is the right thing. Because in the time I have been here, and the time before when I used to come as a member of the community, process seems to matter when we have something to win politically. Process seems to matter when we personally want something to advance or we want to slow it down. And it's those points have been made by pretty much everybody on this commission, that sometimes we need more data, or sometimes we just move along with what I want because I know it's right and we should do it. So this conversation about process is a little irksome to me, because we've mentioned it before, and process has been brought up before, and depending on where you want things to go and how much you have to gain from it, you move through with the process regardless, or you ignore it. So I agree we need to create a process going forward. I do not think that in the middle of something that is almost finished is the time to bring up new rules. And that point has been made before, that we can't suddenly change the terms when somebody brings us something that is almost a concluded deal. That point has been made from this dais before. That said, Representative Hinson made that connection. She did what she is supposed to do. She connected our community with someone who wants to help our community. That entity, Bravo, then came to us and said, I have an idea. I am willing to encourage this. Do you want it? Do you want to explore further? And we said, yes, that sounds great. That is not something that I think we can very much regulate, because we can't force a grocer to come to any part of town. We can't tell them you can only open if you operate on these corners or in this district. They can do what they want. They're a private entity. They can buy land. They can build how they want and as they see fit. which is why there's like 5 Publixes within, 2-3 miles of each other. This is someone who wants to do a lot of things that we ask for, that we think is valuable, and they are willing to do it with money that was meant to help our community. That is not our revenue, that is not a regular budget, it is a one-time assistance to get the community moving. And, in my career, I worked with a lot of people in crisis, and they don't really care about the process when they're in crisis. So when people are hungry, they don't care about the process. When people who met Mr. Washington and were ecstatic to find out that local hire would be that preference, they don't want to wait another 6 months to a year to see if they maybe get a job with his company, or if somebody else comes in that won't have that requirement. I don't think that's fair to the community. That is not what I'm going to do as a commissioner who represents the whole city. So I don't want this to be a bureaucratic mess, essentially, because we don't like how it was formed. It was an offer made to us. We did not solicit it, and it came to us this way. I am not going to judge a gift horse in the mouth. I'm not. So what I'm going to do is make it possible for people to have access to food. We often get told, why don't you build grocery stores? And the problem is, it's not our decision. We do not build grocery stores. That's not a city function. But we can partner and make it happen. And that's an opportunity that doesn't come around often. We should take it and act in the best interest of our neighbors. And I love public engagement. I love community engagement. I think most people have really valuable points to make and suggestions to make. Let's say we do have public engagement. It'll be 1 or 5 meetings. Some folks will say, well, my neighborhood didn't get input. It can drag on and extend. And in the meantime, Mr. Washington's company decides that they're no longer interested because we've delayed it so long. And now you've served no one, and no one with a better proposal has come forward, and we're back to where we started. I am frankly in shock that that we won't take a very generous offer that could help so many people, because today we decided process matters, that a particular process matters today. And I question the origin of that hesitation, and whether it has to do with personal conflicts or personal agendas, when the agenda we should all share is how to better our community and our city. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my goal certainly is to better District 1 and this city. But I have a question with regards to GCRA, and even before I ask the question, I want to make the statement that to me, process is a part of responsible governance. And I think that's what we're tasked to do. I could very easily say, I'm the new girl, I just got here. And so I wasn't a part of any previous conversations, but that is not the point. At any given point, when we make a decision that we are going to adhere to process, and we did this just a few commission meetings ago, my statement is simply, you cannot apply it to one thing and not apply it to the whole. I stated before, Mr. Washington, I believe you have a wonderful idea. I would love to see it unfold. But I'm going to ask this, and maybe it's you, City Manager Lee. In terms of GCRA, is there a grocery store in the GCRA plan?
The terminology in the plan is an East Side Food Mobility Center, was the language. So it, not specifically a grocery store, and there's not a, I'm doing this off the top of my head, I don't believe there was a dollar amount that was of this magnitude that was in the plan. It was more of a placeholder for future allocation of dollars. And if I could just maybe take a minute to address a couple of the comments that I heard here about process.
Mr. Cohen, I'd really rather you wait.
Okay.
I haven't had a chance to say anything yet.
Okay.
I'm waiting until all the commissioners are. So if you just be patient.
Yes, sir.
We'll get to you. Go ahead, Commissioner.
For me, if GCRA had conversations about a grocery store, food mobility, whatever it is, it sounds like you're not particularly certain about what those are. Maybe it is undefined. I'm not looking at it right now, but it had just come back to my remembrance. And if I'm not mistaken, Commissioner Johnson, was it you who had requested that those funds come out of GCRA? I remember a conversation about this before.
It's my preference that they come out of GCRA, but it was the motion left it up to the city manager.
And then we had another pot of money, and so the conversation then became this coming out of the new pot. I will reiterate, because I live in this community and have for my entire life, and because it's the district that I represent, you won't find a fiercer person who wants to see this happen. I just need to be able to account to the people of Gainesville as to how this decision was made fairly and equitably. And if it goes through a process, whatever it is, there are procurement processes, whatever the process is that gets decided, as long as it goes through something that makes this fair, and yes, this may be a wonderful deal, I believe it probably is. It's quite possible that Mr. Washington and his constituents may see that this is taking too long and they need to do something else. But I also know that you're purchasing the entire strip mall. We've had that conversation. And maybe you can understand where we all are. It sounds like most of my colleagues up here, we all pretty much want the same thing. It's just a matter of how we get there. So, Mr. Washington, if you are willing to wait, or if you can, for us to make this something that is fair, something that we can look our constituents and the citizens and neighbors of Gainesville in the eye and be okay with them, be able to answer to them, then you can. That would be wonderful. But if not, that's just where I stand. There are 6 other people up here who will weigh in. I have enjoyed your concept, and what I would say to you today is what I said to you the first day that we did the walkthrough, and that we both envisioned, and that we both dreamed and laughed and shared and had a good time together. I would say, may the best proposal win, and ideally it would be yours. I'm done.
Thank you. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you repeat the motion?
Motion is to extend for 30 days an open process for allowing new proposals for the city manager at the conclusion of that period to bring back a final contract, as well as any new proposals that have been submitted, and 3, to ask staff to come back with an economic development policy for non-solicited projects. Good.
And just to clarify, the second one is during those 30 days to negotiate the contract, and then
Basically turn the term sheet into a contract.
yeah, and then if there are other proposals, we could have them at that meeting when it comes back to us.
That's where you lose me. A 30-day process is okay. 45-day process is better. But yeah, that's where you lose me to allow for this to become a contract, and we would vote on that in 30 days. Yeah, that's where you lose me.
Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, you said a very important thing, Commissioner Duncan Walker. We're trying to achieve the same thing. And I don't want somebody watching at home, as they will, to call up later, call individually later and say, how come you all disagree with each other about a grocery store in East Gainesville? Nobody here is opposed to getting a grocery store in East Gainesville. We all very much want that. I choose to dwell on things that we have in common, realizing that there's a path to getting there, and that we may have several different paths to getting there. I would be comfortable with opening this in a specific way. I don't know what to call it. Very much like Commissioner Santos' motion, but like Commissioner Areola, I'm not comfortable with seeing it, with the contract being negotiated while we wait on other proposals to come in. And I get the reasons that it's a good thing to do that. I understand. But if it's going to be open, it's got to be open. What I would like to see, if you'll, and we can do another motion if you're not interested in making these changes, Commissioner Santos, but what I would like to see is a change to the motion that asks for the manager to bring back the end of the process and recommendations and opportunities for us to make a decision by our August 5th meeting. I think the 5th is the first meeting in August. I recognize, Mr. Washington, that you have a tentative closing earlier than that. But I'm trying to get to something that we can walk out of here and all feel like we mostly won. Because the people winning are going to be the people who live mostly near the grocery, but also people from all over Gainesville. A lot of people drive up and down Hawthorne Road that don't necessarily live there, that might want to shop at this Bravo or whatever ends up being there. This is not new to us. I know I walked through more than a month ago with Mr. Washington, and I think everybody else did. I don't know that, but I think everybody else did. We could have brought reservations up at other meetings or proposals up at other meetings, and I didn't do that, so shame on me. But Commissioner Santos, how would you feel about changing the motion to say it's not a negotiated contract simultaneous, but that the whole thing comes back to us to accept a term sheet by the 5th, by August 5th, and the next meeting, a contract? With it being open for as long as possible to anybody else to participate and still meet that deadline of August 5th.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioner. Just one clarification, it's not extend to ITM, but that's a specific process, so just extend for 30 days, new proposals. Just remove the ITM because I think that's
a proposal process.
My understanding is there's a closing date, and I know that causes issues. I don't know if that would, I mean, if there's a closing date, there's a closing date. That has to be negotiated with the other person. I don't know if that's possible or not. I mean, that person could ask for crazy amounts of stuff to make an extension of a closing date and to push it. It reopens the whole entire contract that they had listed. I don't want to kill this grocery store because we did that. We're opening up for proposals so people can bring them. And if we decide those other proposals are we can do two things at once. We can start negotiating, get it done, comes back to us. If those other proposals come back and they're better, and we like those better, then throw away the contract that was negotiated and we move forward with one of those other proposals. And that's, so I think we can do both at the same time, and it doesn't hurt the process at all. We can be going down this path, and then while that's going down, other people will bring things forward, and if it's something better, let's move forward with the other one that's better. We're not making a decision until that point when it comes back to us. That's why I think we can do both things at once, and I don't think it hurts the process because it's still it's open to people to bring things forward, but if we don't get anything better, we're not going to kill this grocery store because we ran into an issue with the closing date. Thank you, Mayor.
So I think that was a no from Commissioner Ward.
Okay, well, then I'm gonna need at least August 5th for that to be, I don't want us to have to make a decision on July 15th because I don't think that is realistic to an open process. And the next opportunity for us to talk about it is then August 5th, unless we have a special meeting. But August 5th works for me, and I know, I get the closing date issue. That property's been for sale for a long time. People are not beating down the realtor's door, or it would have been done already. I don't want to get in the middle of your negotiations. That's not my place, not what I'm interested in doing here. But I'll support a motion that that brings the process back to us on August 5th. And keeps it open for a minimum of an actual 30-day period, which gives the manager's office time to open it and then time to prepare something to bring back to us. That's what I would be willing to support. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson.
Oh, not my question. Now I remember. What does a process for new proposals look like outside of an ITN or a RFP?
So that's a good question, Commissioner, and one that I've been struggling with since you all talked about this. So normally, when we have a process, on an economic development project like this, we own the land. Old Fire Station 1, Lot 10, those are processes where we're putting an asset in play. Here we have an asset, which is money on there, and we're basically be asking the world to come in with a project that we would contribute a maximum amount of $3.3 million to site a grocery store with, I'm assuming, all these things that are in the term sheet as conditions, which means that in the next 30 days, if that's the period of time, they would have to be able to demonstrate to us site control of the site, proper zoning, and so forth. And this is the point I wanted to make in this. There's process and there's opportunity, and we started in the process that you mentioned in the February. We got to the Grace Groves. They said they didn't have the capacity to do the community engagement piece. We started revisiting that, and while all that was going on, we got a knock on the door on there. And so that's the real question. Do you not entertain the knock on the door because you're going down a process? And what ultimately happens if you don't entertain that knock on the door? So, I mean, this is the decision that the commission has to make is, do you want to, go out and the answer is you may get no proposals, and Mr. Washington's option on the property may expire and not be renewed. And then where are we? So, I mean, that's what goes through my mind as I'm trying to weigh, how do I bring a recommendation to the commission, and when is it appropriate to say we have a opportunity in lieu of the process on there. So I don't, other than just putting out basically an announcement to, through our system, of putting out these announcements that we're seeking alternative proposals for a supermarket, grocery store in a geographic boundary, and we're willing to put up to 3.3 million of ARPA money into it, as long as you can provide these things, and then see who comes out. But again, we may not get any, and Mr. Washington's option may expire. So that's the trade-off. We try to bring this to you as quick as possible to do that. The only other comment I want to make is that from the time of term sheet to the time of contract documents, we're going to need more than one meeting. This is, 30 days is rushed, 45 days is preferable, but because of Mr. Washington's option, we were going to try to rush this through. So,
okay. Thank you, Mr. President.
and I think Mr. Washington wanted to mention about his
Commissioner,
option.
yeah, we've got other commissioners still. I've still not had a chance to say anything, and Commissioner Johnson still has the floor.
I'm done. That was my question.
Okay.
That was my question. I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think all of you had a couple chances to share your thoughts. And so first of all, I want each of you to know that I hear you. I hear you very clearly. And I don't want to overgeneralize here, but it seems that three of you, while you understand and respect the value of a well-defined process, your sort of overriding motivation is the urgency needed for this type of project. And for three of you, while the overriding urgency for a type of this project is very front of mind for you, the value of a well-defined process is a little bit more important. And so that's where we are. So the thing I want to say is that process is not binary. We do not either have process or don't have process. And I will take full responsibility for where we are today. I will take that responsibility because I allowed a motion to be put on the floor, debated, and passed that was not clear. And so when we go to the part of the motion that says develop a process, for example, an RFP or an ITN or something else, etc., this is etc. This is a process. And so in the future, I will pay much more attention and make sure that the commission at least is aware. I can't make motions, and I can't tell you, what motions, ultimately get seconded and put on the floor. But I will try to be more aware when we are about to pass a motion that is ambiguous. If we want an ITN, we need to say, do this through an ITN or do this through an RFP. Because with the absence of that, I will say if I were in the manager's position and the commission had just said, this is one of our top priorities as a commission, we just elevated that through our strategic plan. There's been a lot of excitement about this. And then somebody approached me and said, hey, I understand this is a priority for you. I think I have a project that will meet those terms. That et cetera, would tell me to go try to bring something back to the commission. And then so that's where we are. So where do we go from here? And I am absolutely torn Because, so what's the risk? What's the worst thing that happens if we walk away from this and open it back up for an open process? The worst thing that happens is we get no interest from anybody, and we don't have nutritious food and a mobility hub for people to get there for some extended period of time. That's a really significant downside to me. It would be tragic. It would be tragic if that happened. The upside, if we go back out, is we might get an even better proposal. All right, so that possibility exists too, that we might get something that either is asking for less money so we can use those funds for other good projects, or offers, you know, as you put in some of your examples, you know, childcare space or other things that add even greater value. So there is upside. So I just want us all to consider the downside risk versus the upside risk in what we do. And I will also repeat a point, I don't know who made it originally, it's been made several times, but there's been a lot of available space sitting open for quite some period of time with zero interest. So, you know, we need to be cautious. We need to understand the you know, ramifications if we walk away from something that I've heard everybody say they think is, frankly, would be a great addition to that part of our city. So, you know, I think the outstanding thing for me is the closing date, and I would like, Mr. Washington, if you could speak to that, how, whether you believe that closing date can be pushed to allow for a 45-day period. You know, knowing that you're assuming a lot of risk in doing that, that everything that you've put into this could disappear, because without this contribution, then your whole project doesn't work. I mean, you're not gonna purchase the property. You're not gonna put the other things in there. I think we all get that. But what it might take for this to move forward is a 45-day period, meaning that if you were able to push the closing to September 1, give yourself an extra month, that would give folks the comfort needed up here to go through that extended process, allow for other potential suitors to come forward, allow us to analyze the projects sort of side by side, and then make a decision. And yeah, I think we're all in a tough spot. I mean, I just really, yeah, I just feel terrible on behalf of, I want all of you to hear me, that I take responsibility, that I sort of didn't say something at the front end. It's so hard to correct these things at the back end, that I didn't kind of catch that eventual, I don't know, ambiguity in that motion that didn't make explicit what we expected to happen, and what we expected to come back to us. So I'll just work on doing better in the future. Mr. Washington, did you want to comment? I mean, I think you've heard a lot of things, but I think something important for at least a few of us here is that closing date and how firm that is.
Thank you, and thank you for your passionate discussion, everyone on this topic. Before I get to the closing date, if I may, the other thing that I would like you to consider from a practical standpoint is that the project will cost more than the $3,300,000. I want to make that clear. The project is over $7 million, which means that I personally have to guarantee, which I've already made arrangements to do, the rest of that money. So that's a lot of money. The reason is because the Plaza #1 is seriously outdated. It has to be upgraded, but our plan is not just to fix the grocery store. Our plan is to rehab and renovate the entire plaza. That's everybody else's business around us. I've already talked to them. I've talked to the business owners. They're excited about that. I'm doing it. I'm planning to redo it from the roof to the ground to the entire plaza. So that's a significant investment, and I made arrangements to do that. But but if the expectation is that I get more time for a closing date and put more money in, with the risk that somebody else could come and bring a better proposal, I mean, that's one aspect of it from a practical standpoint. The other aspect of it is, Bravo, I cannot tell you how much it took for me to convince them to do this. They're only doing this because I was willing to put skin in the game, which I was willing to do. So because I'm willing to come up with that extra money in addition to your $3,300,000, because I'm willing to do that, they're willing to, okay, well then I'm the one taking the risk, not them, because I'm putting in the money. So now, if I'm understanding correctly, I take that risk and 45 more days and to allow somebody else to bring a better offer. So forgive me, but I'm a little bit dismayed because I believe in this. I grew up in a community like East Gainesville, and I grew up without a grocery store, without a medical clinic. So I'm passionate about this, as many of you are. But so if you ask me if we could wait this time and put in more money, put more money at risk, I'm not comfortable doing that because Bravo has already spent a lot of money. They brought people in from out of town to look at the units, to get the scope, because at the end of the day, I also have to get a lease from them. I can't get a lease from them until I put on a new roof, until I completely redo many of the areas. Other thing is shrinkage. Grocery stores, just quite to help in case you get someone else that wants to bring a grocery store, I just want to give you the facts. Publix is not in a hurry to go to a food desert. Walmart, they're not, because they're concerned about shrinkage. It's just the truth. My plan is to bring state-of-the-art surveillance, not just for the grocery store, but for the laundromat, the Family Dollar, both of which have been robbed. I mean, they robbed, the laundromat has been robbed there. So it's not like it's, an area that grocery stores are just fighting to get in. But I was willing to take that risk. I was willing to put my fat on the fire. I was willing to do it because I believe that much in the people I met over there, the people that came up to me and thanked me for doing this, and the people expecting to work there, making a more livable community, a cafe, a coffee cafe in an area that people say that they're not safe, or they have to park. Right now, people park in front of the Family Dollar because they want to get out of their car. The lights they're concerned about. They're concerned about their safety. So my plan was to make that whole center safe. And I was willing to do it. Have the contractors in place, willing to do it. So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be, but that's That's just a practical matter here.
Yeah, I mean,
Thank you.
thank you, yeah, thanks for sharing that. Commissioner Santos?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. The owner of the property is probably watching this meeting too, and if they know that, if he has to go back and negotiate an extension of the terms of the closing date, that's going to change the whole financials, because that's probably what the owner would do, is they know that, oh, there's this money here, so now they can try to extract more money, which then changes financials, which then may kill the whole thing. Commissioner Ward, I wasn't thinking that it would be July 15th. I think that we could have a special meeting in last week of July, which would allow the 30 days to expire and have proposals brought forward. It would allow enough time for a final contract to come forward, and it would allow enough time for us to be able to meet, decide if we really do want to move forward on it, and either say yes or no, or move forward another proposal. And then that would also give enough time for Mr. Washington to close on the property and not have to look for extension. So I would like to, if the second is okay, to add a fourth portion, that we have a special meeting at the end of July to discuss this. Yeah. Sure. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Ariola?
Thanks. I'll be brief so the motion makers can get to work. What I would be prepared to support today would be that August 5th is 49 days. So if you put that back into July, that still keeps us over 40 days. So I would be comfortable with 42 days. So you put that at the end of July would be the 29th, I believe. Secondly, yeah, if we receive no other offers, then we would allow for the contract to be drafted, but that's after the expiration of the period. And I agree. We absolutely need to draft an economic development policy so that we don't find ourselves here again. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Most of my questions have, I think, been answered. So we're talking about basically probably July 29th would be my guess for a meeting.
Oh, that's the fifth Thursday. That's nice.
Yeah. And the contract is going to be a lot of boilerplate because they're just things that are going to be what they are. It's going to be a question of mostly, unless we have issues with what's on the term sheet, the term sheet fills the empty spaces in the boilerplate. We're talking about then a very tight period between your prearranged closing date, your existing closing date, and the meeting that we would have on the 29th. It's a lot of pressure on you and Mr. Feldman's office to put a contract together, but there is something about, to me, and I think sounds like this is where Commissioner Ariola's head is too, about negotiating the contract at the same time that it's already open, that is just unpalatable. I hear that and I agree on that. Mr. Washington, I hear where you're coming from entirely. I understand what you're saying. And I think that when I had my conversation with you, when I did the walkthrough, I told you you're going to find things in this public process that are different than anybody's used to. So yeah, if we could, number 2 is the item that I'm uncomfortable with. I don't think I could support it with number 2 exactly the way it is. That we have to, I want us to award the, I don't want to say the contract is not, I want us to award the next phase to whomever it is, whether it's Mr. Washington or somebody else, before putting ink on paper with the contract. That's the best I can do.
Commissioner Saka?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'll start with point 2. Working simultaneously to draft the contract will not bind us to anything. Contracts are not drafted overnight. Contracts are not drafted over a week. They take a lot of time to prepare, especially one like this. I barely agreed to 30 days because it would still give time for a special meeting if needed. I, under no circumstances, will agree to the 29th because Ms. Shalley's office has no way of drafting that overnight. That is ridiculous. It just, at this point, I don't even want option 1 on the motion because I am not going to ruin a very good deal for the sake that a magical unicorn who has never approached us will come up with something better. So if anything, I would want the motion to remove point 1, and that way we can vote on feeding people or letting people not have food, because that is the point I'm at. Contractually, this would be a nightmare if we pushed it, because not only is the owner of the property watching, most likely, so is everybody else who's ever going to do business with us. These are the kinds of meetings that ruin potential future partnerships, because they see how the city functions at times. I would ask that part 1 be actually separated at this point, because I have no intention of ruining this deal and letting people go without food or jobs. That's where I'm at. This conversation has not helped me think of how to expand it and get there. It has shown me that we have no way of understanding how contracts are formed and how the process works. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I see your hand there, Ms. Shelley. I'll get you in 1 sec. Commissioner Ariola.
Mr. Mayor, this light is to just acknowledge the city attorney.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. If we wait for all the proposals to come back, that will push us and then start to draft the contract. There won't be enough time for that to actually get done and to meet the August 1st deadline, which means most likely a good chance that it could kill the whole thing. That's very troubling to me. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as much as I appreciate Mr. Washington's position, the obvious, a couple of elephants in the room are that the August 1st deadline is not our deadline. I empathize entirely. I have lost deals myself because somebody moved the date. I hear you. I have also gone to people I was negotiating with and said, I think it's still going to work, but I got to have a few more days, and seen it work. But again, we didn't create the August 1st deadline. So let's be clear about that. The other thing, in the opposite direction, just because we award this doesn't mean, to Mr. Washington or anyone else, doesn't mean that it's going to be successful. There is an enormous amount of risk being undertaken by Mr. Washington at this point, and again, I'm empathetic to that. 2 grocery stores have failed in that same spot, and there are fewer people living around it now than there were then. So I appreciate you getting out there and putting yourself at risk. But as I said before, number 2 is a sticking point for me. I'm not going to be able to go along with that one. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Shelley?
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. So I don't know, I mean, you all are clearly still having discussions about this, but I did want to weigh in a little bit to the extent that it will help you in your decision making. First of all, I think part 2, I presume that you all mean for the city attorney's office to draft any final documents that are needed to make this transaction happen. That's generally the role of our office, and in particular, as I've explained to you before, because we have to sign off as to form and legality, it's very important that we do those documents. And when you're talking about public funds, there's special requirements with those. So with that being said, I was not aware that there was an August 1st deadline. That information is not in the backup or in the agenda item. I think it's unrealistic to expect that we could have final documents done by then. And the reason why I'd been looking at this term sheet since I saw it appear on the agenda on Tuesday's mod list, and looking towards if the commission wants to do this deal non-competitively, or now you're looking at doing some form of a competitive process, opening it up for other proposals. What documents would we need to draft? And looking at how, sort of how much effort would that take? So, and the reason I'm going to go into this a little bit is because I think if you all do want to move forward, the more questions we can get answered today, the faster that will help all of this happen, if that is your goal. So the first thing is, it appears we'd need some type of a development and security agreement. And we've certainly done those before. But one of the key things that I see is not addressed in the term sheet is what will be the security for the city? In other words, if the developer does not do the things that we've asked them to do, how is it that the city will get the $3.3 million or some portion of it back? Typically in the past, we've done mortgages where we get an interest in real property. Here, it doesn't look like we would be getting that, and it's just not clear what assets of the developer would be secured to the city to secure that $3.3 million of public money. The second is, I know there's been talk of using both the American Rescue Plan Act money and or GCRA money. Depending on what the source of funds are, there may be some requirements for other competitive processes. In other words, and we need to know that the city actually has that money in hand before we do documents to promise that money in a binding way to a third party. So for example, if the GCRA has $3.3 million currently in its reinvestment plan and ready to go for this project, then that's unrestricted funds and no further competitive process may be required. I'm not as familiar yet, because the guidance for the American Rescue Plan Act money is still coming out, exactly what processes might be required if that money is being used and which of the categories that it will fall in. Sounds like Mr. Feldman's a little more familiar with that and has been following that as well. The other thing, I know a lot of the conditions in the term sheet that you all see that you're excited about, things that the supermarket will do, having a community board, certain products, etc. I'm not certain how those will be enforced by the city, because our agreement will be with the developer. We won't have an agreement with the supermarket operator. So, those are just some key things, and I'm bringing them out today because I think if you all want this to move quickly, those are just at least the key concerns that I spotted immediately. I'm sure there will be more as we do documents, but like I said, I think August 5th would be the soonest that it's realistic to expect that all of those details could be worked out and final documents brought to you. And
Okay, thank you, Ms. Shelley.
Quick point of clarification.
Sure.
She mentioned me as the developer, but I'm also part of the operation group. So Richie Sanchez, Josephine Hart, and myself, we're the operators also, so other Bravo.
And your intent with telling us that is that you'll have the
Right.
ability to
Cover.
make sure certain
Exactly.
requirements are being met.
Exactly.
Okay, we got a 4-part motion. You can read it up there. Extend for 30 days the process of new proposals with the $3.3 million incentive for a community grocery store. The source of funds is non-specific at this time. Take a term sheet and bring back a final contract as well as other proposals received at the end of the 30-day period. So I just want to make sure the intention there is that the attorney's office would begin work on drafting a contract that complies with the term sheet that we've been presented today, but we would not approve said contract until it comes back to us at a future meeting. If we end up going with this proposal, not a new proposal. Draft an economic development policy for non-solicited proposals. That's sort of separate from this project. And schedule a special meeting at the end of July to discuss the matter. I think what we heard from Ms. Shalley is that she would not be prepared until August, was it 4th, 5th? 5th. So I guess we could leave that in there and have the clerk put a meeting on the calendar regardless, and then if we're not ready, then we can cancel the meeting. It's easier to cancel a meeting than schedule a meeting. I heard that one commissioner wants number 1 split out. Commissioner Ward, did you want number 2 split out?
Yes.
Okay, and did anybody else want any of the others split out? We do 3 and 4 together? Okay. All right, let's open it up for public comment. Mr. Shepherd, we'll start with you.
And this is a very hurtful object in which to talk about. I'm from East Gainesville. I live in East Gainesville. I rode my bicycle to the stores in East Gainesville. And as far as products, getting at your Walmart or Aldi's or Lucky's, you can't find them fresh. This man is guaranteeing these products to be fresh. 1. 2, Jesse is an outside business, but so was Wahoo. Okay, another thing is that Mr. David Earl has been over there himself, and he knows the need of East Gainesville. And for him to make an accusation, as he did, when he made a different accusation to a barber shop in the same area, right across the road, is horrendous. He knows the need of East Gainesville, the same as our Commissioner Duncan Walker does, or any of us know the need. I'm telling you, this here is an opportunity that's going to go out the door, just like HDL, UPS, and several other items that went out the door of this city. Where'd they go? To Ocala. How Ocala doing? They're laughing in our face because we were so stupid to take and let them go. The railroad, another stupid act of CTRS closing down. It's another stupid act when we could have made it work. But no, and those projects, we were snap, snap, snap. So therefore, in that enhancement, I take and approve what Mr. Rivera said, but I disapprove in his form in which he promoted it. But I'm saying, in behalf of the people of East Gainesville, I'm telling you right to your face and to all your faces that this is something that's needed in East Gainesville. Can we wait till August? I have to ask Mrs. Duncan that question because she lives in that area closer than I have to ride a bicycle all the way from Lamplighter, which is out past the airport, to get to this place, to the Food Lion and the other store. And then to get there and find out it was closed, it was like a slap in my face. Here I am riding all that way with my bicycle and my cart on the back, and I'd have to find out that the place was closed down. No, we don't want a place coming in Gainesville that's going to do that.
Thank you,
And
Mr. Shepard. Thank you. Yeah, I
Oh.
appreciate you sharing your thoughts with us. Bethany, do you have anybody on the line? That's everybody in chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We do have 3 callers on the line, although we might have to reset our platform after the first one. We'll go ahead and go to our first caller who's been waiting a while, Ms. Anna Prezia. Anna, if you're there, you may go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, Commission. Thank you for taking my call. As you know, I ran on this too, and I really couldn't let this go by without calling in. It was a joint motion that both Commissioner Johnson and I made about this project, and it's really important to me to see it happen. I was excited. I was a part of the entire public process with the GCRA, and I can tell you unequivocally, over and over again, a community grocery store was said in almost every public meeting and community meeting and design process meeting that I went to for the GCRA plan. And I can tell you in all certainty that that food and mobility hub really was meant to include a grocery store. So I have no designs over what source of money you use to make this happen, but I can say that your community, all of your community, asked that a grocery store be included in our GCRA plan. For me, process isn't just about public input, it's also about getting the best deal. And I can tell you that I've had multiple conversations with Mr. Washington. He has vision, he has commitment, he's done the work, and he's really taken feedback, and I've seen him immediately input that feedback from community members into what he's trying to create. He's got good ideas, and he is working hard to try to bring something good to our community. But I will also say that we have had other grocery stores call. As soon as we made that joint motion, we had people start to call us about the possibility of working on a project like this. And I believe that they were waiting for a process to be able to put in their proposals. I think that at the end of the day, I was going to call in to comment on the terms because I wanted to know what terms would be put into a final contract, and I read the ones that were there, and I hope that no matter what happens, and no matter what you decide about the process that ultimately is your decision, that number one, you will make sure that there are teeth in every aspect of that. I love the advisory committee. I hope that you put teeth in to make sure that that advisory committee is listened to. I, of course, love the local food and the fresh food. I hope you'll put actual percentages in there that they need to be meeting in order to be able to meet this contract so you can tell for sure whether they've done it or not when they get forgiven. And I hope that before the contract is signed, you will require whoever is going to be the purveyor of this grocery store to host a community design charrette workshop.
It will end in 1 minute.
That you'll ask them to please do a community design charrette workshop with the community so that their input can be included in the final contract terms as well. Thank you for letting me take this time.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I am sorry about the inconvenience. Are we able to take a very quick recess to go ahead and reset and have our last 2 callers join us?
Of course.
Thank you so much.
The organizer has ended this Uber conference. Goodbye.
Ray, we're gonna still take a recess, so, yeah. We're glad that you're here. We're excited to see the art. Yeah, no kids is sad, but their heart is still happy. So probably, I mean, if you're back by 6, we'll probably reconvene around 6:15. Thank you. No, we're not in recess. That's just them. So yeah, go ahead. Well, I don't know if people can hear on their end if you're, I don't know what's going on over on them. Let's just wait for her to tell us we're back. We're just waiting on them to, I think they had a hard stop at 5:30 for their system, so they're just booting it back up.
Mr. Mayor, Adam Sessler here. We're resetting right now. Shouldn't take but more than 2 or 3 minutes for the technological reset. I apologize.
Does that mean we're losing Bethany, Adam?
You're going to be stuck with me this evening. I am so sorry.
That's quite all right. You'll be fine.
Bethany is resetting now. She'll take you through the break, the upcoming legitimate break.
All right, so sorry about that, everyone. Thanks for your patience. We will go ahead and get our next caller in the conversation. The next caller will be Mr. Nathan Scott.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. So I just wanted to offer some perspective here. I want to commend Mr. Washington for bringing forth the proposal. I think I agree with Commissioner Desmond Duncan Walker, as well as Commissioner Johnson, as well as Commissioner Areola, that there probably should be a competitive process here. Sole source and MOUs haven't worked well for the city in the past. They tend to be used more recently now with the city manager. That causes its own set of problems. But I remind the commissioners of Peoria and how poorly that worked out for taxpayers of Gainesville. And that was another sinking fund MOU after throwing more money at it. And now you have a pot of money. I understand that there's timelines, but I believe that 30 days is adequate to attract proposals. I also agree with County Commissioner Frezia about there may be other competitive bids that we're waiting for a process that didn't happen. There may be proposals that don't require a loan of $3.3 million of federal taxpayer money. They may be required $2 million. You don't know because you haven't asked. I also think that some consideration should be given to whether the use of $3.3 million is the best use of money in terms of finding something that is economically viable as well as sustainable. And I mean, I think the city, potentially could look at purchasing the property itself and turning it into mixed-use development with affordable housing that would support a grocery store right there and help the overall economics work out for everyone. So I do think it's important to have access to food in East Gainesville. I do think it's important for East Gainesville to have services. I think the City Commission is blatantly not kept its promise to East Gainesville for over 2 decades. But issue of subsidies is a big issue. Again, if you make the subsidies great enough, commissioners, you might attract Jim Gordon and Greg to come back and get out of the peddling renewable energy projects and try and sell you a grocery store. But again, I think that Mr. Washington has brought forth a proposal. It would be interesting to know, and questions should be asked, if supermarkets, do they receive subsidies to make it work, or are the subsidies a function of all the additional social and economic requirements that the city is attaching to local business? I mean, because 2 prior grocery stores did not survive at that location. There may be multiple reasons for why they were not successful, maybe business model, it may not be. But they didn't have a lot of subsidies and they couldn't make it. What happens when these subsidies end? Is this going to be like Grace Marketplace, where the cities could be expected this continuously? Or is this a one-time expenditure of taxpayer money? And finally, the city attorney basically took my thunder, and I commend her for that, is what is the security that's going to be provided for a $3.3 million loan in the event of default? I mean, because we got taxpayers, we got left holding the bag on Peoria. on multiple occasions. It was just an embarrassment on the city's part, failure to exercise diligence, to go after assets and what have you. But is there going to be a performance bond that's going to be required to be posted here? That's important. This is federal tax money. So I think that there is points that have been brought up. I think it's a function of getting the right result that's going to be economically successful, not something that's just going to avail itself of a subsidy, and then the subsidy runs dry. So does the business proposal. So I think those are things that should be considered. And I hope that the contracts aren't drafted overnight. Well, that's not true in the real world, because I've done some major contracts overnight because of necessity. But at the end of the day, I think there's some things that are lacking in this previously put forth proposal in an MOU. And I think you need performance security on the $3.3 million loan. Thank you.
All right, we have 2 callers still waiting to speak. I believe the next caller is Armando Gomez and will be followed by Nancy Darren. We'll go first to Mr. Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess the first important thing is I appreciate Commissioner Ariola's original motion to talk about process. And it's like Phil Mann always says, your North Star is always the most important thing in government is process. And Phil Mann is exactly right when he talks about how important process is. When you have a process, you have to have a process for everything. How do we know that Mr. Washington's proposal is the best? How do we know if it's the most efficient, the most cost effective? We don't know. And if it is the best project, and not that it's not, he has made some salient points. As a resident of East Gainesville, if it is the best project, then it should survive a process. Commissioner Johnson is correct. Commissioner Ward is correct. Commissioner Duncan Walker is correct. And for anyone to want to skew from not wanting to have a process, that's what ethics are all about. Otherwise, what you're saying to everybody is, we're going to always go to no bid contracts, and City Hall is open because anything goes. And I don't think that's what you're intending to say. And there was no reason for the mayor to fall on the sword. I mean, a mistake happened, it was a mistake. But what's not a mistake is when you don't have an open process. If you have consistency across the board, which is usually what you all usually have done for the most part, is have consistency in your processes. I'm not sure why anyone would get agitated and try to make political points and attacks on their fellow colleagues to do that, but process is important. And Commissioner Ariola was exactly correct. Commissioner Ward was correct. And Commissioner Duncan Walker and Commissioner Johnson were correct. We do need a grocery store. But if his project, Mr. Washington's project, is the best project, then it should survive scrutiny and open door and process. Sunshine is the best disinfectant. You should vote down this motion and go with Commissioner Ariola. Commissioner Ariola should have made a competing motion, but I guess he might have forgotten it or didn't think he could do that because it looks like comments were squashed or the mayor, I don't know what happened there, but the lights were hitting and nobody else got to speak. But, somebody should have made a competing motion. And this should have been, you should vote this down. And you should have an open and transparent process. So everybody has a seat at the table. This should be open and transparent government. You all have done that in the past. You should continue to do that. Thank you.
Our next caller will be Nancy Darren. Nancy, you may go ahead.
Good afternoon. Oh my, I have not had time to think through nearly enough to say too much, but I certainly echo Commissioner Anna Prizia, and I too have been so deeply involved in all this and the grocery store projects. This offers so many of the attributes. With the conventional models, in part didn't work because they were conventional models, and this is multifaceted. I hope there would be other aspects as well. I do agree that there has to be an open process, and something that way needs to happen. It does need the transparency and the consistency because we're going to have so many things But to not lose opportunity it's a challenge. But anyway, having teeth in every term, having, like she said, actual percentages of food that actually would be local, and some of these other requirements, I think are really important aspects if you do go forward. And I've seen these long-term forgiveness of loans up in Vermont in some very small rural areas, and the length of time, having it be a long period of time and having proof and again having teeth is an important aspect. I'm not going to take up the time, but this is something we so desperately need. This is so much better than anything I've seen, but what else is out there, and how did this all happen so abruptly? And it's really tough for Mr. Washington as well, and I appreciate his work and all the deliberation here. So, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, no additional callers for this item.
Okay, was there anybody else in the chambers that wanted to speak to Eastside Grocery Store and the motion up there? Okay, let's move back to the commission. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to reiterate something that I think is very important. Let's say we go through with this and we open it for 30 days. I find it highly unbelievable that someone will have the funds secured, a location secured, a business model secured in that time and give a solid proposal. Mr. Washington has all of these things. He is ready to start. I don't want to open this up and have people, cobble together something that sounds good, but not have the business experience, not have the capacity, not have a location, not have the other funds secured. And at that point, it might look more appealing than Mr. Washington, but we've lost a good option for a fairy tale that might not be viable. And I am aghast that that's at the point that we're at. Depending on how you vote on this today, you're deciding whether people have food or not. That is ultimately my point to this commission. You today are deciding if people will have food, if people will have jobs. And if you are comfortable denying people a solid and ready to go plan to have food access and still deny it, shame on you.
Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very briefly, I want to remind everybody that under any kind of competitive process, we don't, just because somebody comes in and says, I'll do it for 3.2 million, doesn't mean that we have to take that. We can take the full package into our understanding and look at whatever is brought to us, regardless of any recommendation, as we have done very recently, and pick something other than what is recommended. Just putting that out there. Thank you.
Move to a vote. We're going to split the motion into three parts. The first vote we will be taking is on part one, to extend this process for a period of 30 days, allow for new proposals to be submitted in that time, with up to $3.3 million in incentives for a community grocery store. All in favor of, you know what, I'm just going to go, I want to make sure I get the votes right, so I'm just going to go down. Madam Clerk, can you call a roll call vote on this?
Yes. Commissioner Sacco?
No.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
No.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
No.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Mayor Poe?
Aye, that motion passes 5-2 with Sacco and Ariola in dissent. The second vote will be to take the term sheet and have the attorney's office work on a final contract at the same time, allowing other proposals to be received and analyzed with their own term sheets during this 30-day period. Again, we'll do a roll call vote.
Commissioner Johnson?
No.
Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Nope.
Commissioner Ward?
No.
Commissioner Ariola?
No.
That was a no.
Again, no.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Mayor Poe?
Aye, that motion fails 4-3. In the affirmative were Hayes Santos, Sacco, and myself. The final vote, I think I'll just do this as a voice vote, is for number 3 and 4. All in favor of that part of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Washington, for being with us today. I'm not taking comment. We're going to go into recess until 6:15 too early? 6:15 too early? Okay, 6:15. Okay, good evening. Welcome back. We're back from our afternoon recess. Call the meeting back to order. Our first order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. So please join me, if you will. Stand if you're willing and able for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. All right, Madam Clerk.
First this evening, we have a special recognition, Local Students Drop Savers Water Conservation Contest winners.
All right, this is always one of my favorite things of the year, and we're sad that we don't have our students with us to share these and receive their recognition, but we're thrilled that you are here to show us their art and celebrate them nonetheless, especially since school just got out yesterday and they're all excited about their summer break. Not nearly as excited as all the teachers are to be on summer break. It's been one doozy of a year. I can personally attest. So congratulations to all of them that worked so hard and came up with such creative and thoughtful entries for our contest. And if you'd like to share with us the winners in the different age groups, and we'll show them on the screen so everybody can celebrate.
Certainly. So I'm Ray Hafer. I'm a utility engineer with the GRU Water Wastewater Engineering Department. And this is an annual competition that we have with the students. And given the keeping the students and their families and teachers at home, and let me keep that there, I'm doing a collage so we can see all of the winners here, and featured is the award itself, a fracture locally made, and we put their artwork on it with their grade level. And we have your K1, we have your second, third, we have your fourth, fifth, your middle school, and your high school. If you looked at your bill statement for last month's bill, the bill stuffer had featured this artwork in the water quality report.
Very cool. And could we zoom in a little bit more? Oh yeah, you're doing it like as tight as you can there, so we can.
Should I move it over a little?
Yeah, I think so. If you can.
Let's see here.
There you go.
Towards me.
Yeah, that's great.
And so, featured in the center holding his fracture is Raymond Estevez, and he's a student at Glen Springs Elementary. So, I mean, the names, and then honorable mention, we have, it was a very competitive year for high school. We had, I've never seen so many high school entries. So here's GHS,
yeah,
Buholtz, this is a student at Oakview, and this is a student at Lake Forest Elementary. We have a ninth grader. Usually I see much older students. These last two sheets are honorable mention. We have Hawthorne Middle High School and Glen Springs Elementary. And this one, well, 2020 wasn't able to be represented. This is an honorable mention poster from 2020. And the reason why I'm featuring it is because this student's motivation for entering was to meet the mayor. It was not the gift card. It wasn't a state award. It wasn't a pizza party. It was all to, and she was so excited to get honorable mention and know that she was going to be here. And so Elena Rivera, her poster is featured right here.
That's awesome. Elena, we will make sure that we get together and meet each other, and maybe at a GRU facility so she can see our water operation. That would be awesome. It would be my honor to meet you, Elena, and thank you for putting in the effort and time. That's really special.
Any questions?
No. Let's give them all a round of applause. Thank you, Ray, for all your work on that. Again, thanks for all the students and the teachers. It's such a uplifting event every year to see what they come up with, and you know, they truly are the solution to our problems. They will figure out what we haven't been able to and save this planet. So that's exciting to see all of that. Okay, up next. I think this is you.
Next, we have the FCCMA Centennial Council Management Award.
Good evening, Mayor Poe, Commissioners, City Manager Feldman, and the residents of the beautiful city of Gainesville. My name is Gina Peebles, and I'm the Assistant County Manager, Chief of Staff for Alachua County. I serve as the Florida City and County Management Association, or FCCMA, Communications Chair. On behalf of FCCMA, we're privileged to present you a certificate on the 100th anniversary of your city's recognition by the International City County Management Association, or ICMA, for your operation under the Commission Manager form of government. The Commissioner Manager form of government was created to help separate administration from direct political influence and establish merit-based practices within local government. It's modeled after a corporation's framework with voters or stockholders selecting a commission or board of directors who in turn appoint a manager or professional executive to advise the commission and implements its actions through ordinances and policies. In Florida, nearly 70% of our 411 cities, towns, and villages operate under the commission manager form of government, and of our 67 counties, all but 2 are professionally managed. Gainesville is recognized as a champion of the commissioner manager form of government, where you have a city commission that works together to establish public policies that are in the best interest of your citizens. On behalf of the officers, board of directors, and membership of FCCMA, we offer our sincere congratulations on your milestone achievement.
All right, thank you, Ms. Peebles. Mr. Feldman, would you like to say a few words?
Mayor, Commissioners, wasn't planning on it, but having been affiliated as president for both FCCMA and ICMA, I need to let you know that the commission manager form of government is here in Gainesville is one of the oldest in the country. The original form of government was established in 1910. We adopted it here in Gainesville shortly thereafter, about a decade after, and it has become the predominant, prevalent form of government throughout the country of cities of all sizes, from large to the smallest. And I'm proud to serve as your manager. Thank you.
Thank you. And how did they find out about it if there's no internet after 1910? How did...
The word of something good always travels fast.
I can't even imagine. Well, thank you. Thank you. And Ms. Peebles, thank you for bringing that recognition forward. We appreciate you being with us tonight. Commissioner Ariola?
Yes, naturally, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to wait until we received our 100 Years Award before suggesting changes to said government. Just because something is 100 years old doesn't mean it should stay. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, next up, please.
Next, we have early public comment.
Okay, so if anybody would like to say, if anybody would like to address us on any items that are on our evening agenda that they would like to do now and then be able to leave, you may do so. Again, this is for items on our agenda, not general public comment. So does anybody wish to participate in early public comment for evening agenda items? Adam, you got anybody on the line for early public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor, there's nobody on the line at this time. The floor is yours.
Okay, we'll close out early public comment. And Madam Clerk, next up, please.
Next, we have Resolution 210002, quasi-judicial final plat for Oaks Preserve Phase 1, a cluster subdivision. A resolution of the City of Gainesville, Florida, approving the final plat named Oaks Preserve Phase 1, a cluster subdivision located in the vicinity of the 5200 block of Archer Road, South Side, Gainesville, Florida, as more specifically described in this resolution, authorizing the city manager to execute a security agreement to secure required public improvements, accepting the dedication of the public rights-of-way, easements, and other dedicated portions as shown on the plat, providing directions to the city clerk, and providing an immediate effective date.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Calderon, good to see you.
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. Good evening. My name is Lawrence Calderon with the Department of Sustainable Development. I also meant to address the rest of the commissioners also. Good evening. This petition is about a subdivision, final plat for that subdivision called Oaks Preserve Cluster Subdivision with 76 lots on 19.7 acres. I think it would be helpful if I just put this petition in perspective by letting you know where it resides in terms of the overall process. There are 4 steps really in the process: design plat, which you have seen and approved, construction drawing, and construction drawing is where the applicant begins to invest most of their money and finances in the project, having a design plat approval from you. Then they move to final plat after they receive construction drawing. And then after final plat, the plat is recorded and the applicant can now proceed to do construction. This petition before you is final plat, but it is for phase 1. As you can see on the adjacent slide here, you see this is Southwest Archer Road, the general block showing the location of the property, an internal road that comes off from the east side, and a main roadway arterial that links Archer Road to Williston Road on the south side. Within the development, there are a number of small dirt roads which either surround the property or within the property and have been addressed in terms of providing continuous service as the subdivision moves forward. Another subdivision, just to put in perspective, is Finley Woods on the southeast side. It's developed over here. You approved part of it on the north side, and it continues through the development process. This is the general shape and location of the subdivision. It's not a complete block, but you can see there are some areas which are not part of the subdivision, and you can see the roadway as it enters on this side. You have approved the design plat. You saw it twice, and this is a general layout of what that design plat included. And again, we have Archer Road on the north side, the roadway that enters from a subdivision on the east side, and on the south side, a proposed road to be constructed later, and a number of locations where the development would be connected to adjacent developments. This one, you ask for modification of the first design plat to include some concerns that you have, and that led to this subdivision, and it included a trail and addition to provide access to these 2 lots. So the development proceeded, and they submitted a phased development as you requested. And there are 6 phases, and this is a general location of where the phases are. This one up on this side, the north side, is phase 1 and 2, and we move forward with the other phases as they come through. So this petition before you tonight is for phase 1, which is the section of the subdivision that stretches from Southwest Archer Road down into the first major east-west section of the development, and it includes an access point here and over on this side. I will now show you, this line shows you the 2 halves of the subdivision in a little greater detail. You did ask for 2 access points here. The applicant has complied and provided those 2 access points, but the county has not made a final decision on whether to allow this access or not. This is the plat. As you've seen, the north side, Archer Road is located on this side, and these are the various lots, as you see there. They vary in size from about 4,500 to 5,000, but some 1 or 2 of them are about 8,000 square feet. And part of the cluster subdivision is to allow some of those reductions because the lots are about, in general, 40 by 100. So that's the northern section of the subdivision, and the southern section of the subdivision, which goes down to this point to access a lift station which exists on this side of the development. Mr. Mayor, this petition, staff is recommending that you approve the resolution for final plat for this development, authorizing them to move forward to record the plat and to proceed with construction. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer some of them. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Calderon. Would the applicant like to add anything? Welcome.
Mr. Chair, Sergio Reyes representing the applicant. Couple of clarifications. The county actually make the decision about the connection to Southwest 47 Avenue, that's the second access, and we have a permit from there, from the county. So now we can access that road, but it's gonna be a limited access. The county want control access to that road. The other clarification is the minimum lot size that we have in here is a 50, not 40. We don't have 40-foot lots, and it changes varies in size, but the smaller lots are 50-foot wide lots. Be glad to answer any other questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner A. Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move resolution 210002.
Motion by Commissioner A. Santos, second by Commissioner Ward, to approve the proposed resolution. Any members of the public wish to speak to this motion? We'll start with anybody in the chamber. Okay, I will go over to you, Adam.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There is nobody on the line at this time.
Okay, we'll come back to the commission for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward. Commissioner Ariola.
He's absent.
Commissioner Jesus Santos.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Absent.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Ariola and Johnson absent. Next item, please.
Next item is resolution 210088, resolution authorizing the execution of Gainesville Regional Utilities financial transactions with the recommendation that the City Commission authorize the general manager or his designee to negotiate and execute the listed transaction and approve the 35th Supplemental Utility System Revenue Bond Resolution, forms of the escrow deposit agreement, bond purchase contract, preliminary official statement, and continuing disclosure certificate, forms of a forward bond purchase agreement, and continuing covenant in connection with the forward delivery private placement of the refunding bonds, and the intent of the city purposes of compliance with federal tax law to reimburse the expenditure of costs of certain capital projects with the proceeds of tax-exempt bonds and authorize the execution and delivery thereof subject to the approval of the city attorney as to form and legality.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Blorski, do you want to say anything or turn it right over to Ms. Rasnick? Ms. Rasnick.
So I'll take it and I'm going to hand it off to Mr. Benton. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Benton, welcome. Mark, if you're talking, you're on mute.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, every 2 to 3 years, GRU needs to access the financial markets to obtain the funding necessary to acquire, construct, and maintain our capital infrastructure. Our construction funds are nearing depletion, so staff is proposing a fixed rate, new money bond issue designed to generate about $125 million in proceeds to replenish those construction funds used for such infrastructure improvements. In addition, working with our financial advisor, Public Financial Management, we've identified an opportunity to create present value debt service savings through a refunding of approximately $66 million of our outstanding 2012 Series A bonds. The bonds to be refunded have maturities ranging from 2023 to 2028. The refunding bonds have the same set of maturities. As we outlined in the agenda item, we evaluated several different alternative structures for the refunding and are recommending a tax-exempt, forward delivery, direct purchase. Based on the numbers that have been proposed by the purchaser of the bonds, the present value savings over the life of this issue are through 2028 is $4.89 million. The resolution that you have in front of you tonight authorizes both of those transactions, and therefore we're recommending that the commission authorize the general manager or his designee to negotiate and execute the transactions and approve the 35th supplemental utility system revenue bond resolution. I'm happy to answer any, or to attempt to answer any questions you may have. Also present tonight on the line is Mike Weiner, our bond counsel from Holland and Knight.
Okay, thank you very much. I had the pleasure of going through and discussing these with you also. I appreciate that. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move staff's recommendation.
Okay, motion and a second. Motion by Commissioner Santos, second by Commissioner Ward to approve the proposed resolution. We will turn to the public comment. Start with folks in the chamber.
May I have the overhead before my time begins, please? AB issues, so we can put up what I need to show this commission. It's interesting that we can rubber stamp this so quick without any discussion. Mayor Poe, while we're waiting, you said that you had the opportunity to review this in detail, 334 pages of a bond statement. Perhaps you can tell me what the interest rate for these bonds are.
You think you're being cute, but you're not.
Excuse me?
You think you're being cute, but you're not.
Oh, I'm being cute. Actually,
Your
I'm being serious.
Your time started.
Okay, thank you. That's inappropriate, Mayor Poe. I'm being factual as a former state utility regulator. You don't know what you're being asked to approve here, yet you're issuing $200 million in additional debt. The interest rate is 5%. For those of you that don't read documents, 334 pages of them. So why don't we look here real quick, if we get this overhead back up real quick, and look at what's actually GRU represented to Moody's in terms of this borrowing issuance. Excuse me. Hello? I think we're going to need to reset my time. So we look at the bond issuance, $120 million for the Series A projects. You zoom in, bond financing, they $36 million per year of bond financing, 38 million, funded through revenue, $62 million. So question is, if we're only financing 38 million per year, why are we issuing $120 million in debt? Can you answer that question, Mayor Powell? Am I being cute to ask that question as a taxpayer for utility that you've run to the brink of financial disaster? Two-notch debt downgrade that costs us $32 million in additional borrowing costs? Now, I think it's a very good question. So my remaining time, which has already been cut short, I proposed a common sense solution this commission had no discussion of. It's interesting that you can have people, developers for grocery stores come and talk for hours and you can't give me 15 minutes to offer constructive solutions. But this debt issuance could be avoided if you defer AMI for 1 or 2 years. $81 million capital investment. Commissioner Ariolo's not here, so let me educate him, since he likes to use the word educate. He knows nothing about the energy industry, but he's going to tell me about wind won't work in Florida, which is utterly ridiculous. FPL wanted to make it happen. AMI, $81 million capital investment. Terrible return on investment. No return on investment. Doesn't break even for 21 years after the useful life of the meters is fully depleted. The meters have 20-year useful life. Terrible investment. Could be easily deferred to avoid a rate increase in FY22. Okay? But you guys won't consider that because the pretext is to force time of use billing, metering on GRU customers. You would be the only utility, to my knowledge, in the state of Florida that would force that on GRU customers, which disadvantages low-income families, disadvantages hardworking Gainesville families, low-income households, and businesses. There's been no discussion of the rate impact from GRU on business commercial rates. And here you go, in the entrance of less than 5 minutes, rubber stamping $200 million debt issuance. Vote no, commissioners. There's other options. You don't need to borrow $120 million by GRU's own representation to the credit rating agency unless they lie to them too.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Am I being cute, or are you going to answer my question?
Adam, do you have anybody on the line?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we do have one person on the line being screened right now. Let me turn to them right now. It is Mr. Brian O'Brien. Mr. O'Brien, you have 3 minutes. Mr. O'Brien?
Thank you, Commission. Thank you, Commission. Appreciate the opportunity to address you this evening. My name is Brian O'Brien, and after hearing Mr. Scott go through the details of the current item, I'm shocked that the Commission would even contemplate bringing in this new AMI CIS billing scheme at the same time that they're telling folks with a low to middle income that they're going to help them with their electric meters. It's so disingenuous and hurtful that you have these policies that are the exact opposite of what you tell people. And most folks, it's so complicated, only somebody with a bond expert could understand, the utility expert, what's going on. But the bottom line is that they're going to increase the rates not only 7% this year and 3% every year thereafter, but they're also going to rig the meter so that it charges more money for normal daytime use. Called the time of use scheme. Every place that's tried it has stopped using that. No one else in Florida uses that scheme. And it's just such another ridiculous cost that you're thrusting onto the people who needs to be able to pay for it. And the students at the University of Florida, being folks that change meters a lot, they'll be some of the first to get these meters. And they're going to be outraged that they're being charged a higher rate than other folks that have the older meter. I think it's a criminal act, again, to say one thing and do something else, and I would hope that you would vote this down. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. We have another caller, Ms. Debbie Martinez. Ms. Martinez, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you for taking my call, Debbie Martinez. These two gentlemen who just spoke, Mr. Scott and Mr. O'Brien, are experts. You would have to pay probably over $100,000 in consulting fees to have their advice over the past 5 to 10 years. They're trying to help you save our utilities. They're trying to help our hardworking families and lower income people. And I've never heard you allow them to have extra time to speak. I remember the days when we had Commissioner Ed Jennings Sr. on the City Commission, and he would say to citizens who had, done their research, that were highly qualified, he would ask them to come back to the lectern and say, I'd like to ask you some more questions. I have never heard one of you ask these gentlemen to speak more and to ask them questions. They're trying to help you. You all aren't public service commissioners. You all don't have utility experience. They're offering you this advice to help the solvency of our utility and our GRU, residents. I forget the name that you use for them now, but I'm just asking you, we've got new commissioners. I'm not asking you to marry these two men. I'm just asking you to be open-minded. They're offering you brilliant advice. Mr. Scott has been coming before the commission for over 10 years. And you all, for the past, I would say, last 3 years, have just, been insultive, haven't even thanked him for being there, helping our community. And, you already drove our, at one time we used to have the most affordable and reliable utility. Well, we're no longer affordable, and at this rate, we're no longer going to be reliable. You want Mr. Bilarski to look to cut his budget more, while you've got stuff that you do, which is, funding for your pet project. It's got to stop. Stop. You've got to get your financial house in order. Let these gentlemen help you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. It looks like we have a third caller here, Mr. Ray Washington. Mr. Washington, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I won't need 3 minutes. I want to ask a question. I'm kind of using this as a discovery tool. And it'll be noted one way or the other whether the question is asked. And that is, the AMI contract was signed. There's been a contract with CIS signed. And so I'll get off the line and listen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Washington. Mr. Mayor, that was our last caller. The floor is yours.
Is there anybody else in chamber that wishes to speak to the motion?
My name's Donald Shepard. You can clearly see by the stuff that Mr. Scott has took and presented here on the overhead that this is actual facts. This here, what you're seeing and that we've seen in the past of the JRU or Ed Borowski or his team present got us to where we are today. The biomass, the copper fund, I mean, I could go on and on, but there's no need. What I need to do is say that I thank Mr. Scott, Nathan Scott, and the people they called. I thank them for being here for us lower income people so that we can have money to pay our bills. We took an offered earlier an opportunity for this food market to come here, and it got shot out. So what is to happen in our city is we're going to have the same as what we have in Williston and Stark, a goat city. And this shirt I'm wearing, Occupy Gainesville, I'm going to have to burn it because it doesn't state where it's civil to live in the city of Gainesville. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. Thank you. Just to correct a couple facts. The last time the commission had any sort of substantive discussion about time of use rates was, I want to say 5 years ago when we eliminated them. I know it was a while ago because Ms. Wilson was still at GRU. She wasn't with general government. And at that time, we eliminated all time of use rates from our budget structure, and we have had no substantive discussions about them since. Even if we were to start them, we're years off of being able to implement them. So that is a red herring to bring those up because they are not something the commission has had any serious discussion about. There are many reasons to implement AMI besides the straight cost savings. They add reliability to the utility. They significantly increase level of service because we can tell where outages are more quickly and more specifically. There are many, many reasons that it makes sense to do this other than just the straight payoff. And so that's sort of a minimal condition, but not the sort of full benefit that we get from them. So with that, I'll turn over to the commission and start with Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Bolarski or anybody that wants to answer, can you speak to the interest rate?
Yes, the coupon rate is 5%. The net interest cost, the true interest cost is 3.29%.
And how does that compare to other bonds we've issued?
3.29% for a 30-year fixed rate issue is a solid rate.
Thank you.
Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is, what is the impact of this resolution on rates for customers? What does this boil down essentially to for them?
The borrowing that we've proposed here is built into our multi-year budget, and so you've seen that it's part of the 7%, 5% for electric and 5% for wastewater.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, then we'll move to a vote. This is a roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola,
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos,
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco, Commissioner Johnson, Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Nay.
Is that an aye?
No, it's a nay.
No, thank you. And Commissioner Ward? Mayor Poe?
All right, that motion passes 6-1 with Duncan Walker in dissent. Next item, please.
Item is 210089, resolution authorizing the cash certain outstanding utility system debt with the recommendation that the City Commission approve the resolution authorizing the cash defeasance of certain outstanding utility system debt and the form, execution, and delivery of one or more escrow deposit agreements with respect to this cash defeasance and the appointment of the escrow agent.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, during fiscal year 20, there were 2 initiatives executed which generated significant savings for GRU. One was the 2020 GRU debt restructuring transactions. If you recall, those were 7 transactions completed between December of 2019 and July of 2020, which resulted in $134 million in debt service savings through 2047. The second transaction was the 2020 pension obligation bond executed by general government. It funded 95% of the then existing unfunded liability in the employee's pension plan, and it's going to reduce GRU's projected pension expense by approximately $64 million through 2042. The combined savings stream for those 2 initiatives averages about $5 million a year through 2029, $10 million a year from 2030 to 2042, and $4 million a year from 2043 to 2047. As part of your approval of these transactions, the Commission directed that the resulting savings be used to defease existing GRU debt. The resolution before you now authorizes GRU to execute the first tranche of these defeasances through September of 2026. Through this point, there will be approximately $31 million in savings that will have been accumulated. So in a series of transactions between now and fiscal year end 26, we anticipate defeasing approximately that volume of currently outstanding debt. The bonds targeted for this defeasance are certain maturities of Series 2009B, 2014A, and 2017A. And so we're recommending that the Commission approve the resolution that authorizes these series of cash defeasances.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Benton. Are there any questions or is there a motion? Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move resolution 210089.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Santos, second by Commissioner Ariola to adopt the proposed resolution. Go to public comment, starting with folks in the chamber.
Before my time begins, I'd like to have the overhead, please, and zoom in because it's on my phone. And I have a printout of this, but if we can zoom way far in with the overhead, please. It was just up on a second ago. We can zoom way in. Zoom way in, way in. Way in, folks. That's good enough. You can see it. Oh, hold on. Right here. 2020 tariff. Mayor Poe, time of use rates for commercial customers. You didn't do away with them. They're optional. It's on your tariff. So to sit here and misrepresent facts as truth from a former state utility regulator, you really ought to get it together, Mayor Poe. You lie constantly.
I was speaking about residential.
Oh, yeah, you didn't quantify that, did you? Now it's convenient when I point out your hypocrisy. So, again, residential, you said the time of use is going to lead, that net metering is going to lead to time of use rates. That was the major disclosure. Happy to get the video and play that back to you. $10 million negative MPV, which grossly exceeds any of these alleged savings, which Mr. Benton, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but we can go get the videotape from last time we went through this exercise. When they talk about savings, there are no savings. What the savings we're talking about is lower near-term debt service obligation at greater long-term borrowing cost to GRU customers. So if you had to pay 100 million per year and you're paying 80, they call that 10 million. If you had to pay 100 million per year and you end up paying 90, due to all this financial gymnastics and tumbling that's going on, they claim you saved $10 million. Well, that's just because you kicked the can down the road, okay? But let's talk about this. Let's just put this in basic terms that all the people of Gainesville, everyone in this room, kindergartners can understand. If these savings, alleged savings, which aren't savings at all, are so substantial, then why, Mayor Poe, did this commission implement the largest multi-year rate increase in GRU's history? Why, if these savings, if they're truly savings, which they're not, are so substantial, why did GRU get a 2-notch debt downgrade under your failed leadership that cost GRU customers? Commissioner Saka, you don't think this is important? What was that? Okay, that's how rudely former state utility regulators were treated by a bunch of Neanderthals that's a poor choice of word. Sorry. I'm under a time constraint. That's how poorly a former state utility regulator is treated by people with no utility experience. They don't want to hear facts and truth. And they treat people with such disrespect, which warrants me to get upset, and I apologize for that. But if these savings were so substantial, why did we get a 2-notch debt downgrade that cost GRU customers $32 million in additional borrowing costs? It's kind of like A Few Good Men. If Santiago had a transfer order and Santiago was set to leave the next morning, then why wasn't his locker packed? Why wasn't he ready to go? Because there was no transfer order. Just like there are no savings. Just like this is all $200 million additional debt offering in less than 5 minutes with no discussion. I commend Commissioner Desmond Duncan Walker for her no vote. Thank you.
Comments. Adam, got anybody on the line?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have Mr. Brian O'Brien. Mr. O'Brien, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Commissioners. Appreciate the opportunity to comment tonight. I guess I could say that Mr. Scott has said it all. He shows you where you have this time of use billing, and you just told me that you don't have it anymore. Mr. Poe, you've lost your credibility, and it's a shame. I think there was an element of you that want to do the right thing, but you're in so much trouble financially. You're making moves of desperation, and of course, you'll be gone next year, and all these desperate moves will be left for others to clean up. Everybody up there on the dais is taking responsibility for allowing this if you vote for this borrowing. It's not necessary. It is excessive. I think Mr. Scott called it financial gymnastics, and there is risk involved. And just unbelievable. We come to try to do the right thing to help people, and they're treated like a bunch of scoundrels. I'm so upset that I'm going to leave it at that. I don't want to get off the path any further. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. Mr. Mayor, there are no further callers.
Okay, anybody else in chambers wish to speak to the motion?
Wait. I've been coming to City Hall. My name's Donald Shepard. I've been coming to City Hall for 12 years. I've been seeing fiascos of this kind every year for the last 12 years.
To unmute yourself, press
You
the
said-
key twice.
I'm sorry.
Keep going. Start you over.
Sir, thank you. You said it wasn't so. Mr. Scott had proved it to you that it was so, but yet you continue to take and deny the evidence before you. This is some of the stuff that I've been putting in PDFs, putting in the paperwork, and my goal plan for the future. It'll take me 3 months to clear all this up. It'll take me 6 months to take and clear up some other items that are on this when I become mayor. But I plan on doing this. I plan on making our city the place to live in. And the east side is gonna get the most recognition because thieves on the west side, the people know who they are, the people in this commission, on the boards that take and handle this, like some of the people that are on the screen, that are part of this, are no longer gonna be in office when I get in office. Because I'm gonna do with them what Steve Marvell did to other people. The woman at Dearborn, the people that school boards and juvenile detention centers did to people. This here needs to be heard. We get people out there that are asking for a simple thing to help them have something to look forward to, shorter distance to go to get to the grocery store, but yet it's getting pushed back. It's not getting approved. It should have been approved, like snapping your fingers. Common sense is not a democratic thing. And so they just keep piling on bills and bills and bills. President Biden has been proving that. And not to take and cut the rug off and under him, but he's done it for himself, and you've done the same. And the people that used to be here, there used to be at least 10 people here speaking at this podium and warning you and asking you and begging you, please don't do this. But we still go on doing it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Mr. Mayor, I have one more caller when you're ready.
Go ahead, Adam.
Thank you. Ms. Debbie Martinez. Ms. Martinez, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you so very much, Debbie Martinez. I just want to remind commissioners that Mr. Nathan Stopp is not only a former public service commissioner, he's an attorney. He has his master's degree in business. He's an engineer. He's offering you over a decade's worth of free advice. Mr. Brian O'Brien is a businessman. He knows what he's talking about as well. And I feel like the wheels are coming off of our GRU bus. And we've got Mr. Poe standing up there like Reverend Jimmy Jones, trying to force feed everyone on the commission Kool-Aid. And as a registered nurse, I understand when you're being told that you have a diagnosis that you don't want to accept, you want to deny it. But this is treatable. The wheels don't have to fly off this bus. We don't have to have a head-on collision. But if you keep following Mayor Poe down the Kool-Aid trail, we may not have a utility anymore. It'll last till y'all, unless you make get rid of term limits, then maybe I'll be there for another 20 years. But it just reaches a point we have to stop and get expert advice and save our utility and help our lower income people, because they're the ones that are hurt the most from this. The rest of us can afford to get ripped off. We don't like it, but we can afford it. But our hardworking families and our lower income people, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. That is our last caller, Mr. Mayor. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. So, I did my my DNA, sent my swab in, and I do in fact have a good identifiable amount of Neanderthal ancestry in me. I cannot speak for the rest of my colleagues. I'm proud of that ancestry. To explain it to folks that don't come from that long line of Neanderthal, a year ago, the commission took 2 very deliberate actions. We restructured debt and we issued a pension obligation bond to create significant savings. And we very explicitly directed GRU to use those savings to bring down our principal payments on debt, to pay off debt. Hence, a cash defeasance issuance here. And so this will reduce our annual debt service. And the commission did that as a conservative move to strengthen the financial health of the utility, as opposed to spending that on, say, other capital projects or other, as some say, pet projects. This is paying down the debt to put the utility in a financially stronger position. So say what you will, that was the direction given by the commission to GRU management a little over a year ago, and they are simply executing that direction with this issuance, this defeasance program today. With that, we will go to a roll call vote.
Commissioner De Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco? Aye. Commissioner Johnson? Aye. Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward? Aye. Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Mayor Poe?
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Next item is 201115, third budget amendment to the FY 2021 General Government Financial and Operating Plan Budget, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Gainesville, Florida, relating to its general government budget for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2020 and ending September 30th, 2021, amending resolution number 200316 as amended by resolution number 200933 and resolution number 201058 by making certain adjustments to the general government financial and operating plan budget and providing an immediate effective date.
Okay, thank you. This is one of our routine inter-budget amendments as we go through the course of the fiscal year. Mr. Feldman, anything you want to say, or should we turn it right over to Ms. Ramos?
Turn it right over to Ms. Ramos.
Okay, Ms. Ramos, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Cynthia Ramos, Finance Director. The third budget amendment for the fiscal year 2021 General Government Financial and Operating Plan covers the following budget transactions. In the general fund, additional revenue appropriation of $663,086,000, comprised of a transfer in from the Capital Projects Fund of $19,978 and an appropriation of $643,000 from fund balance. These additional appropriations will cover the following two large additional expenditures: $355,457 for the Technology Capital Improvement Fund for an over appropriation of that fund, and $307,628,000 in additional expenditures for the GRU trunk radio system. And that's reflected in additional in various departments as shown in page 3 of 7 of the memo attached to this item. In the Special Revenue Fund, the American Rescue Plan Act allocated $32.4 million to the city, which will be distributed in 2 equal tranches, deposited 1 year apart from each other. The city received the first tranche on Monday, June 14th, and this amendment recognizes the $16.2 million revenue appropriation. Those funds will be accounted for in their own separate ledger account in the Special Revenue Fund and will remain in that account until the City Commission approves direction on the projects those funds will be used for. This amendment also appropriates an additional $438,000 for the Internet Crimes Against Children grant in the Miscellaneous Grant Fund, $308,000 in various TNPA agreements in the Transportation and Concurrency Exception Area Fund, a $252,000 transfer between the Home Fund, Federal Law Enforcement Contraband Forfeiture Fund, and State Law Enforcement Contraband Forfeiture Fund to correct prior fiscal year postings. Additionally, there's a $250,000 appropriation for the Southwest 27th Street Bike Path Trail project in the Miscellaneous Grant Fund. Almost done. In the Debt Service Fund, this amendment recognizes $34,000 in proceeds from the Capital Improvement Revenue Refunding Note 2021 to pay for proceeds for expenses related to the issuance of that bank loan. And there is an offsetting budget transaction within the overall Debt Service Fund, where the debt service appropriation in the Depot Avenue Stormwater Park Debt Service Fund is reduced by $145,301, and that appropriation is transferred to the Stormwater Management Utility Fund for debt service payments. In the Capital Projects Fund, on the revenue side, this amendment reflects a transfer from the General Fund of $355,457 for the Technology Capital Improvement Fund and nets out an overall reduction in the projected use of fund balance throughout several capital projects funds as detailed in attachment A, pages 14 through 19. On the expenditure side, this amendment allocates funds for the golf course capital projects that were moved out of the closed golf fund and funding for several wild spaces public places capital projects totaling $313,000. Lastly, this amendment corrects corrects a $157,000 de-appropriation in the facilities maintenance recurring fund that should not have occurred. In the proprietary funds, this amendment includes transferring revenue appropriations out of golf course related funds to the general capital projects funds, transfers in from the general fund, equipment replacement fund, and roadway resurfacing program, and allocates the use of fund balance from several funds for additional expenditures for a net revenue impact of $355,000. And lastly, the fiduciary funds amendment reduces the use of fund balance in the amount of $308,966,000 due to lower than expected expense projections in that fund. And that summarizes what we're doing here. So thank you for your time, and we're here to answer any questions that you may have specific to this amendment.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ramos. Are there any questions about the third budget amendment, or is there a motion? Commissioner A. Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. I move resolution 201115.
Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Ariola, is that right? Motion by Commissioner A. Santos. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion? We'll start with folks in chamber.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Poe, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So with respect to the agenda item, we're moving money around once again. You know, the magnitude of moving money around, it's kind of like a shell game. Some of that's normal, some of that raises questions. I'd like to get a little bit additional explanation since none of this went through the Audit Finance Committee, none of this went through the city auditor. GRUCOM was mentioned in terms of trunk radio. As we know, GRUCOM is essentially financially insolvent. It can't cover the cost of its general transfer obligation. It can barely, if at all, cover its debt service obligation. So is this an infusion to bail out GRUCOM in terms of money moving? Let's see, Commissioner's on her cell phone, maybe recording me, maybe playing on her phone while I'm talking. I guess I'm not important. No, I'm not important? Really? Shake your head. Mayor Poe, where's the decorum? You called out Armando Grundy Gomes yesterday for...
You've got my undivided attention.
Okay, that's great, but what about decorum? I mean, you have no problem calling out a citizen when he made a comment against the city manager yesterday at a joint meeting, but you got a city commissioner, she can do whatever she wants to do. Okay, so that's great, very mature, very professional. So in my remaining time, you know, I'd like the explanation of that. There's explanation of the remediation money, transfer that to stormwater with debt. I mean, that the Depot Park has cost GRE customers a fortune in terms of remediation. We all pay through that through our GRU bills, not through the city. Final comments, I guess, you know, it's funny that we get 3 minutes at that to speak on an agenda item and use our time judiciously. Mayor Poe, you always seem to get the last word, constantly attempt to rewrite history to fit your own convenient political narrative. The only problem is it's not true. What you say isn't true. And so anytime you want to debate on anything GRU, and I'm sure TV20 would accommodate an hour-long segment, anytime, any place, bring it. Because the enemy is behind you, Mayor Poe. You don't know anything about utilities. You've caused great financial harm to GRU customers. And you have the audacity to get up and lecture a former state utility regulator and tell me what I know is fact. And you just cast your pixie dust all over it to confuse and obfuscate the issue. And you don't really have the gumption to debate me. And I guess Commissioner Sacco's rolling her head, rolling her eyes, shaking her head like this. That's great. Very professional for a member of the Florida Bar to do that to a citizen.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Adam, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have two callers. Mr. Brian O'Brien, you are next. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Larry. Commissioners, Brian O'Brien for the record. First of all, I'd like to point out that Mayor Poe again misrepresented the facts on the pension obligation bonds prior to your vote on that last item. They were actually bifurcated into two segments. The GRU bonds, Mr. Bolarski and Mr. Benton wisely advised that the savings would be applied with the city pension obligation bonds, where I believe more money, somewhere in the tune of $127 million. And Mr. Poe's skimming that to help patch up his leaky ship there. So that type of misrepresentation on those magnitudes of funds and nobody asking questions is very concerning. Quickly, on this current budget item, he told you two lies just back to back. The first is that this is a regular event. This is nowhere near regular event. The regular course of action on these adjustments is to take it to the Audit and Finance Committee, have it reviewed in the purview of the city auditor, and then pass it on to the city commission. That process was abandoned after the first Audit and Finance meeting this year. One new commissioner, Desmond Walker, showed up to that meeting, and everything changed. There was no funny banter and silly jokes about hundreds of millions of dollars. Subsequent to that meeting, the Audit and Finance meetings have been canceled. This material has not seen the light of day. Nobody's asking any questions. This is hundreds of millions of dollars. On April the 1st, you adopted the first resolution after that first meeting, which was somewhat normal. 14 days later, August the 15th, you adopt a second irregular resolution. That's two budget changes in 2 weeks. Millions of dollars are being kited around your budget, probably to try to satisfy the state auditor general who's in your books, or keep your outside auditor, Barbara Boyd, from reporting you to the federal authorities. Very irregular that we have a third budget adjustment within 1 quarter. There's nothing regular about what's happening tonight. This is desperation. Money's being kited around between accounts. And even Cynthia Ramos did not go into detail on that fact that all these adjustments are being made. She gives you a few of the details and leaves out the meat of it. $16 million from the American Rescue Plan has been allocated. The spending is
Mr.
equal
O'Brien,
to the
your time's up.
income. The $16 million
Thank you,
is
Mr.
already.
O'Brien. Appreciate you calling in. Did you have another caller, Adam?
We sure do. Paula, you have 3 minutes.
Yes. I'm not happier than anyone else at the potential of our bill increasing, but I can tell you this. I don't think that there's productive conversations going on when somebody just calls to insult minute after minute after minute the city commissioners. And it's just, if somebody thinks they can do a better job, cops can skip right down and run for mayor or city commission himself. But the conversations are not productive when people just sit there and insult rather than give productive advice and suggestions. And it was just very unnerving to sit there and listen to all that. And I can't imagine how it is for y'all to sit there and listen to that. Nobody wants their bills raised, but that kind of insulting session put on by that person was just ridiculous. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for hearing me. Have a good evening. Bye.
Thank you, Paula. Mr. Mayor, that's our last caller. Floor is yours.
Hey, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, we'll move to a roll call vote.
Commissioner Hayes Santos,
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco,
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker,
Nay.
Commissioner Johnson,
No.
Commissioner Ward, Commissioner Ariola,
Aye.
Mayor Poe.
All right, that motion passes 5-2 with Johnson and Duncan Walker in dissent. Next item, please.
Next, we are going to Resolution 201080, Commissioner Harvey Ward, resolution condemning, denouncing genocide.
Okay, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This resolution, along with 2 others on the agenda, have been rolling around for several months, and we finally got to a point where we have a system to to consider non-binding resolutions. I'm pleased to bring them forward. Constituents reached out with recommendations on this and the other two. I found them worthwhile and useful. This one particularly, resolution condemning and denouncing genocide and other crimes against humanity. It is primarily an educational resolution on our part. If you all wish, I'm happy to read it. It's been in backup. If not, I'll move it.
Second.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, motion to, sorry, let me go back. Adopt resolution 201080, condemning or denouncing genocide. The second was by Commissioner Hayes Santos. Any members in chamber wish to make any comments to the motion? Adam, over to you.
No, sir, there's nobody on the phones at this time.
Okay, move back to the commission. It's non-binding, so it's a voice vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
The next item is Resolution 201081, Commissioner Harvey Ward, resolution in support of the National Infrastructure Bank.
Mr. Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This one again brought to me by a very well-read member of our community, and I fully support it. I'll read the resolved paragraph here just for everyone's edification and reminder. Now therefore be it resolved by the City Commission of the City of Gainesville, Florida, to call upon the United States Congress to pass H.R. 6422 to create a national infrastructure bank to finance urgently needed infrastructure projects, and be it further resolved that we do all this and pass along the results. So I move resolution 201081.
Motion by Commissioner Ward, seconded by Commissioner Ariola to adopt the proposed resolution. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion in chamber? Okay, over to you, Adam.
No, sir, there's nobody on the lines at this time.
Okay, back to the commission then. Thank you for bringing this forward, Commissioner Ward. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. All right, Madam Clerk.
Next, we have item 200729, Community Character Overlay District Text Change, petition PB-21-08TCH, City of Gainesville, to amend the Land Development Code to modify the purpose, objectives, effect, criteria, and procedures for implementation of the Community Character Overlay District.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's been a long afternoon and day on special items earlier, and I think this item deserves a robust and real conversation. I was wondering if definitely with what's the plan board has a recommendation, I think it deserves we need to talk about it definitely. I was wondering if the commission wants to continue this to the next, to when we come back, so we can actually have I think a better discussion than when everyone's tired. And,
yeah, it's not time sensitive per se. I would have no problem if that's the will of the commission to strike this and put it on a future agenda. Let me just ask, is there any objection? Okay, you want to just make a motion to strike?
So I'm doing just continue it, or
well,
it might have been, I don't know if it was.
We're gonna have to re-advertise anyway.
Okay. Yeah, move to strike the item.
Motion is second to strike item PH1 from the agenda. That's administrative, so we'll just move to a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, next item.
Next item is 201147, Code Amendments regarding residential rental unit permits, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending Chapter 14.5, Article 1, titled Residential Rental Unit Permits, amending Appendix A, titled Schedule of Fees, Rates, and Charges, to revise residential rental unit permit fees, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date or dates.
All right, thank you. This is second reading. Any questions, or is there a motion? Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will move the adoption of ordinance number 201147 on second reading by title only.
Second.
Motion by Ariola, second by Santos. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion in chamber? Okay, over to you, Adam.
So there's nobody on the line right now. Thank you.
Okay, back to the commission for a roll call vote. Madam Clerk, roll call vote.
I'm sorry, I was muted. Commissioner Ward? Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Aye.
Mayor Poe?
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Okay, let's go back to our items we didn't get to this afternoon, Madam Clerk, BD4.
Yes, so item BD4 is item 210042. Oh. Yes, Commissioner Harvey Ward, discussion of resolution in support of the city of Gainesville being certified a B City USA.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Ward's been a lot of buzz about this item. This hashtag dag jokes right there.
Yes, yes, indeed.
Thank you, Commissioner Ward, for bringing this forward. Go ahead and tell us what we're getting excited about here.
Once again, we've talked about around this before. I enjoy making a good bee joke as much as anybody else, but our food supply depends on a healthy bee population, frankly. And as we become more aware of how we affect the world around us, it's more and more important that we work to preserve the world around us. And with that in mind, there is a group out there that helps promote healthy bee climates, and even more so helps promote understanding of what a healthy bee climate is. And this essentially would start the motion to enroll Gainesville as a B City USA. And with that in mind, I move resolution 210042.
Okay, a motion and a second to adopt the proposed resolution. Commissioner A. Santos. Second was by Ariola, Madam Clerk. Good.
Thank you, Mayor. On C, the habitat where it's identifying and inventorying a real property, do you know what, I mean, I guess is that gonna, I don't know if I read that, where I have to go and look at every single plant and all of that. I don't know what the in-depthness of that is, or if it is very in-depth, then we'd have to do it's a significant budget of inventory. I don't know what the in-depthness of that is.
We would have to.
Good.
We would have to.
Mike.
We would have to approve any budget items going with that, and we're not going to go overboard with that.
Thank you.
Realistically.
Okay. So there's nothing being dedicated at this point. At some point in the future, if we wanted to put an increment in, we could discuss it. Okay, members of the public who wish to speak to this? You should have a good buzz by now. Adam, do you have a buzz going?
There's nobody in the hive, sorry.
Mr. Mayor.
That stung a little bit, my friend.
I got nothing, you win.
Madam Clerk, I think you wanted to shut me up.
Mr. Mayor, I see the city attorney has her hand raised.
Sure, go ahead, Ms. Shelley.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I don't think you'll be adopting a resolution tonight, and I wanted to explain a little bit because this new process that you've adopted in your rules for advocacy resolutions versus binding resolutions. So what's happening now is the clerk has set up that I review all resolutions that are submitted, and I just give them a cursory review to see if I believe they are purely advocacy or of the binding type. This one, the ones that you just heard from Commissioner Ward on a cursory review, they didn't commit the city to do anything. They just expressed your concern for issues, your willingness to send a letter or to do something of that nature. When this one came across, because the language of this resolution says the city manager's office shall host an educational event, install and maintain signage, develop and implement a program, develop and implement another program, etc. what I did and what I'm going to do for all of these is I sent this back to the commissioner, letting them know that it looked to me like this was binding the city to do something. And I also copied the charter officer, who, in this case, the city manager, whose area this would fall within. I think that's the appropriate way to handle it, because then you all need to give direction. Is this a resolution, a binding resolution that you want staff to put on a future agenda? And to give the charter officer whose area is impacted a chance to alert you of any concerns about, the nature of the things that are being requested. So I just wanted to give you that background so that you understood why this was here on this part of your agenda and not in the resolution section.
All right, thank you, Ms. Shelley. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. And I know Commissioner Ward said this wasn't a part of the budget, but it does say shall in there. I was wondering if we could have it come back to what it will actually cost us to implement this, because it is a shall.
Well, I think the point, Commissioner, is that we're not adopting a resolution, we're adopting it's a discussion of a resolution in support. So everything will have to go to staff and Ms. Shalley to come back as a proper.
Okay. This would be a binding one, though, yeah.
Yeah, eventually. Let's follow. Can we follow protocol? I mean, it's helpful to me if you put the item. Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask the commissioner if that was his intention. The intention of the.
We can certainly do it that way. I've talked to the manager's office. He's aware that there are minimal binding issues with this, but the expenditure of funds only happens if we authorize expenditure of funds in the future budget.
So let's do this. Let's ask for staff to come back with analysis of how the city would comply with this and how it would impact us. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay. So with that, there's the motion. We did all the jokes. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion passes. God, I could have gotten bee's knees in there. Okay, next item, please.
Next item is 210082, settlement of state opioid litigation. With the recommendation that the commission review the county's draft resolution and discuss whether to direct city staff to draft a similar city resolution for adoption at the July 15th regular meeting of the city commission.
Okay, Michelle, did you want to speak to this?
Thank you, Mayor. I think that my office explained pretty thoroughly in the agenda item why the item is before you. We were contacted by the Office of the Attorney General for the state of Florida, and then participated in conversations with the Alachua County Attorney's Office and attorneys with the municipalities throughout Alachua County. And I think all of us are of the opinion that joining in with the state settlement is an appropriate and reasonable thing to do. But you'll see the county resolution in the backup, which, if you're good with this, we will bring back a similar resolution for you on July 15th. What it just commits is that you will consider the settlement when that document is available, and consider authorizing staff to sign on at that point. So in other words, this will come back to you again for one final okay before we actually become part of the state settlement.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Happy to move this forward. I'd like to move that we accept the recommendation.
Second.
A motion and second to adopt the recommendation. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion? Adam?
No, sir, there's nobody on the line.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, I think we're on to BD9 now.
Mr. Mayor, who seconded the last motion?
Hey, Santos.
Thank you.
Ariola made the motion. Hey, Santos seconded.
Thank you. And the next item is 210087, appointment of city commissioner for annual meetings of elected officials regarding coordination of land use and school facilities planning.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Ariola.
I must be out of my mind, but I am volunteering to do that.
That's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
A motion to
It's just
appoint
because
Commissioner Ariola to serve on this, seconded by Commissioner Hayes Santos. Any members of the public wish to comment? Adam?
No, sir, nobody here.
Okay, in that case, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Commissioner Ariola, for your willingness to serve. Okay, and now, Madam Clerk, I believe we're on to commission comment at the end of the agenda. We'll start out with Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I've gotten lots of contact, and I assume y'all have as well, about the idea of lighting something with rainbow lights in commemoration of Pride Month. We traditionally celebrate Pride Month in October in Gainesville, but there's a lot more going on in June this year. And I had reached out to the city manager to ask if the DNA bridge might be a possibility on Southwest 13th Street, but that is state property, and the FDOT was not interested, predictably. So the manager and I had a conversation. He's has some information, I think, about some city property that we could light, and it would be appropriate for the remainder of June, if you want to call on him, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Mr. Feldman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. It is with pride that I tell you that we can light up the stormwater pond at Depot Park in rainbow colors. And I've already directed staff to start that as of this evening. We will continue to work with the Florida Department of Transportation, who may be amending their no, but only for very short periods of time, which would not cover a full month. So I think the stormwater option is the best. Stormwater pond option at Depot Park is the best option we have.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Feldman. And I would love to do that again in October, during Pride Week at least, to just remind everybody then. Anybody want to make a motion just to make sure there's specific direction there? So moved. Okay, motion by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Ariola, to authorize the city manager to light up the pond at Depot Park in honor of Pride, as well as do that for Pride Week in October. Any members of the public wish to comment on the motion? Adam, over to you.
Still nothing here.
Okay, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Commissioner Ariola.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not trying to bring back our last item in the afternoon that took us to our dinner, but I'm a bit confused as to what is happening now, since part of the motion passed and part of the motion didn't.
Basically, there will be 30 more days of any person or organization to come forward with a proposal. And then we'll look at those after 30 days. The thing that's not happening is staff will not be working to draft a contract based on the term sheet with Mr. Washington. So more proposals may come in, but they're not going to draft a contract. And then the other stuff at the end of developing a policy on it.
Okay, well then, thank you. I appreciate that clarification.
Yep.
And I just want to wish everyone a safe and healing and restorative recess. I can't believe it's already June 21. So I'll see you in July 21.
Yes, you will, and I'll be on a farm without any internet or anything like that. So it's going to be okay.
You gonna have bees there?
Oh, there's bees. There's bees. There's snakes. There's everything in between. Yeah. All right. Anybody else? Okay. Appreciate all the work that you do. With no further business, we are adjourned.